Chapter 1016. The southern region was located in the southernmost part of the Tianwu continent, adjacent to the Southern Sea. It was the largest region in the Tianwu continent, and it had the most vast primitive forests. The ancient primitive forests covered most of the southern region, and there were many mountains in the southern region. In a place called the Taicang mountain range, there were many mountains and precipitous ridges. A young man was lying in the forest. His whole body was dripping with blood, and there were many places where bones could be seen. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. This young man was Lin Feng. The palm of the middle-aged man formed by the giant star beast had caused a spacetime storm. Thousands of people had been swallowed by the spacetime storm, and many had died tragically in the spacetime storm. Lin Feng had survived by relying on his strong physical body, but he had also suffered serious injuries. If it had been an ordinary injury, Lin Feng's immortal divine body would have automatically healed him. But it was obvious that Lin Feng's injuries were not ordinary. He had been lying on the ground for 3 days and 3 nights, but the injuries on his body had not healed. There were cracks in his origin. The origin of the Great Tao was the foundation of a cultivator, and it was located in the Dantian. Once the origin of the Great Tao was injured, it was usually extremely serious. This was a terrifying injury that was second only to a Tao injury. The great rock king of the demon race, who had shocked the ages, had suffered a Tao injury and was tortured to the point of being better off dead. Fortunately, Lin Feng was not suffering from a Tao injury. If he had suffered a Tao injury, his soul would have already returned to the Yellow Springs. Roar! A deep roar came from the forest. Pairs of pale green eyes looked at Lin Feng, who was lying in the forest. Then, giant wolves that were 5 meters long and 3 meters tall jumped out of the forest. The giant wolves of the forest could kill experts of the martial king realm. The wolf king could even kill cultivators of the yin-yang realm. The giant wolves of the forest were one of the most terrifying groups in the southern region's primitive forests. Now, dozens of giant wolves of the forest jumped out of the forest. They looked at Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground, with fierce eyes. Roar! A deep roar came out. One of the giant wolves of the forest roared and rushed toward Lin Feng. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Lin Feng's head. The rest of the giant wolves of the forest also rushed toward Lin Feng. These beasts felt the powerful bloodline in Lin Feng's body. Ferocious beasts could generally devour powerful bloodlines to evolve. The giant wolves of the forest were no exception. Therefore, the gigantic wolves of the forest rushed towards Lin Feng as if they had gone mad. When Lin Feng saw that his life was in danger, suddenly, Lin Feng's absorbing spirit started to revolve. Devouring martial spirit was enveloping the devouring martial spirit. These giant forest wolves let out terrified cries, and began to struggle one by one. Bang 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 bang! The gigantic wolves of the forest exploded one after another. Lin Feng absorbed their original strength. This was the martial spirit protecting its master. Some powerful martial souls could take the initiative to protect their masters when their lives were in danger. For 10 days, Lin Feng lay on the ground, motionless. Beasts kept appearing and trying to devour Lin Feng, but they were all killed by Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. Then, they were devoured by the devouring martial spirit. However, Lin Feng still did not wake up. His wounds healed very slowly. An injury to the origin was the most harmful to the bloodline. That was why it was difficult for the immortal divine blood to circulate. Fortunately, Lin Feng's injured body was slowly recovering after devouring the origin of so many beasts. However, Lin Feng's origin was seriously injured. After he fainted, he fell into a deep sleep to recover his origin. This was not a process that could be accomplished overnight. No one knew how long Lin Feng would lie here. The news that a powerful cultivator had fainted in the forest spread like wildfire among the beasts. Many ferocious beasts also started appearing. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng was almost killed by the beasts several times. Fortunately, his devouring martial spirit was powerful enough to scare the beasts away. If we invite a beast emperor to kill this little boy, we'll definitely succeed. Maybe the beast emperor will be happy and give us some origin. This little boy's origin is too powerful. We'll definitely evolve. A few beast kings were talking. They rushed into the depths of the forest. They went to invite a terrifying beast emperor that resided in the depths. That afternoon, footsteps were approaching. It was a pair of siblings who had come out of a nearby village to collect wild fruits. The sister was 16 or 17 years old, and the brother was 12 or 13 years old. Most of the villagers made a living by hunting, but these young men and girls naturally couldn't follow their fathers to hunt, so they often went to gather wild fruits or dig up wild vegetables. For these mountain villages, wild vegetables and wild fruits were the most common daily food. "Sister, look, there's a person lying there." The young man pointed at Lin Feng, who was lying in the distance. "Let's go and see," said the girl, running over with her brother. Darkness enveloped the area. A terrifying chi filled the air. In the endless darkness, a pair of cold eyes looked at the place where Lin Feng had been lying, but there was no one there anymore. "Who is it? Did you steal my prey?" said the Beast Emperor coldly. A terrifying murderous intent filled the air. In the distance, the Beast Kings were trembling. "Find out where that human cultivator is. I'll eat him." The Beast Emperor's voice sounded like it came from hell. "Yes," said the Beast Kings hastily. The Beast Emperor left. The Beast Kings hurriedly gathered the beasts in the forest and ordered them to find Lin Feng. The village was simple and unadorned. Very few people came here, but on that day, the sister and her brother had brought a young man back, causing a great commotion in the village. The old chief was alarmed and came to the stone house. "His injuries are too serious. I don't think he'll survive," said an elder of the village who knew a little about medicine. He sighed. The old chief stepped forward and said, "Take out the ancient cauldron and treat his injuries." "Chief, that's a sacred item passed down in our village. Only a member of our tribe can enter the cauldron," many elders said. The old chief said, "Saving him is more important." The other elders nodded in the end. They were all mountain people, so they were very simple. Even if their ancestors had rules, they decided to break them for once to save someone. Soon, an ancient cauldron was carried out by a dozen people. There were many herbs inside, and the old chief ordered people to fill it with water. Wood was piled underneath. Soon, the wood was ignited, and the temperature of the cauldron rose. The water inside began to boil, and all the herbs melted into the water. The clear water turned into a light green liquid. Chapter 10:17. "Put the young man into the cauldron," said the old chief. Yes. Two strong young men lifted Lin Feng and put him into the boiling cauldron. When Lin Feng's body came into contact with the cauldron, a shocking scene occurred. A strange golden snake appeared in the cauldron. The strange snake began to swim around Lin Feng. The ancient cauldron was called the Sacred Snake Cauldron, and it was related to the strange golden snake. The little golden snake continued to circle around the Sacred Snake Cauldron. It flicked its forked tongue and made a hissing sound. The boiling water didn't harm Lin Feng because of the strange golden snake. Instead, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron began to fuse with Lin Feng's body. Whoosh! Suddenly, the strange golden snake spat out balls of golden energy. The strange snake had absorbed the medicinal liquid and turned it into a kind of energy. The strange snake was called the sacred snake by the villagers because it could absorb medicinal liquid and turn it into golden energy to heal the injured. The energy fused with Lin Feng's dantian. The energy began to heal Lin Feng's injuries. After so many days, Lin Feng's injuries were slowly recovering, but the speed was extremely slow. Now, Lin Feng's injuries were recovering much faster, and his aura had become much stronger. "Put in some more spiritual herbs and bring the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng from the village," said the old chief. It was the most precious spiritual herb in the village, and it was considered a treasure. It could save lives in a critical moment, and many villagers were unwilling to take it out when they were seriously injured and used the sacred snake cauldron to heal. "Ancestor, do we really need to use the blood ginseng?" an elder said with a pained expression. "He was injured here." The old patriarch pointed at his abdomen. "I heard from the great ancestor that it's very difficult to recover from an injury here. Although I don't know why it's so difficult to recover from an injury here, We need to use precious spirit medicines to save the injured. Finally, the blood ginseng was taken out and thrown into the cauldron along with dozens of other herbs. The blood ginseng was quickly dissolved and turned into pure energy. The strange golden snake would absorb this energy, and then transform the dissolved energy of different medicines into that kind of golden energy, which would be sprayed into Lin Feng's dantian. Time slowly passed. The 15-centimeter-long crack in Lin Feng's origin source slowly shrank. In the end, it was only 10 centimeters long, and Lin Feng's aura also became much more stable. Carry him out. If he still doesn't wake up, we'll wait for Das Han to come back and have him collect some spiritual herbs, the old patriarch said. Then, 2 young men carried Lin Feng out of the sacred snake cauldron. There's still energy left. Little Jie, you youngsters should jump in too, the ancestor said. The boy called Shoro Jie was the one who carried Lin Feng to the mountain village. Little Jie nodded. Although he was still young, his parents had passed away early, so he had developed a calm personality since he was young. The rest of the youths, who were about the same age, had terrified expressions on their faces. Using the cauldron to refine one's body was like hovering between life and death every time. However, they didn't dare to disobey the old patriarch. After little Jie jumped into the cauldron, the rest of the youths jumped in one after another. Little Ying, take good care of him, the old patriarch said. Little Ying will definitely take good care of this big brother. A girl nodded. The girl was 16 or 17 years old. She was tall and had a braided hair. Her appearance was delicate and pretty, but her skin wasn't white. Instead, it was wheat-colored, which added a liveliness to her. In fact, how could ordinary villagers in the mountain village have fair skin? They had to work hard every day to make a living, especially little Ying. Ever since her parents died, she and her younger brother Shoro Jie depended on each other. Although there were villagers to take care of her, little Ying wasn't a person who would stretch out her hand and open her mouth to eat. Since she was very young, she went out to pick wild fruits and vegetables. Every day, she would help the aunt in the village gather firewood and make a fire to cook. Although she was young, she knew how to do everything. In the evening, more than 30 men returned to the mountain village, carrying a wild boar that was 7 or 8 meters long. This kind of wild boar was called the Red Demon Boar King. It was extremely ferocious, and such a huge wild boar could often destroy an entire mountain village. If such a wild boar was sold outside, it could be sold for at least 10,000 silver taels. For a mountain village, this was a huge fortune. The village was suddenly overjoyed. In order to celebrate the hunting of the Red Demon Boar King, the village made a rare meat soup. Many children were jumping up and down in excitement because they hadn't smelled meat for more than half a month. Da Shan, you have to go to the mountain tomorrow, the old patriarch said. Da Shan was the old patriarch's son and the leader of the village's hunting team. He was almost 2 meters tall and looked like an iron tower. Da Shan nodded and said, even the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng couldn't save him. I'm afraid we'll need even more precious herbs. After a pause, Da Shan said, tomorrow, I plan to bring 2 people to the Medicine Valley. The old patriarch's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something but stopped. Father, don't worry. I'll be careful. I won't alarm the fierce beasts inside. Da Shan said. Always be careful. If there's no chance, don't try to be brave. The old patriarch said. Da Shan nodded. The bonfire burned fiercely, illuminating his resolute face with a red glow. The next day, Da Shan left with 2 people. The old patriarch waited anxiously. He didn't tell the rest of the village about this because it would only make them worry. In the evening, Das Han and the 2 hunters from the village finally returned. Da Shan's 6-year-old son ran over happily when he saw his father return. However, when he reached Da Shan's side, he burst into tears. Father, the hand, the little guy pointed at Da Shan's missing arm. Everyone was alarmed and quickly rushed out. When they saw that Da Shan was missing an arm, many people started crying. My arm was bitten off by a beast, but I won't die. At least I brought something out of that place. Da Shan's right hand trembled as he took out 2 green fruits from his pocket. Father, use this to heal the young man. Da Shan's lips were white. The old patriarch choked with sobs as he nodded and held the 2 green fruits in his hand. Da Shan's tower-like body collapsed due to excessive blood loss. "Quick, carry it in," the old patriarch said with a trembling voice. Chapter 10:18. Hundreds of herbs were placed into the sacred snake cauldron, and the 2 green fruits were also placed into the cauldron by the chief. Lin Feng was carried and placed into the cauldron once again. The strange golden snake appeared and slithered around in the cauldron. Lin Feng's Dao injury was gradually healed by the golden energy spat out by the strange snake. However, when the crack in his origin was 5 centimeters away, it could no longer shrink any further. This was because the injury to his origin could not be completely healed by spiritual medicine. Even if he swallowed the immortal elixir, he could not completely heal the injury to his origin. After the injury to his origin, a cultivator would need to slowly cultivate and recuperate. There's still a lot of medicinal liquid. Let Da Shan enter to heal, the chief said. Dashan walked out of the stone house. His face was still very pale. He said, "My injuries aren't a problem. After resting for a few days, my wounds will heal and I'll be fine. Let the younger generation of the village enter and temper their bodies," Da Shan said. He was unwilling to enter the sacred snake cauldron because there were 2 extremely high-quality green fruits in it. They were very suitable for the younger generation to temper their bodies. The chief knew Da Shan's personality and sighed. He said, "Even if you don't enter, use the medicinal liquid to wash your wounds. It will speed up the healing process." Da Shan nodded. The chief ordered someone to bring out a basin of medicinal liquid. Da Shan's wife brought the medicinal liquid into the house. She cried as she helped Da Shan clean his wounds. The people in the village were simple and honest. Shan Shan's wife didn't blame Lin Feng because Shan Shan had broken his arm while helping Lin Feng. She just felt sorry for her husband. "Don't cry, the child is watching," Da Shan said as he wiped away his wife's tears. "Daddy, does it hurt?" Da Shan's son, Xiao Bao, looked at Da Shan anxiously. "It doesn't hurt," Da Shan rubbed the little guy's head. "Xiao Bao wants to be a man like Daddy in the future. Xiao Bao will protect Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, and the village." Xiao Bao clenched his little fists and said with an innocent and serious face, "Good son, Daddy believes that Xiao Bao will be able to do it when he grows up." Da Shan smiled. The next morning, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched as he lay on the bed. His fingers twitched as well. He slowly opened his eyes. He only felt intense pain all over his body. The most painful part was his dantian. His dantian felt like it was about to split open. Lin Feng sensed the condition of his dantian, and his face paled. Dao injury. He naturally remembered how the Great Rock King had been tortured by the Dao injury. Even a legendary figure like the Great Rock King found it difficult to withstand the Dao injury, let alone him. However, Lin Feng quickly let out a long sigh. He discovered that it wasn't a Dao injury, but an injury to his core. Although the source injury was also an extremely serious injury, it could still be healed after a period of rest and recuperation. At this time, Lin Feng began to look around the room. It was a stone house. The decorations were very simple. Other than a bed, a table, and 4 chairs, there was nothing else. "Big brother, you're awake." "Sis, this big brother is awake." At this time, little Ziyi walked in. When he saw that Lin Feng had woken up, he quickly ran out and shouted loudly. Xiao Ying also quickly entered the room. When she saw that Lin Feng had woken up, she smiled. "Big brother, how do you feel?" Xiao Ying asked with concern. "I feel fine." "Where is this place?" Lin Feng asked. "This is a mountain village called Wu Village," Xiao Ying said. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't ask anything else. It was obviously unrealistic to ask the villagers what province this was. Lin Feng got off the bed with the help of the young girl. He staggered outside. The bright sun shone down, and it was somewhat dazzling. The news that Lin Feng had woken up quickly spread throughout the village, which only had a few hundred people. Many people came to visit Lin Feng. "Kid, are you hungry? Kid, lie down and rest. You just woke up. You shouldn't move around too much." Many people were talking at once. Although this place was very backward and poor, the people here were very kind. Lin Feng's heart was filled with warmth. The old chief is here. Everyone, make way, someone shouted outside. The old chief came with Mountain. He was very happy to see that Lin Feng had woken up. Thank you for saving my life, Lin Feng said. He knew how terrifying an injury to one's foundation was. This kind of injury could make a person fall into a deep sleep. This village must have done something to wake him up. Otherwise, he would have continued sleeping. The old chief said kindly, everything was worth it to see you wake up. Young man, what's your name? Where are you from? My name is Lin Feng. I came from a very distant place. However, I was attacked by a savage beast and was injured, Lin Feng said. The old chief sighed and said, the mountains are very dangerous, and ferocious beasts often appear. Young people like you are walking in the mountains alone, so it's very easy for you to encounter danger. Fortunately, you're fine. You should stay in the village and recuperate. Lin Feng replied, yes. He chatted with the old chief for a while. Lin Feng felt quite tired, so he went back to rest with Xiao Ying's help. Every day, people would send meat soup to Lin Feng to recuperate. However, the villagers ate wild vegetables and fruits. They could only eat rice or steamed buns made of coarse grain every day. Lin Feng sighed. Life in the village was very difficult. The simple and kind villagers made him feel very emotional. During this time, Lin Feng learned many things. Xiao Ying and Xiao Ziyi had carried him back, and the village had used precious spirit medicines to heal him. He even learned about how Uncle Dashan had lost an arm to a savage beast in order to help him find medicine. He was very moved and silently remembered all of this. Every time he saw Uncle Dashan's hollow arm, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Today was a big day for the village. Dashan and the others were transporting the Scarlet Demon Boar King and a dozen other wild beasts' corpses to a small town 100 kilometers away to sell. It was winter now, and savage beasts roamed about. The forest was extremely dangerous, and if they were not careful, they could encounter powerful savage beasts looking for food. If that happened, everyone would die a horrible death. However, in order to trade for food and other necessities, they had to take the risk and travel through the forest to the small town. The villagers were very worried, and many people were crying. In the past, accidents often happened on long journeys, so everyone was naturally worried and worried. It's cold, everyone go back. Don't worry about us. We'll be careful on the road, Dashan said with a smile. Big Mountain said with a smile. He hoped that such a smile could calm the panic and worry of the villagers. Chapter 1019. The group slowly advanced. Everyone held weapons in their hands, and they were on high alert. Lin Feng sat in a carriage and followed the group to the town. He wanted to see if he could find out where this place was. Originally, Big Mountain didn't want Lin Feng to go with them because the journey was too dangerous, and Lin Feng hadn't recovered yet. However, Lin Feng insisted, so Big Mountain had no choice but to agree. Brother Lin, you must be someone who has seen the world, right? A young man called Ergo asked. Many people looked at Lin Feng. To them, the outside world was full of mysteries. Lin Feng smiled at Ergo and asked, what do you think the outside world is like? Ergo scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. A middle-aged man in his 40s, nicknamed Old Tobacco Pipe, took a puff of his pipe and said, I heard that there are immortals out there who can fly. They can easily uproot a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. I wonder if you've seen them before? I've also heard that there are immortals who can fly and burrow into the ground. They're even more powerful than the beasts in the depths of the forest, and they can live forever. I heard that there are immortals who can turn stone into gold and water into oil. Everyone was talking at the same time, sharing some of the rumors that they had heard. Of course, these rumors were just rumors to them. They had never seen them before, so they treated them as stories. Lin Feng nodded and said, they're all real, but they're not immortals. Huh? They're all real? They're so powerful, but they're not immortals. Many people exclaimed. Lin Feng said, they're called cultivators, and they have power that surpasses that of mortals. Young man, have you seen cultivators before? The Old Tobacco Pipe asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, I've seen cultivators before. They roam the world and sometimes appear in dangerous places." Everyone was shocked. Cultivators and immortals were the same kind of people in their eyes, and the villagers were envious that Lin Feng had seen immortals. The mountain path was rugged. Everyone traveled during the day and rested at night. Because of the ferocious beasts roaming around at night, it was too dangerous. Fortunately, there were no intelligent ferocious beasts in the outer regions. If they encountered a ferocious beast that had gained sentience and knew how to cultivate, it would be a disaster for ordinary people. At night, everyone was cultivating in a valley. A cold aura enveloped the forest. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He looked into the distance. Crack! There was a mountain god temple a dozen miles away. And now, the mountain god temple had cracked open. A zombie that had cultivated for 1,000 years flew out. That zombie was dressed in a black robe and was extremely ugly. It had long cultivated to the point that it was invulnerable. The zombie demon flew through the forest. Wherever it passed, all the ferocious beasts were instantly sucked dry of their flesh and blood, turning into dried corpses. Primitive forests were scary to begin with. Not only were there many ferocious beasts, but there were also many evil ghosts. In some mountain villages, people and livestock all died overnight. It was the work of these evil ghosts. The zombie's nose was very sensitive. It could smell the scent of humans from afar. The zombie demon quickly flew over. This 1,000-year-old zombie's cultivation was extremely high. Its black fog covered the sky and covered the entire valley. Its black robe fluttered. When the 1,000-year-old zombie saw the people in the valley with its cold eyes, it immediately let out an excited cry. The zombie demon loved to eat human flesh and soul. It was a great supplement for the zombie demon. The zombie demon pounced on the people in the valley. At that moment, the zombie demon saw a young human walk out. That human looked at it with his cold eyes. After seeing that human, the 1,000-year-old zombie demon trembled in fear and turned to flee. The 1,000-year-old zombie demon had seen a beast emperor in the depths of the forest. Even the aura emanating from the beast emperor's body was far inferior to that of a human. The next afternoon, everyone saw a small town in the distance. It went so smoothly this time. We didn't even encounter any ferocious beasts. The villagers were very excited. During the cold winter, there was a lack of food, so many ferocious beasts would appear in the periphery of the forest to hunt. Therefore, it was very easy to encounter powerful ferocious beasts. In the past, the people of Wu village had encountered ferocious beasts a few times. A total of more than 10 people had died. Everyone was very happy that they had arrived safely this time. Dashan smiled and said, "It went so smoothly this time. I hope it will go so smoothly when we return." Everyone's expressions became more serious. They didn't just have to be wary of ferocious beasts when they returned. They also had to be wary of humans. People's hearts were unpredictable. In the world of cultivators, people killed for treasures. In the world of ordinary people, people killed for treasures. The group entered the small town. This was the only small town in a 500-kilometer radius. It wasn't very big, but it was very lively with people coming and going. There were also a few mercenaries and adventurers resting here, but they were all low-level mercenaries and adventurers. "That's the Scarlet Demon Boar King, is it from the Wu village?" Many people cried out when they saw the huge Scarlet Demon Boar King. "Wu Dashan is missing an arm. Could it be that the Scarlet Demon Boar King bit off his arm?" Someone asked. He obviously knew Wu Dashan. "That's very likely the case." The others nodded. There was a market in the town where people could trade. The group arrived at the market, and after paying a certain amount of taxes, they rented a spot in the market. Ordinary wild beasts were quite popular, and they were all bought by restaurants. The 8 wild beasts were sold for a total of 300 silver taels. However, a huge beast like the Scarlet Demon Boar King cost at least 10,000 silver taels. Ordinary restaurants couldn't afford it. At that moment, a dozen or so people on horses galloped over. Many people hurriedly made way for them. The leader of the group was a woman in her 20s. Her name was Li Yuan. She was the mayor's daughter, and it was said that she cultivated in a sect and had mastered divine magic. Such a person was like an immortal, and it was natural that everyone revered her. When the group arrived beside the scarlet demon boar king, Li Yuan stopped and looked at it in surprise. This scarlet demon boar king has the strength of a general. Were you the ones who killed it? Uncle Dashan hurriedly said, we used a trick to lure it into a trap and then killed it. Li Yuan nodded and said, 15,000 silver taels. Send it to the mayor's residence. Thank you, young mistress. Everyone was in high spirits. They had originally set the price at 10,000 silver taels, but they were still worried about whether they could sell it. Now, they had sold it for 15,000 silver taels. 15,000 silver taels was enough for the village to live in luxury for a few years. All right. Li Yuan nodded and galloped off into the distance on her horse. Chapter 1020. The mayor's mansion was located in the northwest of the town, and it covered an area of about 100 acres. The mayor was no ordinary person. It was said that he used to be an inner disciple of a large sect. However, he was injured during a mission and retired. After leaving the sect, he bought a piece of land and built this town. Soon, the group arrived outside the mayor's mansion. The third butler appeared. He was a skinny middle-aged man with a gloomy look in his eyes. He asked, "Did the first miss buy the prey from you?" "Yes." Uncle Dashan quickly replied. "All right then, come with me," said Lin Feng. The third butler led the way. The group arrived at the backyard and unloaded the Crimson Demon Boar King. The third butler took out a stack of banknotes. Uncle Dashan inspected the banknotes, and his expression changed. He cautiously said, "Sir, there seems to be something wrong with the banknotes." The third butler's expression darkened. "What's wrong with the banknotes? Could it be that a noble clan like us would use fake banknotes?" Uncle Dashan said, "That's not what I meant. The first miss said that she bought the Crimson Demon Boar King for 15,000 taels of silver, but there are only 5,000 taels here." When he heard this, Lin Feng sighed. Uncle Dashan and the others were all mountain people. Mountain people were simple and didn't know much about crooked practices. It was obvious that the third butler wanted to embezzle the 10,000 taels of silver from the Crimson Demon Boar King. "Impudent! Do you think that I'm the one who embezzled your money? Count it carefully again and see if the amount is correct." The third butler's tone was threatening. "What's all this noise about?" At this time, Li Yuan and the others walked over. Reporting to the first miss, a group of mountain villagers are not very sensible and have disturbed the first miss. "Please calm down." The third butler hurriedly bowed and said. At this time, Buttface and a few other young men were very displeased. They wanted to expose the fact that the third housekeeper had embezzled 10,000 taels of silver from everyone. But at this moment, Uncle Dashan, the old tobacco pipe, and the others had also come to their senses. They were just mountain villagers. If this matter was reported to Li Yuan, perhaps she would help them get the other 10,000 taels. But would Li Yuan punish the third butler for a bunch of mountain villagers? Obviously not. Therefore, if this matter was exposed now, it would only offend the third steward. Uncle Dashan, the smoking pipe, and the others signaled Buttface and the other young men to keep quiet. "Send them away," Li Yuan said casually as she swept her gaze over the crowd. Her gaze paused on Lin Feng for a moment. Li Yuan was a little puzzled. She felt that the young man was different from the villagers, but she didn't care. She left with a few of her companions. "Hurry up and scram," the third steward said coldly. "Let's go," Uncle Dashan said, not daring to stay here any longer. The group left. Buttface said unhappily, "Uncles, why didn't you let us tell the young lady that the third steward had embezzled 10,000 taels of silver from us?" Uncle Dashan sighed and said, "We can't afford to offend that person. 5,000 taels of silver is already a huge fortune. I just hope that we can return safely." Buttface and the other young men also came to their senses after hearing Uncle Dashan's words. They couldn't help but sigh. It was a wise saying that the people shouldn't fight with the rich. This was true no matter where one went in the secular world. The people of Wu Village were the people. The third steward was the rich. If they continued to fight, only death would await them. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He was afraid that Uncle Dashan's hope of returning safely would be dashed. The third steward was not a kind person. In the backyard of the mayor's residence, the third steward summoned a servant and said, "Go and inform Liu Xing, tell him to send someone to keep an eye on that group of people." Halfway there, the third steward made a throat-slitting gesture. "Yes." The servant hurriedly replied and left. "Uncle Dashan, let's go to a restaurant to improve our lives," Buttface said, scratching his head. "Yes, Uncle Dashan, let's go and try the delicacies here." A few young men looked at Uncle Dashan with eager eyes. Uncle Dashan grinned and said, "All right, we can eat to our heart's content today." The few young men cheered excitedly. Although they said that they were going to improve their lives, they couldn't possibly go to a restaurant that cost a lot. Everyone came to a small restaurant and tied their carriages outside. They were worried that their carriages would be stolen, so they decided to eat in the shed outside. There were a total of 12 people. Uncle Dashan ordered 6 dishes and 1 soup. There were 4 vegetarian dishes, 2 meat dishes, and the soup was also tofu soup. There were enough steamed buns. Everyone ate with relish. To the villagers, this was already considered a luxury. Lin Feng had lived in the village for a while and knew how tough life there was. After eating, everyone went to buy salt, grain, and other necessities. They pulled 3 carriages, most of which were grain. Winter was longer in the mountains, and the grain was for the entire village to survive the winter. "Uncle Dashan, let's go buy some weapons. Look, these spears are blunt and can't pierce through the bodies of wild beasts," Buttface said. "All right, let's buy them." Uncle Dashan nodded and spent 1,000 taels of silver to buy a batch of weapons. Everyone was extremely excited. They held the newly bought weapons in their hands and couldn't bear to part with them. Lin Feng couldn't find a bookstore in the small town. It seemed that he had to find another way to find out more about the state. After buying all kinds of things, everyone set off to return. At night, everyone hid in a valley to rest, leaving 2 people to keep watch. After midnight, Lin Feng opened his eyes and left without making any sound. 3 miles away, more than 20 bandits dressed in black were rushing towards the valley where they were. There were many bandits in the deep mountains. In fact, most of these bandits were in contact with the rich families in the towns and cities. "Boss, look, there's someone over there." Suddenly, one of the bandits pointed at a rock in front of them. "Hey, isn't that someone from the Wu family village? This kid is slightly different from the younger generation of the Wu family village. I noticed him at that time," another bandit said. "Shoot him." The bandit leader was Liu Xing, who was mentioned by the third butler. He said coldly. Immediately, someone took out a bow and arrow, wanting to kill Lin Feng. However, the bandit exclaimed, "Boss, that kid is gone." Poof! In the next moment, the bandit with the bow and arrow was beheaded. "Not good, this kid is cruel, retreat quickly." Liu Xing cried out in horror. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed the air. Sword chi filled the air. Poof! 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 The bodies of the bandits were instantly torn apart. Liu Xing was just an ordinary person and had never seen such a killing method. He was already scared out of his wits. He knelt on the ground and cried out in horror, "Young master, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. We were ordered to come here by the third butler, please forgive." Poof! Before he could finish speaking, Liu Xing's head was chopped off. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Don't worry, the third butler will accompany you to hell soon." Lin Feng took a step forward and was already hundreds of meters away. Half an hour later, he saw the small town shrouded in darkness. Chapter 10:21. The mayor's mansion was very lively. Li Yuan-er and her fellow disciples had gone to the forest to train, so they were temporarily staying in her house. Li Yuan-er's fellow disciples were not ordinary people. Some of them had important statuses in the sect, and some were even descendants of great elders. Thus, the Li family treated them with great importance and had even prepared a banquet for them. The third butler was called Li Neng, and he was a very good person. He had arranged the banquet very well, and the various programs were very interesting to the disciples of the sect. After the banquet ended, the lively mansion gradually quieted down. The third butler returned to his residence, and a few of his trusted subordinates immediately came forward to congratulate him. One of them said, "Sir, you handled the affairs of the sect's disciples very well. You will definitely be praised by the master and the young miss. The head butler is getting old and will retire soon. The second butler's limelight will be overshadowed by you, sir. It seems that you will soon become the new head butler." When Li Neng heard the compliments, he looked extremely pleased. He said, "When I become rich, I will naturally not forget about you." "Thank you, sir." The subordinates knelt on the ground excitedly. "I'm afraid that you won't be able to become rich." An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Everyone in the room jumped in fright. They looked over and saw a young man sitting on a bench a dozen meters away. He looked at them with a smile that was not a smile. There were so many of them, yet they hadn't noticed how he had appeared. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The third butler recognized Lin Feng at a glance. His face turned pale. You. The third butler was so frightened that he couldn't speak coherently. Lin Feng stood up and said indifferently, "You want to ask me if I was killed by those bandits? Why am I still here?" Lin Feng smiled. "Your wishful thinking is wrong. Those bandits weren't my match, so I killed them. Now, it's your turn." "Guards, there's an assassin," shouted the third butler. Lin Feng pursed his lips. "It's useless. No matter how much you shout, your voice won't be heard." Whoosh! Lin Feng raised his right hand and a stream of sword energy flew out. Puff! The bodies of several servants were instantly torn apart. The third steward's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He knelt on the ground and begged, "Young master, please spare my life." This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This lowly one offended young master. This lowly one is willing to compensate young master 10 times, no, 100 times the amount of money that young master has embezzled. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Do you think I'd be interested in those things of yours?" Whoosh! At this moment, the third steward suddenly raised his sleeve. Arrows hidden in sleeves. An arrow shot towards Lin Feng. Die. The third steward laughed sinisterly. He had been waiting for this opportunity, waiting for Lin Feng to be careless. Now, the third steward finally got his chance. The arrow in the third steward's hand was about to hit Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng lightly flicked it. Clang! The arrow broke. Seeing this scene, the third butler revealed an extremely frightened expression. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Then, the 3 Guan family members were separated. Lin Feng opened the door and walked outside. "Who are you? How dare you commit murder in my residence?" Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a cold snort sounded out. Slap, 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 slap. A flaming whip lashed towards Lin Feng. The person who had attacked was Li Yuan-er, the eldest daughter of the Li family. Li Yuan-er's cultivation was quite good. She was a third-layer martial king. Of course, she couldn't compare to the top geniuses, but she might have a chance to enter the yin-yang realm in the future. Lin Feng guessed that Li Yuan-er's sect wasn't a large one. It was probably just a small faction. He gently leaned to the side and dodged Li Yuan-er's attack. "It's you." Li Yuan-er was shocked when she saw Lin Feng. She remembered Lin Feng's social status. Wasn't he one of the villagers she had met today? Li Yuan-er was extremely shocked. This person had just dodged her attack. How could a mountain villager have such strength? The third steward sent people to kill us. Even death can't wipe out his crimes. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Lin Feng said indifferently. He didn't plan to fight Li Yuan-er, even though his strength had been greatly reduced due to the injury to his core. However, it wasn't too difficult to deal with Li Yuan-er. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't interested in Li Yuan-er, who was at such a high level. Li Yuan-er's expression flickered. She put away her whip and looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Who are you?" Lin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Which prefecture is this?" Li Yuan found it strange that a powerful cultivator like Lin Feng didn't know which prefecture they were in. However, she still answered, "This is Nanju." "Nanju? The one near the South Sea?" Lin Feng frowned. The desolate region was in the north, while Nanju was in the south. It would take at least a year to reach the desolate region by using the spacetime wormhole. If they were delayed for a while, it would take a few years to reach the desolate region. Li Yuan nodded. "It's that Nanju. Where's the spacetime wormhole?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't know." Li Yuan shook her head. "Then, what's the closest city to here? Or where's the closest teleportation formation?" Lin Feng asked. "If you fly west on a griffin for half a year, you'll reach a city, but it doesn't have a teleportation formation. If you fly east for 2 months, you'll reach the Dao-seeking sect's mountain gate. We have a teleportation formation, and other cultivators can use it, but they'll have to pay a sufficient price for the elders to activate it." Li Yuan explained. Lin Feng nodded. "Thank you for telling me. I have a small gift for you as a token of my gratitude." Lin Feng flicked his finger and a jade talisman flew out. It was a formation jade talisman that he had refined and could be used 10 times. Li Yuan took the jade talisman and blushed. Usually, only lovers would give jade pendants to each other. She bit her lips and snorted. "I don't want this. I've never taken back anything I've given out. If you don't want it, then throw it away." Lin Feng left the Li residence. "Who does this guy think he is? I'll throw it at him today." Li Yuan was about to throw the jade talisman away. However, after thinking about it, she put it away. If she saw Lin Feng again, she planned to return the jade talisman to Lin Feng and tell Lin Feng not to have any ideas about her. Thinking about Lin Feng, Li Yuan couldn't help but frown. She felt that Lin Feng was a bit mysterious. "What a strange guy," Li Yuan muttered. Li Yuan muttered and then left. She didn't bother with the corpses of the third steward and the others. If they were found tomorrow, the servants would naturally take care of them. Chapter 10:22. The morning sun shone down, adding some warmth to the cold winter. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on a low mountain peak, breathing in and out. Facing the rising sun, he absorbed the power of the first purple sun between heaven and earth, which could help him recover from his injuries. Before his injuries were healed, Lin Feng didn't plan to leave Stone Village. During this period, Lin Feng would study all kinds of Daos, alchemy, and the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. A year's plan is in the spring, a day's plan is in the morning. Only by working hard can you obtain a strong body. Uncle Dashan's powerful voice came from a small clearing in the mountain village. A group of teenagers were all in the horse stance. There were also some 4 or 5-year-old children. Although they were younger, they were also in the horse stance with their older brothers in the village. Lin Feng walked down from the mountain peak. His morning practice was also over. "It's time to eat," an auntie shouted. Young and old came out. They gathered together for breakfast. The mountain village ate together. Originally, they wanted to give Lin Feng a special meal, but Lin Feng refused. Eating together with everyone was also a kind of pleasure. Even if the food tasted terrible, Lin Feng felt that it was better than delicacies. At night, Uncle Dashan and the others gathered together to discuss hunting in the mountains. This time, they planned to bring a few newcomers with them to broaden their horizons. Training newcomers was a tradition in the village. It was done every year. 4 17 or 18-year-old teenagers were selected. It was their first time entering the forest with Uncle Dashan and the others. They were excited and nervous. Sooner or later, I'll follow Uncle Dashan and the others into the forest to hunt. Little Jie clenched his fists. His little face was full of anticipation. On the 3rd day, there were constant roars of beasts. "It's a vicious beast." Lin Feng frowned. Vicious beasts usually lived in the depths of the forest. They rarely came out. Now that they could hear the roars of vicious beasts, it meant that there were vicious beasts in the periphery. He couldn't help but worry for Uncle Dashan and the others. The village was also filled with a sense of unease. Everyone waited anxiously, but after waiting for 2 days, they did not see the team return. Logically speaking, Uncle Dashan and the others would definitely choose to return if something like this happened in the forest, unless something unexpected happened. Fifth brother, take a few people and go find Dashan and the others. The old patriarch said to an elder. Yes, I'll bring some people to look for Dashan and the others. The fifth elder said. I'll go. Lin Feng said. Young man, your injuries haven't healed yet. It's safer for you to stay in the village. The fifth elder said. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed at the void. Pu. Dozens of meters away, a 10-meter-tall rock was cut in half. Young man, you. The old patriarch and the others were shocked. This kind of method was like the methods of immortals in the legends. Could it be that the young man he saved from the village was a lofty exalted immortal? I'll wait for Uncle Dashan and the others. Lin Feng floated away and soon disappeared without a trace. Patriarch, this young man is so strong. The elders were astonished. Lin Feng had lived in the village for more than a month, but he had never shown anything special. Now, he had shown them his strength. I never thought that such a person would be so young and so approachable. With this young man, Dashan and the others will be fine. The old patriarch sighed. Boom. Two ferocious beasts were fighting. One of them was a ferocious beast covered in fiery red scales. It was 30 meters long and 20 meters tall. The other ferocious beast was a single-horned rhinoceros. It was 35 meters long and 23 meters tall. Ferocious beasts of that level were not beast kings, but they had already gained intelligence and were extremely strong. They were fighting because there was geocentric milk in a mountain. It was normal for ferocious beasts to fight for treasures. In a cave, a group of people from the mountain village were hiding. They were all trembling as they watched the battle between the two ferocious beasts. Even when hunting, Uncle Dashan and the others would only go 100 miles deep. Only wild beasts would appear within 300 miles. Hence, it was the first time they had seen such terrifying ferocious beasts in all these years. Moreover, the two ferocious beasts could speak human language, just like the monsters in the legends. Their battle was too intense. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Moreover, the two ferocious beasts blocked the entrance. The people in the village were unable to leave. They're talking about geocentric milk. Is it that kind of thing? Buttface pointed at a pool in the cave. It was filled with a milky white liquid. It's very likely. Let's collect this geocentric milk. It might save our lives, Uncle Dashan said. Yes. Everyone quickly poured out the water in their water bags and began to collect the geocentric milk. No, there's a human here. The two ferocious beasts were very sensitive. They stopped fighting and each attacked. Puff. The mountain peak was torn apart. Uncle Dashan and the others were sent flying. They fell to the ground. Despicable humans, do you want to get your hands on the geocentric milk? The two ferocious beasts' eyes were filled with killing intent. Facing these ferocious beasts, the people in the village were trembling. Uncle Dashan suppressed the fear in his heart and said, Your Excellency, we don't want to rob you. As long as you let us go, we'll give the geocentric milk to you. Haha, leave. I want to taste human flesh. I haven't eaten it in a long time. I miss it. The Scarlet Flame Devil Tiger laughed and walked towards Uncle Dashan and the others. I'm also very interested in human flesh, the single-horned rhinoceros said sinisterly. The two ferocious beasts walked towards Uncle Dashan and the others. If you don't let us go, we'll throw away the geocentric milk. Uncle Dashan said with a trembling voice. You're just an ant. Do you have the ability to throw it away? The Scarlet Flame Devil Tiger said disdainfully. Whoosh. He blew a puff of air. Uncle Dashan and the others were instantly rooted to the ground. Ah, I can't move. I can't move either. Many people shouted in fear. Let's start with you. I want to taste the delicious human flesh. The Scarlet Flame Demon Tiger leaped into the air and opened its bloody mouth, swallowing Uncle Dashan whole. My life is over. Uncle Dashan's face was full of fear. Even though he was a man of steel, he was still afraid in the face of death. He had too many things to worry about. His old father, his wife, his son, his family. However, facing such a ferocious beast, there was no way to resist. A few of the young men started to cry because of the shock they felt. Bang! Just as the scarlet flame devil tiger was about to eat Uncle Dashan, a huge rock with a diameter of more than 10 meters flew over and smashed into the scarlet flame devil tiger, sending it flying. Crack, crack. Many of the scarlet flame devil tiger's bones were broken. Chapter 10:23. Roar. The crimson flame demon tiger let out an angry roar and jumped up from the ground. Its cold eyes stared at the approaching human. The other unicorn rhinoceros also looked at the approaching human with its gloomy eyes. It felt that this human was very dangerous. Lin. Brother Lin. Buttface and the others were shocked beyond words. The one who had thrown the boulder at the crimson flame demon tiger was Lin Feng. When did Brother Lin become so powerful? Uncle Dashan, are you okay? Lin Feng asked. Uncle Dashan only recovered from his shock at this moment and shook his head. Leave the rest to me. Lin Feng walked towards the two ferocious beasts. With your cultivation, you shouldn't be in the outskirts of the forest. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Boy, you're about to die, and you still care about where we are. The crimson flame demon tiger glared at Lin Feng. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed at the crimson flame demon tiger with sword chi. The crimson flame demon tiger suddenly felt the threat of death. It didn't know how strong this human was until now. It quickly took out its own inner core to block Lin Feng's attack. Puff. However, the crimson flame demon tiger's inner core was torn apart in an instant. Then, the sword chi cut the crimson flame demon tiger's body in half. Oh my god, such a powerful monster was killed by Brother Lin just like that. Brother Lin is one of the legendary mighty immortals? Buttface exclaimed in surprise. No wonder Brother Lin said that he had seen mighty immortals before. So Brother Lin is a mighty immortal. It's normal for mighty immortals to see mighty immortals, a young man named Sanhei said. Children born in the mountain villages were named casually. Most of them had names like Gozi, Hazy, Awa, and so on. First, it was easy to remember. Second, the elders in the mountain villages said that such crude names were easier to raise. Lin Feng looked at Uncle Dashan and said, although it was cut in half, it didn't affect the quality of its meat. This demon tiger's blood is very nutritious. When the time comes, boil it in the sacred snake cauldron and let everyone soak in it. Your body will improve greatly. Uncle Dashan nodded quickly. He ordered Buttface and the others to collect the tiger's blood. They must not waste the blood of the crimson flame demon tiger's blood. Tiger's blood was extremely precious. Ordinary tiger's blood was already worth thousands of gold, not to mention the blood of a powerful vicious beast like the scarlet flame demon tiger. Lin Feng looked at the rhinoceros and said indifferently, the beef is good too. I haven't eaten beef in a long time. When the rhinoceros heard Lin Feng's words, it was scared to death. When the rhinoceros saw that Lin Feng had killed the scarlet fire tiger, it knew that it couldn't compete with this human being. However, how did such a powerful human get together with a group of mountain villagers? This made the single-horned rhinoceros extremely confused. Soon, the rhinoceros beast thought of a possibility. The Lord Beast Emperor, who was entrenched in the depths of the forest, ordered several beast kings to mobilize a group of beasts to search for an injured human cultivator. Could the injured human cultivator be this person in front of him? He was rescued by the villagers. So when Lord Beast Emperor wanted to kill him, he disappeared without a trace. The single-horned rhinoceros beast sensed the condition of Lin Feng's body. Immediately, it discovered that the human in front of it was indeed injured. His breathing was a little chaotic, and there seemed to be a very serious injury in his dantian. An injury to his dantian was either a Dao injury or an injury to his origin. If it was a Dao injury, he would have died long ago. Was that why he was injured? The single-horned rhinoceros beast suddenly had the urge to curse. Even with such a severe injury to his origin, how terrifying would it be if he recovered? Sir, I'm willing to submit, please don't eat me. The single-horned rhinoceros hurriedly knelt on the ground. Lin Feng said coolly, you are quite perceptive. I heard that many Yarrows know how to transform. Do you know such a secret technique as well? I know a thing or two. The single-horned rhinoceros beast hurriedly replied. Lin Feng nodded and said, turn into a green ox and protect the village. Are you willing? Of course, I am willing. The single-horned rhinoceros beast did not dare to say anything even though it was unwilling. It could only say something against its will. It turned into a huge green ox that was 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. Uncle Dashan and the others clicked their tongues in amazement. Why did you beasts come out? Lin Feng asked. It's the Golden Crow Beast Emperor entrenched in the depths of the forest. It heard that a powerful human cultivator was injured, so it sent us out to search for him, the green ox said cautiously. Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng sneered and said, it seems that the Golden Crow Beast Emperor is looking for me. Does it want to devour me? I don't know. The green ox trembled in fear. Everyone returned to the village. Lin Feng had cast a restrictive spell on the green ox's soul, so he was not afraid that it would escape. As long as it dared to escape or harm the people in the village, the restriction would destroy its soul. The green ox knew this, so it was very honest. Apart from the old chief and a few elders who knew about its origin, the others did not know. Many naughty children in the village even climbed on the green ox's back and let it carry them to play. Take all of the tiger's blood and mix it with some medicinal herbs. Boil it in the sage snake cauldron. Everybody in the village can soak in it, it can strengthen their bodies. The tiger's meat and bones are also precious treasures. Don't sell them, keep them for yourself. Those things can make many strong cultivators. They can be used to train people, Lin Feng said to the old chief and the others. The old chief and the others naturally knew how valuable the tiger was. Its entire body was a treasure. It could change their village. It could make a weak village strong. And the big green ox outside could even protect the safety of the village. In the future, they would no longer have to live in fear and trepidation. Thank you very much, Immortal. The old chief and the others bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hastily supported the old man and said, Mister, don't be so polite. If you hadn't saved my life, I would have died in the forest. From now on, please call me Mister, said Lin Feng. The old chief nodded and said kindly, you've been busy the whole day. Go back and have a rest. Lin Feng nodded and chatted with them for a while before leaving. Around midnight, Lin Feng woke up with a start. This was because he sensed an astonishing wave of energy coming from the depths of the forest. He walked out of his room and gazed into the distance. In the depths of the forest, celestial light dashed to the sky. He wondered if some incredible treasure was about to appear. Where is that? Lin Feng looked at the ox, who was also astonished. That's the place of death, the celestial evil mountain. Chapter 1024. It was quiet in the village. Only the screams of children and youths could be heard from time to time. The sacred snake cauldron stood on the ground with a dozen youths and children inside. The old chief ordered someone to pour the blood of the scarlet flame demon tiger into the cauldron. Roar! The roar shook the sky. The scarlet flame demon tiger was about to appear. This was the demon spirit contained in the demon blood. It was ferocious and violent, but it was swallowed by the strange snake in the next moment. On a mountain peak far away, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. The big green ox sat on the ground and breathed with Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not mistreat the big green ox. He taught it a very advanced breathing technique and gave it many precious cultivation resources. Lin Feng had obtained a book called Mad Ox Demonic Force. It was a primordial spell. He had never cultivated it and had always kept it. Now, he had passed it on to the big green ox. If this primordial spell was cultivated by a human cultivator, the power of this spell would only be average. If it was cultivated by the big green ox, the power of this spell would be comparable to that of an immemorial spell. This might be the advantage of the big green ox. The big green ox's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. It had finally reached the level of a beast king. Lin Feng rewarded the big green ox with a divine sauce, a bottle of divine elixir of the galaxy, and a bottle of primordial demonic liquid. He helped the big green ox to continue improving its strength. He spent so much money because he wanted the big green ox to improve its strength as much as possible before leaving. This was because the big green ox had to protect the village. The village had a special meaning to Lin Feng. He could not forget that the village had violated the rules set by their ancestors and used the sacred snake cauldron to save him. He could not forget that the village had used the blood ginseng, a spirit medicine that they were reluctant to use. He also could not forget that the village had gone deep into dangerous places to find the spirit medicine to save him. One of his arms was bitten off by a ferocious beast and almost died. Many favors were in his heart. Even if time passed, he would never forget them. After receiving these treasures, the big green ox cried out excitedly and ran around the village. Rumble. The ground shook. Many people were alarmed. They looked at the big green ox running in the distance worriedly. They were afraid that the big green ox would go crazy and attack the villagers. Ox. Ox. So powerful. A few 3- or 4-year-old children cried out in their childish voices. They wanted to run over to the big green ox and play with it, but their parents quickly ran over and stopped them. After running for a few hours, the bull finally stopped and began to refine the 3 supreme treasures. The strength of the big green ox rapidly increased, and it quickly reached the peak of the yin-yang realm. Because it had swallowed the divine origin, the strength of the big green ox was much stronger than many creation realm cultivators. Even if it's the golden crow beast emperor, I have the confidence to fight it now. The big green ox was indescribably heroic. A few children ran over, wanting to ride on the back of the big green ox to play. The big green ox, which was originally like a tiger that could swallow mountains and rivers, instantly quieted down. It smiled embarrassedly, bit a few children, and threw them onto its back. The little ones clapped their hands excitedly. The big green ox's actions were novel and fun for them. During this time, Lin Feng was also recovering. He had refined a lot of the Earth's core elixir collected by Uncle Dashan and the others. It was a heavenly treasure that was nurtured by the heavens and earth. It was very effective in healing injuries. Lin Feng's injuries were gradually recovering. He estimated that it wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. During this time, the ancient and dense primitive forest was not calm. Immortal Evil Mountain of the Land of Death was constantly emitting immortal light. It seemed that a treasure was about to be born. This caused quite a commotion. More and more people began to come. The southern continent was the largest continent in the Tianwu continent. Naturally, there were as many experts as there were clouds. There were 4 top powers here. They were called 1 sect, 3 palaces. 1 sect was called the Upper Heaven Gate. The 3 palaces were called Tuoba Palace, Zhongzheng Palace, and Shangguan Palace. Among the 4 top powers, the Upper Heaven Gate was the strongest. The patriarch of the Upper Heaven Gate, Gong Sunxian, was a terrifying cultivator. When he was young, he had been one of the strongest geniuses. He had participated in many battles between geniuses. Each time, he had finished in the top 3. Later, his cultivation level had skyrocketed and he had become a peerless cultivator. Besides, the Upper Heaven Gate had many strong cultivators. For example, Gong Sunxian's son, Gong Sun Wushu, was one of the strongest geniuses in the 3,000 provinces. Many top powers had come. The 1 sect and 3 palaces were a bit further away, so it would take some time. However, the cultivators who were closer had already arrived. So many immortals, the people in the mountain village were talking about it. The old patriarch gave an order. He told everyone not to go outside. They didn't want to disturb the immortals. If that happened, a disaster would befall them. What's that immortal treasure? Why are there so many top powers here? Asked Lin Feng, looking at the ox. I'm not sure, but it appears once every few hundred years. It's very strange. Many strong cultivators have come, but they haven't been able to take the celestial treasure away. The powers of the South Continent think that this treasure is extraordinary. Every time the celestial treasure appears, many great powers come. The more you can't get something, the more precious it is. Said Lin Feng. Ferocious beasts roared. More and more cultivators arrived on ferocious beasts. Of course, there were also independent cultivators, but there weren't that many of them. Besides, independent cultivators couldn't compete with the cultivators of the top powers. Most of them had just come to join in the fun. In the distance, a group of cultivators on ferocious beasts arrived. "Look, there's a mountain village," said a cultivator, pointing at a mountain village in the distance. It was noon, and there was smoke rising from the mountain village because the aunties in the village were preparing lunch. "Very good, capture a few people and lead the way. We'll walk around the mountains and see if we can find any treasures. These vulgar mountain people should know the location of some treasures. These barbarians should be able to find treasures here," said a young man. Roar. The black demon beast let out an earth-shattering roar, crushing the void as it charged in the direction of the village. So many exalted immortals had arrived, and they didn't seem to have good intentions. "Tell the elderly, women, and children to hide in the caves," ordered the old man. The mountain village was in chaos. The mountain village was in a state of panic. At this time, the group of cultivators riding black magic beasts had already rushed over. "How long have you lived here?" asked a cultivator. The old chief replied, "According to the records, it's been around for 500 years. It seems like you're very familiar with the forest. Send 10 people to be our guides. We'll explore some dangerous places," said the cultivator. The old man's expression changed. The old patriarch's expression suddenly changed. Going to explore the danger zone was naturally not a problem for those powerful cultivators. But the villagers didn't have much strength. If they went to explore the danger zone for them, they would definitely die. "What? You don't agree? What if you dare to resist? Do you think I won't destroy your village?" That cultivator had a sneer on his face. Casually wiping out a mountain village was too easy for an expert like him. Chapter 1025. The old clan leader and the others turned pale. They were just villagers, and they couldn't resist these mighty immortals. "I'll go. Anyway, I have a younger brother who can take care of my parents in the future." Buttface clenched his teeth and walked out. He knew that he would die if he left with these people, but he didn't hesitate because someone had to be sacrificed. "I'll go too, me too." One by one, the villagers walked out. Some were young, some were older. "Then let's go. Don't waste time," the cultivator said coldly. Buttface, San Wa. Many people were crying. They were sad. But now, they couldn't resist. If they resisted, hundreds of people in the village would die tragically. "Don't be sad for us. If there's a next life, we're willing to be reincarnated in Stone Village," Buttface and the others said. Their words made many villagers feel as if their hearts were being stabbed. Buttface and the others turned around and followed these people into the distance. Moo. At that moment, the sound of a cow came from dozens of feet away. The big green ox was walking over. The cultivators were slightly surprised because they had never seen such a huge green ox. However, even though they were slightly moved, they didn't pay too much attention to it. It was just an ordinary green ox. Perhaps it was a livestock raised in a mountain village. Naturally, it wouldn't attract the attention of these people. However, the azure bull stopped Buttface and the others. Buttface and the others were stunned. They patted the green ox and were about to pass it. The green ox rushed toward the cultivator crazily. "Is the green ox crazy?" The cultivators were shocked. The old clan leader and the others knew that the green ox was strong, but how could it be a match for so many mighty immortals? "Zhong Tang, it seems that the green ox has intelligence. It won't let us take these villagers away," the leading young master said with a smile. "Today, we're all in luck. Let's kill this green ox and make it into a dish to go with wine." The cultivator called Zhong Tang sneered and leaped forward. He instantly arrived before Azure Ox and slammed his palm towards Azure Ox. Moo. The green ox roared and pointed its horns at Zhong Tang. Bang. A muffled sound of collision was heard. Zhong Tang was sent flying several hundred meters away by the big green ox. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. After twitching a few times, he fainted. The green ox is so powerful. The villagers were all shocked. No one had expected the green ox to be so fierce. That was an ascendant immortal. And yet, the big cyan ox had sent him flying just like that. Additionally, it would appear that he had also suffered from a very serious injury. The big cyan ox was simply too savage. Even Uncle Dashan and the others, who had seen the battle between the big green ox and the red flame demon tiger, were extremely shocked. In their opinion, no matter how powerful the big green ox was, it was impossible for it to be a match for a mighty immortal. But now, the big green yak had seriously injured the exalted immortal. It was truly unbelievable. The reason why Uncle Dashan and the others had this misconception was because they did not understand the world of cultivators. The exalted immortals in their eyes were actually far inferior to the powerful ferocious beasts. That green ox has become a spirit. Let's kill it together, the leading young master ordered coldly. Immediately, over 20 cultivators rode on their black flame beasts and charged towards the big green bull. Moo! The big green ox roared, and its huge body rushed out, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Bang, 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 following a series of violent collisions, the black flame beasts and the cultivators riding them were all sent flying by the big green ox. A few black flame beasts were directly killed. Those that were not killed were also seriously injured. Those cultivators who were originally high up in the air were also seriously injured. All of them looked at the big green ox with fear. The big green ox walked towards the leader of the young men, raised its huge hoof, and stomped on him directly. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The young man let out a miserable cry. The intense pain from his broken leg swept through his entire body. His body trembled violently. Don't kill me. It's my fault for not recognizing you and disturbing your cultivation. I'll take my people and leave now. The young man begged. Bang! The big green ox raised its hoof and kicked the young man away. Then, the big green ox turned around and walked slowly into the distance. A few black flame beast corpses were left on the ground. The rest of the people left in a sorry state. Ox God. Many villagers knelt down and bowed to the big green ox. The old patriarch and the others put away their shock and hurriedly got people to carry the black flame beast corpses into the village. The big green ox came to Lin Feng's side and continued to breathe. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. He had not moved for 3 days and 3 nights. He had also instructed the villagers not to disturb him, because now was the most crucial time for Lin Feng to recover from his injuries. 3 days later, cultivators riding black flame beasts rushed towards the mountain village. There were even more of them, about 40 to 50 people. On the way, many cultivators from different forces were very surprised. Where were the people from the Black Profound sect going in such an aggressive manner? I heard that Tang Miao suffered a great loss in a small mountain village. One of his legs was broken. It can't be. The mountain village is full of villagers. How could they break Tang Miao's leg? Your news is too outdated. Tang Miao's leg was indeed broken, but it was not broken by those villagers. It was broken by a big green ox. Ah! A big green ox. That's right. It's a big green ox. It might have cultivated into a demon. What's going on? Why would the big green ox break Tang Miao's leg? Tang Miao and the others wanted to go to a dangerous place to explore. They needed to find some cannon fodder to help them investigate the situation, so they went to a mountain village to capture people. Who knew that there was a big green ox in the mountain village? That big green ox was very powerful. The two sides fought. Tang Miao and the others were no match for that big green ox and left in a sorry state. Let's go and watch the show. Many people followed the people from the Black Profound sect to the mountain village. Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky. Beasts roared, and dust rose everywhere. The cultivators from the Black Profound sect came to the mountain village. The mountain village was quiet. Everyone was hiding. No one came out. They're all hiding in the depths of the cave. A cultivator said. Look, there's a big green ox over there. Someone pointed in the distance. A huge green ox was walking over. What a good ox. It dared injure people from the Black Profound sect. Today, the Black Profound sect will kill you. Not only will you die, but everyone in the village will die as well. That's the only way to appease the Black Profound sect's anger. A middle-aged cultivator smiled icily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Tang Guolong is a yin-yang cultivator. He's personally leading people here. The fate of the whole mountain village is already sealed. Many cultivators whispered to each other. As far as they were concerned, the mountain village and the ox were about to die. Kill it, ordered Tang Guolong. Yes. A dozen cultivators rode their black magical beasts and rushed out. They took out flying swords and attacked the ox. Chapter 10:26. The flying swords emitted a cold killing intent as they slashed towards the green ox. Clang, 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 however, when the flying swords hit the green ox, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The flying swords seemed to have hit metal, causing sparks to fly in all directions. They were unable to cause any damage to the green ox. Oh my God, this green ox is so powerful. It blocked the flying swords with its body. It seems that its cultivation is very high. That's right. It must have cultivated for many years. It won't be easy to kill it. If the people of the Black Profound sect know what's good for them, they should choose to retreat. They shouldn't continue to fight with such a powerful ox monster. In the end, even if they can kill the green ox, they will suffer heavy losses. Many cultivators were discussing this matter, but it was obvious that the people of the Black Profound sect didn't want to leave. Sword array. Tang Guolong said coldly as he took the lead and flew out. The other 40 to 50 people also flew out and scattered everywhere. These people lined up together like a huge dragon. This sword array was called the Long Dragon Sword Array. Tang Guolong, who was standing at the front, was the dragon head. He took out a peak-level treasure. Sword, rise. He waved his right hand and the treasure sword flew into the air. The sword's cry echoed in the sky. It resounded through the clouds. Everyone took out their flying swords. These flying swords were connected to each other and a dragon's cry could be heard. These flying swords turned into a sword dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it rushed towards the green ox. The green ox was furious. Rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The green ox charged forward. Its huge body directly charged towards the flying sword dragon. The green ox's horns collided with the sword dragon. These ferocious beasts had cultivated their cultivation and turned into monsters. They all had their own powerful abilities. The green ox's original body was a single-horned rhinoceros. From its name, it could be seen that the green ox was powerful. Of course, it was the horn. Cultivators would refine their own natal magic treasures. Some ferocious beasts that turned into monsters didn't know how to refine their own magic treasures, so they often chose to refine a part of their body to increase their attack power. For example, an eagle's claws, a tiger's tail or teeth, or the horn of a single-horned rhinoceros. Clang, 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 the big green ox's horn suddenly charged towards the sword dragon. Catcher, catcher. One after another, the flying swords were broken by the bull's horns. Several dozen flying swords became a pile of scrap metal in the blink of an eye. At this time, the big green ox had already arrived in front of the Black Profound sect's cultivators. Oh no! Tang Guolong's face suddenly changed. It was too late for him to dodge, so he slammed his palm toward the big green ox. Puff! In the next moment, the bull's horns hit Tang Guolong's body and pierced through his body. Bang bang bang, the great azure ox charged forward and the cultivators behind Tang Guolong were all sent flying. One by one, they coughed out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, dead. They were simply incapable of enduring the formidable impact of the great azure ox's charge. Only a dozen or so people were lucky enough to survive. Even Tang Guolong was killed by the big green yak. Run! The dozen or so people of the Black Mysterious sect who were still alive cried out in alarm and fled into the distance. At this moment, the big green ox opened its mouth and spat out a ball of air. Whoosh! The big green ox's breath was like a sword. Puff! 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 The dozen or so fleeing cultivators of the Black Mysterious sect were all killed. They're all dead, this big green ox is too terrifying. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show felt their hearts palpitate. Even Tang Guolong had died a miserable death. This shocked everyone. The big green ox opened its mouth and suddenly sucked in. All the corpses were devoured by the big green ox. No way. Isn't the green ox a grass eater? Why is it eating humans? The corners of the cultivators' mouths twitched violently when they saw this. Someone rolled his eyes and said, "The green ox eats grass, but this one is no longer an ordinary green ox. It has already cultivated into a yarrow. What can't it eat?" Everyone thought about it and felt that this made sense. The black mysterious sect is not simple. After suffering such a huge loss, they will definitely not let this matter rest, said a cultivator. Many people stayed. Instead of leaving, they chose to stay because they felt that there would be a good show later. The big green ox walked into the distance and lay down on a mountain to rest. That mountain doesn't look simple. Look, the purple mist is falling. There's actually such a phenomenon. Is the big green ox really that powerful? Does it have something to do with that mountain? I can faintly feel that there's a seal on that mountain. That's right, I can feel it too. I really want to go to that mountain and see what's there. Let's wait a little longer. The big green ox is too ferocious. We'll just die if we go. The surrounding cultivators fell silent again. On the mountain, Lin Feng was still sitting there. It was already the 6th day, but the recovery of the injuries to his core was more troublesome than Lin Feng had expected. Of course, the injuries to his core were already very small. At first, the injuries to his core had caused a crack of about 15 centimeters, but now there were only 2 centimeters left. Sometimes, healing was like this. The closer one was to the end, the more difficult it would be to heal the injuries. Another 3 days passed. Roar, a sound that sounded like a dragon or a tiger's roar came from the sky. After that, a 100-meter-long black flood dragon flew over. A middle-aged man was standing on the back of the black flood dragon. The middle-aged man was wearing black clothes. He looked sinister. Vice-sect leader of the He Xian sect, Evil Zun Tang. Many people were astonished. Even such a strong cultivator had come. Apart from the sect leader and the great elders, Evil Zun Tang was the strongest cultivator in the He Xian sect. The black dragon stopped in the air, and Evil Lord Tang's cold eyes looked at the mountain where the purple mist fell from not far away. Oh, there's such a phenomenon. Why is the big green ox so strong? Does it have something to do with that mountain? Evil Zun Tang couldn't help but think. The big green ox stood up and walked over step by step. "Leave, and I'll spare your lives," said the big green ox. The cultivators didn't find it strange. It was normal for beasts to be able to talk. "A mere ox dares to be impudent in front of me?" sneered Evil Zun Tang. The big green ox sneered, "I'm the demon ox king. How dare you call me a mere ox? You've committed a capital offense." Lin Feng had given the name Demon Ox King to the big green ox. The big green ox felt that it was very domineering, so it started calling itself that name. "Demon Ox King? I'll kill you today," said Evil Zun Tang disdainfully. He patted the black flood dragon's head. Roar. The black flood dragon roared and flew toward the big green ox. The flood dragon stretched out its claws. The black Jiao dragon reached out with its huge claws and grabbed at the head of the green ox, wanting to kill it with one swipe. Chapter 10:27. The big green ox made its move, and its horns collided with the black flood dragon's huge claws. Slash. The horns were too sharp, and they pierced through the dragon's claws. Blood immediately flowed out. The black flood dragon let out a painful roar and whipped its huge tail towards the big green ox. Evil Tang, who was standing on the back of the black dragon, also jumped up. He held a long spear in his hand and stabbed toward the big green ox. The dragon and the dragon have fused into one. Is the ox going to die? There were cultivators who said this, feeling shocked and moved. Although the ox was strong, it was facing 2 powerful enemies. In the face of the flood dragon's attack, the green ox kicked it with its hoof. At the same time, it swung its horns and used them to collide with Evil Tang's spear. Boom! The bull kicked the flood dragon's tail first, sending it flying. Then, it used its horns to knock Evil Tang away. Many people were shocked. The ox was much stronger than they had expected. Moo! The bull cried out. Its huge body rose into the air and began to gallop in the air. The great green ox crashed into the black flood dragon that it had just sent flying. The black Jiao dragon hurriedly spat out arrows made of black gas and shot them at the green ox. A layer of green demon chi appeared on the surface of the bull's body, blocking the black flood dragon's attack. Then, the big green ox rushed in front of the black flood dragon, its huge horns aimed at the black flood dragon's head. Slash. The bull horn instantly pierced through the black Jiao dragon's head. The black Jiao dragon's body twitched and died in a few moments. Die, you animal! Evil Lord Tang roared as he saw his mount being killed by the green ox. He rushed towards the green ox with his black spear. He aimed his spear at the ox's eyes. Evil Tang's spear was as fast as lightning. The ox was about to be killed. Suddenly, the ox opened its mouth and spat out a black chi. It was the ox's innate ability, called yin corrosive chi. This kind of energy could quickly destroy the enemy's dharma power. It was a terrifying attack. Evil Lord Tang was hit, and the magic power in his body dissipated instantly. His face was full of horror. Puff! In the next moment, the bull's horns pierced through Evil Lord Tang's body. Evil Lord Tang was dead. Dead. Even the vice leader of the Black Mysterious Sect, Tang Xiezun, is dead. That green ox is too strong. Many people looked at the big green ox with horrified expressions. More and more people gathered here because the news of the big green ox killing the Black Mysterious Sect's experts had already spread. One day later, a terrifying aura filled the air as a Supreme Elder of the Black Profound Sect appeared. The Grand Supreme Elder had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was at the creation realm and his strength was unfathomable. It's Tang Tianyu. Someone exclaimed in surprise as he recognized the old man's identity. He was one of the 4 Supreme Elders of the Black Mystic Sect, and it was rumored that his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the creation realm. No matter how strong that green ox is, it won't be able to defeat Tang Tianyu. Many cultivators believed that the Yin-Yang realm and the creation realm were 2 completely different realms. Even though the big green ox had killed several Yin-Yang realm experts, so what? After all, the big green ox was only at the Yin-Yang realm while Tang Tianyu was at the creation realm. How could a Yin-Yang realm cultivator fight against a creation realm cultivator? That was the reason why people looked down on the big green ox when Tang Tianyu arrived. Are you ready to die? Tang Tianyu looked at the big green ox coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. The big green ox said, "Are you also from the Black Mysterious Sect? I advise you to leave quickly because you shouldn't have come to this place. Don't bring disaster to your sect." Tang Tianyu smiled coldly and said, "The Black Mysterious Sect is backed by the Supreme Gate of Heaven. Have you heard of them?" The big green ox said, "Never heard of them." The corners of Tang Tianyu's mouth twitched violently. He suddenly felt as if he had punched cotton. The big green ox's reply made him speechless. Tang Tianyu smiled coldly and said, "You haven't even heard of the Supreme Gate of Heaven? What a lowly monster. I won't talk to you anymore, I'll just kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Tianyu made his move and slapped a palm toward the big green ox. The big green ox stepped on the air and quickly rushed towards Tang Tianyu. Bang! The 2 sides collided fiercely. The big green ox was pushed back by Tang Tianyu's attack. Tang Tianyu was indeed worthy of being a creation realm cultivator. The big green ox had suffered a small loss in their first exchange. "You have some skills, but that's all. I'll take your life within 10 moves." Tang Tianyu's aura surged. He stepped forward and attacked the big green ox with his palm. Moo! The big green ox roared and kept attacking Tang Tianyu with its horns. However, Tang Tianyu's strength was outstanding. He pushed the big green ox back several times. Whoosh! The big green ox spat out a large cloud of yin erosion chi, which enveloped Tang Tianyu. It had relied on the yin erosion chi to break Tang Guolong's magic power and kill him. But this time, the big green ox spat out another cloud of yin erosion chi, but Tang Tianyu dissolved it. Tang Tianyu waved his hand and charged forward madly. A strong wind suddenly blew. All of the yin erosion chi was blown away. Tang Tianyu quickly rushed in front of the big green ox and slashed with his sword. Slash! A wound appeared on the big green ox's neck. Blood immediately gushed out. Is the big green ox going to be killed? Many people cried out in alarm. Die! When Tang Tianyu saw that the big green ox was injured, his morale was boosted. He leaped into the air and quickly rushed towards the big green ox. The sword in his hand slashed towards the big green ox again. "You want to kill me, Demon Ox King? You're still far from enough." The big green ox roared and charged towards Tang Tianyu. Mad Ox Demonic Strength. The big green ox used the technique that Lin Feng had taught him. Suddenly, crackling sounds came from the big green ox's body. The big green ox's body quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it became 3 times bigger. After its body became bigger, the big green ox's strength increased greatly. It used the Mad Ox Charge and slammed into Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu suddenly felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. He was sent flying. Crack, crack. Countless bones in his body were broken. He spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. The big green ox rushed above Tang Tianyu and raised its hoof to stomp on Tang Tianyu's head. "No!" Tang Tianyu cried out in horror. Slash. In the next moment, the big green ox crushed Tang Tianyu's head. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tang Tianyu had been stomped to death by the big green ox. This was an expert of the creation realm. Wasn't the big green ox too terrifying? It could even kill a creation realm expert. "Bastard, you're courting death." Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded. Buzz. In the air, a golden light flashed. A treasure that looked like a diamond ring flew over and slammed into the big green ox's body. The Vajra circle-like supreme treasure sent the big green ox flying. Slash. With just one hit, the big green ox was severely injured. Blood spurted out of its 7 orifices. Chapter 1028. In the distance, a middle-aged cultivator walked over. The Vajra ring was his treasure. The middle-aged man looked at the ox indifferently. "Who's that? He doesn't seem to be from the He Xian sect." Some people were confused. They didn't know who that person was and why he was attacking the ox. They guessed that even though that person wasn't from the He Xian sect, he might be related to the He Xian sect somehow. "Who are you?" The ox got up from the ground and glared at the middle-aged man. "Shong Tian Men, Zhong Qian Mo." The middle-aged man smiled coldly. "He's from Shong Tian Men." Many people were astonished. In the South Continent, Shong Tian Men was a superpower. Everyone had to look up to them. Although many cultivators knew of the prestige of the Upper Heaven Gate, those who had actually come into contact with it were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. After all, the cultivators who came here weren't very strong. Those who could come in contact with a superpower like Shong Tian Men were definitely very strong. "Shong Tian Men? So you're the backer of the guy I just stomped to death." The ox smiled coldly. "You're quite brave. Aren't you afraid of dying?" Zhong Qianmo looked at the ox indifferently. "It's not that easy to kill me." The ox decided to attack first. He quickly rushed towards Zhong Qianmo, releasing bestial qi. The bestial qi condensed into a bestial qi armor, which wrapped around him. The ox's qi was much stronger than before. It was obvious that he was going to use his most powerful attack to fight against Zhong Qianmo. Zhong Qianmo's face was full of disdain. He took out the Dharma treasure that looked like the Vajra ring again and it flew out quickly. The ox used his horns to block the Vajra ring. Clang! Accompanied by a sonorous sound, the Vajra hoop struck the bull's horn fiercely. The ox's horns couldn't block the Vajra ring's attack. Catcher, catcher! The ox's horns started to crack. The Vajra ring was a terrifying treasure. The ox was blown away. The Vajra ring spun in the air and smashed into the ox's body. The ox's huge body fell down. Clang! The body of the big green ox heavily smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The young man's entire body was dripping with blood. He wanted to get up but failed. Because his injuries were too severe. "This battle is over," a cultivator said. At this point, the battle had indeed ended. The young man no longer had the strength to fight. Zhong Qianmo said coldly, "Die." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhong Qianmo waved her right hand in the air. The Vajra ring in the air quickly flew toward the big green ox and smashed down hard. "My life ends here." The large green ox cried out in fear. Suddenly, a strand of sword chi shot out from the distant mountain peak just as the Vajra Chakram was about to blast the azure ox to death. The strand of sword chi was as swift as lightning. With a clang, the sword chi slammed into the Vajra ring and blasted it away. What a powerful attack! It actually sent such a powerful magic treasure flying. Many of the spectating cultivators couldn't help but gasp. Who gave you the guts to commit murder in a mountain village? A cold voice came from the distance. Everyone looked over. They saw a young cultivator walking over from the distant mountain peak. Huh! He came from that mountain peak? Many people were shocked. When the purple mist fell from the mountain peak, many people thought that there was a fortuitous opportunity there. Now that Lin Feng had come out, many people were confused. Was there a fortuitous opportunity there? Or was it because the young cultivator was on the mountain that caused the phenomenon? However, even if there was a fortuitous opportunity there, many people guessed that the young cultivator must have taken it. Little boy, is this big green ox your spirit beast? Zhong Qianmo looked at Lin Feng gloomily. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. If it is, then you'll also suffer today. If it isn't, then piss off. Don't get involved in the affairs of the Heavenly Gate, said Zhong Qianmo indifferently. As a cultivator of the Heavenly Gate, she was naturally very proud. The Upper Heaven Gate was a colossal force in the southern region. Anyone who heard the 3 words Upper Heaven Gate would tremble. Zhong Qianmo believed that Lin Feng felt the same way. But Zhong Qianmo was obviously wrong. When he heard the words Heavenly Gate, Lin Feng's expression didn't change. He had heard of the Heavenly Gate, so what? No matter how strong the South Continent was, they couldn't do anything to him. Besides, Lin Feng's injuries had already healed. There weren't many cultivators in the Heavenly Gate who could defeat him. Today, I'd like to see how strong the cultivators of the Heavenly Gate are. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he used the Skysplitter slash. Buzz. A huge blade radiance condensed in the void and blasted towards Zhong Qianmo. Little boy, you're courting death. Zhong Qianmo sneered and used all his strength to activate the Vajra Chakram towards Lin Feng. The Vajra Chakram was indeed a treasure. Under Zhong Qianmo's full power, it actually broke Lin Feng's Skysplitter. Then, it quickly flew in front of Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng. What a powerful treasure, but it seems to be a replica. It's already pretty good for a replica to have this kind of power. It just so happens that my azure ox mount is lacking a suitable treasure. I want this treasure. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he reached out his right hand and grabbed the Vajra Chakram. Little boy, who do you think you are? How dare you say you want my Vajra Chakram? Go to hell. Zhong Qianmo sneered and used the Vajra Chakram's power to the extreme. The Vajra Chakram quickly enlarged and smashed towards Lin Feng. Suppress. Lin Feng flipped his right hand and condensed the word suppress on his palm. He directly suppressed the Vajra Chakram. The word suppress flew out. It suppressed the Vajra Chakram. Suddenly, the fluctuations of the Vajra Chakram quickly disappeared and Lin Feng grabbed the treasure in his hand. What a good treasure! Lin Feng held the treasure and played with it for a while. Then, he forcefully erased the soul imprint that Zhong Qianmo had left in it. Ah! Zhong Qianmo let out a painful roar as the treasure was forcefully taken away. Little boy, how dare you steal my treasure? How dare you steal my treasure? Do you know that you've committed a capital crime? No one who offends my gate of heaven can survive. Return the Vajra ring to me now, then kneel in front of me and apologize. I can still spare your life. Otherwise, I will summon the experts of the gate of heaven and cut you into 1,000 pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Qianmo took out a summoning jade talisman. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. Lin Feng used the immemorial star-plucking hand to grab Zhong Qianmo. In the void, a large energy hand condensed and grabbed towards Zhong Qianmo. Spare me! Zhong Qianmo cried out in horror. Crack! In the next moment, Zhong Qianmo was caught by the large energy hand. The large energy hand exerted force and Zhong Qianmo was crushed to death. Chapter 1029. Heavens. Zhong Qianmo was a fortune realm cultivator, But she was killed just like that. Powerful, truly too powerful. To be able to crush a creation realm expert to death so easily, just what cultivation base is that young cultivator at? Could it be that he's not a young cultivator, but an expert at the level of an old monster? Maybe he's just practicing a face-fixing technique, which is why he looks so young? No, he's really young. Check his chi. He should be in his 20s. He's so young. He must be a chosen genius, right? But there's no such person in the South Continent. He must have come from another continent. This is interesting. A chosen genius like him killed a member of the Upper Heaven Gate. What do you think the Upper Heaven Gate will do? So what if he's a chosen genius? Even if a chosen genius offends the Upper Heaven Gate, he'll still die. Just wait and see. The Upper Heaven Gate's chosen genius will be here soon. That kid is dead. Many people were talking about it. Lin Feng gave the ox a healing pill. After the ox swallowed it, it recovered a lot. Lin Feng looked at the village and frowned. Now that he had killed a member of the Upper Heaven Gate, he had nothing to fear. If the Upper Heaven Gate wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be easy. However, the villagers might be implicated. I need to send them to a safe place. I wonder if Uncle Dashan and the others are willing to leave the place where their ancestors lived. Lin Feng thought. Of course, now wasn't the right time to send Uncle Dashan and the others away. Lin Feng wanted to wait until the immortal treasure appeared. He wanted to try his luck and see if he could obtain the immortal treasure that countless powerful groups would go crazy for. Vajra Demon Subduing Ring. Lin Feng looked at the Vajra Demon Subduing Ring in his hand. The name was quite domineering. He gave it to the ox and said, "This treasure is not bad. Refine it and use it to protect yourself." "Thank you, Master." The ox hurriedly refined the Vajra Demon Subduing Ring. Lin Feng, on the other hand, set up a large array that enveloped an area of 15 kilometers. As for the cultivators who were watching the show, they all retreated 15 kilometers away. Inside the grand array, thick fog curled up, obscuring all sight. This is a great array. That young cultivator is so powerful. Not only is his cultivation base high, but he can also set up such a profound great array. Could it be that he wants to use the formation to block the experts of the Upper Heaven Gate? There are many experts in the Upper Heaven Gate, and there are also experts in formations. If they send an expert in formations, they will be able to break his formation. When that time comes, he will die. It is better to run away now. Who knows, he might even be able to escape. I'm guessing that he's not leaving because he wants to get the celestial treasure. After all, he's very strong. Maybe he really has a chance to get the celestial treasure. Let's just wait and see. The cultivators outside waited while Lin Feng walked towards the village. The old patriarch and the others also came out of the cave they were hiding in. Lin Feng and the old patriarch entered a stone house and told him about the relocation of the village. Although the old patriarch didn't want to leave the place where his ancestors lived, he also knew that many immortals had died here. If they didn't leave, there might be a disaster. Therefore, the old patriarch agreed. The old patriarch would then discuss this matter with the villagers. Seeing that the old patriarch agreed, Lin Feng let out a long breath. It was good to leave this place. For the villagers, living here was indeed too difficult. Moreover, they were also facing the threat of fierce beasts. Lin Feng had a way to make them live a rich and prosperous life after they left. Rumble. The void trembled. In the distance, ancient chariots flew towards the mountain village. They're here. It's the people from the Upper Heaven Gate, many of the surrounding cultivators exclaimed. The experts of the Upper Heaven Gate had finally arrived 4 days after Zhong Qianmo was killed. There were more than 20 ancient chariots, and there were at least 4 or 5 experts standing on each chariot. With so many experts, even an ancient aristocratic family would be able to easily annihilate them. But now, these experts from the Upper Heaven Gate were only here for a mountain village. There were many cultivators scattered in the surrounding forest. Everyone was waiting to watch the show. More than 20 ancient chariots stopped outside the Great Formation. Inside the Great Formation, there was a white fog lingering, and the situation inside couldn't be seen clearly. A cultivator from the upper heaven gate sneered, "It's just a mere formation. Driving the chariots can forcefully destroy the great formation here. Then we'll forcefully break it," another expert from the upper heaven gate said. Clearly, they were very confident in the ancient chariots. "Whether or not we'll forcefully break the formation, we'll have to ask the Lord," another expert said. The experts from the upper heaven gate quickly reached an agreement. They came in front of an ancient chariot and bowed to an old man. "Lord Situ, we plan to use the ancient chariot to forcefully break the formation. Please make a decision, Lord Situ." An expert cupped his fists and said. The old man called Lord Situ was called Situ Hongtao. He asked, "Are you confident in breaking this formation?" "Don't worry, Lord. We'll definitely break this formation. Then we'll capture that brat and hand him over to you," Situ Hongtao said. "Since you're confident, fine. I'll give you 20 ancient chariots. Charge together and break the formation." 10 is enough," an expert from the upper heaven gate said. "Then I'll wait for your good news," Situ Hongtao said. "Lord, you only need to wait for half an hour." The experts left and gathered the 10 ancient chariots. The ancient chariots were activated. Each of the ancient chariots emitted a terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura formed a murderous aura that protected the ancient chariots. "Charge!" an expert shouted in a deep voice. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The 10 ancient chariots crushed the void as they charged towards the Great Formation. When they came in contact with the Great Formation, it released a powerful attack towards the ancient chariots. However, the Great Formation's attack was blocked by the ancient chariot's murderous aura. What a powerful ancient chariot! That young cultivator's Great Formation can't break through their defenses. It seems like that young cultivator is in danger. I heard that these ancient chariots were passed down from the immemorial era. They're called Iron Blood chariots. They contain a murderous aura that can create the strongest defensive barrier. Once it's released, it can also form a terrifying attack. Now that these people have surrounded that young cultivator, I'm afraid that he won't be able to resist. A few cultivators whispered about the origin of these ancient chariots. "Brat, today, we'll take your dog life." The experts in the ancient chariots laughed evilly. They were very confident that they could kill Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. These experts drove the ancient chariots into the Great Formation. Author's note: "Sorry, old steamed bun is heartbroken today. I'm in a bad mood. I'll try my best to adjust today. Tomorrow, I'll be back to 7. I'll also ask for next month's votes, rewards, and recommendation tickets." Chapter 1030. Inside the formation, white fog lingered. From time to time, powerful rays of light would sweep over and attack the Ironblood war chariots. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning, sparks flew in all directions within the white fog. The Ironblood war chariots had blocked all the attacks of the formation. The experts of the upper heaven gate became more and more confident. One of them sneered and said, "This formation is only SOSO. Everyone, let's go directly into the depths and find that boy." "Okay," the others nodded in agreement. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Immediately after, 10 ancient war chariots rushed into the depths. From time to time, powerful rays of light would shoot out from the ancient war chariots and sweep the surroundings. The people of the upper heaven gate went deeper and deeper while destroying the formation. Many of the formation's eyes were destroyed. These people laughed even more complacently. However, they soon felt that something was wrong. The Ironblood war chariots had been flying for a long time, but they still hadn't reached the depths of the mountain village. How could it take so long to traverse a mere 30 miles? Something's not right. "We're trapped in an illusion," one of the experts of the upper heaven gate said with a serious expression. It was only now that they realized that something was wrong. The other experts of the upper heaven gate looked slightly gloomy. They cautiously sized up their surroundings. Originally, they were full of confidence, but now, they were uneasy. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and a huge demonic hand stretched out of the ground. The demonic hand directly grabbed one of the Ironblood war chariots above. "You're courting death. The 5 Upper Heaven Gate experts on the Iron-Blooded War Chariot bellowed and urged the Iron-Blooded War Chariot to attack the huge demonic hand. However, what made their hearts turn cold was that when the Iron-Blooded War Chariot's tyrannical attack bombarded the demonic hand, none of the attacks caused any damage to the demonic hand. It was too strange. In the next moment, the demonic hand grabbed the Iron-Blood War Chariots and quickly retreated into the abyss. A mournful cry came from the abyss, and in the next moment, the abyss closed. "Quick, everyone gather together," one of the experts of the Upper Heaven Gate shouted with a serious expression. The other 9 Iron-Blood War Chariots were about to gather together, but at that moment, the ground cracked open again and 9 demonic hands grabbed at them. All the Iron-Blood War Chariots were caught by the demonic hands. Was it all an illusion when we broke the formation? "My lord, please don't casually enter the formation." One of the experts from the Upper Heaven Gate said the last word. The 9 chariots were pulled into the abyss by the evil hand. Then, the crack closed and the world became quiet again. The expressions of the Upper Heaven Gate experts, who were confident in their victory and in control of everything, changed drastically when they heard the miserable cries coming from the array. "There's no sound. Are they all dead? 10 ancient Iron-Blood chariots? How long have they been in there? And they were all destroyed. Is the grand formation here that powerful?" The Upper Heaven Gate has suffered heavy losses this time. No one was more shocked than the surrounding cultivators. The ones who attacked were Upper Heaven Gate experts. 10 ancient war chariots, and so many experts with unfathomable cultivation, fell just like that. This was too shocking. Sichu Hongtao said gloomily, "Go and invite the 3rd elder." "Yes." Very quickly, the Upper Heaven Gate experts left. The 3rd elder of the Upper Heaven Gate's array peak, Yang Liming, was a Heaven Rank Spirit Array Master and one of the 3 Heaven Rank Spirit Array Masters of the Upper Heaven Gate. This time, he had followed the experts of the Upper Heaven Gate to this place. However, this 3rd elder had already gone to the immortal Evil Mountain. 2 days later, Yang Liming and the other experts from the Upper Heaven Gate arrived. Apart from Yang Liming, there was also a middle-aged man with unfathomable strength. The middle-aged man was skinny, and his long and narrow eyes were like those of a poisonous snake. One glance at him was enough to make people shudder. The middle-aged man was called Zhong Qian, and he was also a top expert from the Upper Heaven Gate. "Elder Yang, this great formation is extraordinary. The Upper Heaven Gate has suffered heavy losses. 3rd elder, please take us into the formation. We'll personally kill that little brat." Sichu Hongtao's voice was filled with murderous intent. The Upper Heaven Gate couldn't be provoked. Only the Upper Heaven Gate could kill people, but anyone who dared to kill a member of the Upper Heaven Gate was courting death. "The person who made the formation is really good, but it's not difficult for me." "Who's coming with me?" asked Yang Liming. "Me, Elder Yang, Elder Zhong, and I will go in," said Sichu Hongtao. "All right." Yang Liming nodded, and the 3 of them entered the Great Formation. Sichu Hongtao and Zhong Qian are both ancient overlords, while Yang Liming is a heaven-ranked spirit array master. At the same time, he's also a quasi-overlord. Now that the 3 of them have joined forces, I'm afraid that young cultivator will die a tragic death. Many cultivators in the surroundings whispered to each other. The 3 great experts of the Upper Heaven Gate were really terrifying. They naturally didn't think that a young cultivator could resist their combined attacks. The 3 of them entered the Great Formation. Yang Liming was a Tian-tier formation master, and his methods were swift and fierce. He brought Sichu Hongtao and Zhong Qian deep into the Great Formation. Not long after, they could faintly see the valley inside the Great Formation. "We're almost there." Yang Liming smiled coldly. "That little brat's death is coming. He dared to kill the people of the Upper Heaven Gate. Not only will that little brat die, but everyone who has anything to do with him will also die. If we don't annihilate his whole family, how can the Upper Heaven Gate calm down?" Sichu Hongtao and Zhong Qian's faces were filled with murderous intent. At that moment, a rustling sound was heard. The 3 of them looked into the depths of the Great Formation and saw a young cultivator calmly walk out. "Are you all here to die?" When they heard the young cultivator, The three great experts of the upper heaven gate looked gloomy. Little brat, you're the one who killed so many of the upper heaven gate's experts. You're courting death. Today, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Zhong Qian jumped out and threw a punch at Lin Feng. You're just a cultivator of the first life and death layer, and you dare act so arrogantly in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Lin Feng looked indifferent. He used the immemorial star plucking palm, and a huge hand condensed in the air and grabbed at Zhong Qian. The huge hand grabbed Zhong Qian in an instant. Then, it exerted force. Pu. Zhong Qian, a life and death layer cultivator, was crushed into meat paste. You. Yang Liming and Sichu Hongtao, who were originally filled with murderous intent, were scared out of their wits. Yang Liming was just a pseudo-life and death layer cultivator, so he could barely fight against a life and death layer cultivator. Sichu Hongtao and Zhong Qian were both at the first life and death layer, but now, Zhong Qian had been crushed by Lin Feng as easily as an ant. Sichu Hongtao and Yang Liming didn't dare to fight against Lin Feng anymore. They turned around and fled. Sky splitter. 1,000-foot-long blade light tore through the sky. No! Sichu Hongtao and Yang Liming cried out in fear. Pu. In the next moment, their bodies were torn apart by the blade light. Chapter 1031. Did you hear that? Sichu Hongtao and Yang Liming's screams came from inside. Why is there no sound? The two of them couldn't have been killed, right? The cultivators outside were in an uproar. After an hour, there was still no movement. The cultivators of the upper heaven gate hurriedly left. They were afraid that they would also be killed here. Two ancient giants and a heaven rank array master, who is comparable to an ancient giant, were killed just like that. Many people murmured, still in disbelief. However, the result told them that it was indeed so. The people of the upper heaven gate will go crazy. That young cultivator is too powerful. The three great experts of the upper heaven gate have been killed. The remaining cultivators of the upper heaven gate are no threat to that young cultivator. If the experts of the upper heaven gate want to come here, it will take at least 2 months. That's enough time for that young cultivator to leave, and the upper heaven gate can't do anything to him. Yes, that young cultivator is obviously from the other continents. The world is so big. If he leaves the southern continent, he will be able to fly freely. Of course, he won't be afraid of the upper heaven gate. Moreover, he is so strong. The upper heaven gate won't be able to kill him just because they want to. Many cultivators were discussing this matter. The news of the three experts of the upper heaven gate being killed quickly spread. The 4 top powers of the southern continent, 1 sect, and 3 prefectures sent experts. Tuoba Manor, Zhongzheng Manor, and Shangguan Manor had always been suppressed by the upper heaven gate in the southern region. Naturally, they were dissatisfied with the upper heaven gate. Seeing that the upper heaven gate had suffered such a huge loss, the experts of the 3 great powers all had a gloating expression. The experts of the 3 prefectures went to the mountain village to take a look. They wanted to see who the cultivator who killed the 3 experts of the upper heaven gate was. Of course, they didn't go to visit Lin Feng. At this time, visiting Lin Feng was equivalent to offending the upper heaven gate. In front of the mountain village, countless cultivators came and looked at the mountain village. However, they could only see a white fog. They couldn't see anything else. Many people felt that it was a pity that they couldn't see Lin Feng. 10 days later, an immortal treasure flew out from the immortal evil mountain. Immortal lights surrounded it as it quickly flew through the void. The attention of countless forces was also attracted from the mountain village to the immortal treasure, because everyone's purpose of coming here was to snatch the immortal treasure. For the sake of seizing immortal treasures, several great battles broke out. Blood flowed like rivers, and countless cultivators died tragically. Lin Feng stood on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. He frowned slightly because he saw something terrifying. After those cultivators died, all their flesh and soul essence turned into the purest form of energy, which was then silently absorbed by the immortal treasure. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned. If not for the fact that he possessed the heavenly demon snake eye and could see through many things that others could not, he would not have been able to discover this. Things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Lin Feng suddenly recalled some information regarding immortal treasures that he had obtained from the Big Green Ox. The Big Green Ox had once said that the immortal treasure had appeared many times, but no one had been able to obtain it. And every time an immortal treasure appeared, countless cultivators would die in the battle because of the fight for it. This made Lin Feng think of a possibility. The immortal treasure had a spirit, and it was leading this matter. Now that it appeared, it was not looking for the fated person, but to devour the flesh and soul essence of cultivators to strengthen itself. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Feng's heart suddenly jumped. This was too terrifying. Things were completed beyond his expectations. How many people was the immortal treasure trying to kill? Every few hundred years, it would come out to absorb the flesh and soul essence of cultivators after they died. The immortal treasure must be up to something. However, what the immortal treasure was up to was unknown. Lin Feng did not participate in the fight for the immortal treasure. Instead, he watched from afar. The immortal treasure was snatched away, and then countless cultivators surrounded and killed the cultivator who took the immortal treasure. Then, the immortal treasure changed owners. Just like this, the immortal treasure kept changing owners. It was very difficult for the person who obtained the immortal treasure to take it away under the siege of so many cultivators. Therefore, they often died miserably. More and more cultivators joined the battle. The battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. Countless cultivators died, and the immortal treasure seemed to have devoured enough flesh and soul essence. The void suddenly shook, and the few cultivators who obtained the immortal treasure and were breaking out of the siege were killed by the immortal treasure. Then, the immortal treasure turned into a stream of light and rushed to the immortal evil mountain in the land of death, completely disappearing without a trace. What a pity that the immortal treasure escaped. Many people sighed, feeling extremely vexed. The immortal treasure entered the land of death. Cultivators could not enter the land of death to look for the immortal treasure because it was too dangerous. Cultivators left one after another, and the originally lively forest became quiet. Lin Feng also planned to move the mountain village. He entered the depths of the forest and subdued the Golden Crow Beast Emperor. This Golden Crow Beast Emperor had once ordered the Beast Kings to search for his whereabouts, but Lin Feng did not kill it. He still needed the Golden Crow Beast Emperor to move the mountain village. At the same time, Lin Feng planned to let the Golden Crow Beast Emperor and the Big Green Ox protect the people in the mountain village. The old patriarch was organizing some of the things left behind by his ancestors. He found an ancient map scroll made of sheepskin. This map was written in an ancient language. The old patriarch asked Lin Feng to see what was written on it. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw it. It was a map of the land of death, the immortal evil mountain. Old man, your clan? You must have an extraordinary origin, right? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the sacred snake cauldron, a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Wu clan. It was not a treasure that could be passed down by an ordinary clan. I vaguely heard from the elders that our clan has a long history, but unfortunately, the inheritance has been broken, the old patriarch said. Lin Feng and the old patriarch talked for a long time. He and the old patriarch were organizing the things left behind by their ancestors. Lin Feng found a book that was turning yellow. Some of the content written on it moved Lin Feng. Lived in the Huai River, then moved to the Li River, accompanied by Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun was one of the 5 emperors. It was written that their clan used to live near the Huai River, but later moved to the Li River. They met Emperor Shun when he was young and formed a deep friendship with him. They helped Emperor Shun become a great emperor, and their clan reached its peak, becoming one of the strongest clans at that time. Now, with the passage of time, their clan had completely declined. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. No matter how strong a clan was, there would be a day when it would decline. It was just like the old patriarch's clan. Emperor Shun obtained the heavenly divine wood and built the revered sword tomb. Suddenly, a line of words attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1032. Lin Feng had heard the black-feathered eagle king talk about the pinnacle sword tomb. He knew that the pinnacle sword tomb was ancient and mysterious. It could contain all kinds of treasured swords. If a sword was placed inside the pinnacle sword tomb, its power would increase to an unimaginable level. Now, Lin Feng had actually found some information about the pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword sect was bestowed by Emperor Shun. Later, it was left behind in the immortal Evil Mountain. Lin Feng read another piece of information which made him extremely shocked. The pinnacle sword tomb had actually been lost in the immortal Evil Mountain. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of the immortal treasure he had seen before. Could it be that the pinnacle sword tomb was the pinnacle sword tomb? Thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. There is a sheepskin scroll that has been passed down for generations. It has recorded the location of the pinnacle sword tomb. Lin Feng was surprised. The sheepskin scroll recorded in the ancient book should be the pinnacle sword tomb because it indeed pointed to the immortal Evil Mountain. I don't know if the black-feathered eagle king stayed in the outer realm or if he also came to the Qianwu continent. He's not here, so I can't ask him more about the pinnacle sword tomb. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The pinnacle sword tomb was very mysterious. He knew too little about it, but Lin Feng planned to go to the immortal Evil Mountain. If he could obtain the pinnacle sword tomb, it would be a great opportunity. Of course, Lin Feng suspected that the pinnacle sword tomb was the mysterious immortal treasure. He also wanted to confirm whether or not it was the pinnacle sword tomb. If it really was the mysterious immortal treasure, Lin Feng didn't plan to subdue it because it was too strange. On the second day, Lin Feng told the patriarch that he would be away for a few days and would return very soon. The patriarch repeatedly told Lin Feng to be careful. Lin Feng immediately left for the immortal Evil Mountain. The immortal Evil Mountain was a famous place of death. It was naturally a very terrifying place. Lin Feng entered the immortal Evil Mountain carefully. If he dared to be careless in the immortal Evil Mountain, he could very well die. Lin Feng went deeper into the immortal Evil Mountain. He was looking for the location of the pinnacle sword tomb on the map. However, because of the passage of time, the immortal Evil Mountain had changed. Lin Feng was unable to find the location of the pinnacle mountain. Location. Lin Feng looked. He frowned slightly. Landscape changes can change many things. Could it be that the cave recorded in the parchment has been completely buried in an unknown place of the immortal and evil mountain? If that's the case, it'll be difficult to find them. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy chi emerged from the distance. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a cave a few dozen meters away. Inside the cave, a black fog was rolling in waves. Feng Lin heavens. Lin Lin spirit was. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. But nothing was absolute. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. Surrounded by the pinnacle sword tomb. The pinnacle sword tomb. It was a pair of blood-red eyes. The pinnacle sword tomb. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. Even though the pinnacle sword tomb did not release its chi, Lin Feng Eagle Mountain sensed the chi of death. Even some of the deathly creatures lurking in the surrounding forests had completely concealed their auras. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. He Eagle Mountain. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain could smell the pinnacle sword tomb. What should I do? It's going to catch up. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. He Eagle Mountain. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain saw a pinnacle sword tomb's pinnacle sword tomb. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb's pinnacle sword tomb. What a terrifying poison. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb's pinnacle sword tomb. It was only 100 meters away from Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. It would not take long for it to catch up with Lin Feng Eagle Mountain. Lin Feng looked glum and glanced at the poisonous valley. Lin Feng gnashed his teeth and took out the antidote he had concocted in the swamp of death. He took it out and swallowed it. Then, he activated the 2 heavenly flames to protect his body. Then, he rushed into the poisonous valley. Kai, Kai, Kai. The pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain began to burn. The Eagle Mountain was not able to completely block the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain. Traces of the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain seeped into the Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain. The antidote pill played an important role. Fortunately, Lin Feng Eagle Mountain managed to withstand the poison's damage. He Eagle Mountain continued Eagle Mountain. The pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain fell into the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain. After chasing for 100 meters, the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain let out a pained roar. Clearly, the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain had injured it. However, the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain was too powerful. The pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain was unable to kill it. It quickly retreated. This pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain looks like a coiling dragon. It's very similar to the one recorded in the Eagle Mountain. Could the cave be here? Lin Feng Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain was startled. He Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain reached the deepest part of the pinnacle sword tomb's Eagle Mountain. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain. He Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain quickly entered. The Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain was very long. Lin Feng Eagle Mountain walked for a few hundred meters, but he was still unable to reach its depths. He frowned slightly. He had a feeling that the Eagle Mountain's Eagle Mountain was not as simple as it seemed. Tap. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from behind him. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Could it be that something had also entered the cave when he entered? Lin Feng increased his speed and walked towards the depths. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Feng did not manage to shake off the thing behind him. Instead, the distance between them grew even closer. A gust of cold wind blew from behind. Lin Feng felt the chilly wind blowing on his body like a knife, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. He felt as if something was looking at him from the darkness. Lin Feng opened his sky demon snake eye, but he couldn't see anything. Something's not right. Something must be watching me, but I can't see it. Lin Feng's face was pale. The land of death was truly too terrifying. He ran towards the depths. Chapter 1033. Lin Feng turned his head to look behind him from time to time. He felt more and more uneasy. The heavenly demon snake's eye was known as the Eye of Origin, but it couldn't see that unknown existence. This made Lin Feng feel very uneasy. What was hiding in the dark? Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his body getting heavier and heavier. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. He felt that he couldn't move his legs. It wasn't just his legs. Even his body became stiff. What exactly happened? Lin Feng quickly took off his clothes. When he saw his body, his face was filled with shock. His body had started to petrify. His body seemed to be turning into stone. No wonder his body felt so heavy. Carefully sensing it, a very strange power seemed to have surged into his body. It was this strange power that was causing Lin Feng's body to petrify bit by bit. This was a terrifying phenomenon. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly activated the heavenly fire to burn the strange power that was surging into his body. Kai 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 kai, that strange power began to burn. As the strange power in his body continued to decrease, Lin Feng felt that his body had recovered a lot. Da da da. In the distant darkness, the sound of footsteps could be heard again. It seemed to be getting closer and closer. Lin Feng sped up. That's. His pupils suddenly shrank. Lin Feng saw a statue. It was the appearance of a middle-aged cultivator. He stood in the passage, unable to move. Could it be a petrified cultivator? Lin Feng was moved. To be able to come here, he must be a top expert. Now that he was petrified in the passage, it was as he had guessed. There was a strange existence hidden here. He just didn't know what that existence was. Lin Feng touched the statue. Crash. The statue broke into pieces. Being petrified means death. Lin Feng took a deep breath. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. This was because he was facing the same situation. Although the heavenly fire had burned a part of the strange power that petrified his body. However, It was clear that it was very difficult for the heavenly fire to completely dissolve that strange power. Very quickly, Lin Feng had the feeling that his body was becoming heavier and heavier. Every step he took was becoming more and more difficult. How terrifying. What kind of creature is hiding here? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He felt that there might be a chance of survival in the depths, so he gritted his teeth and continued forward. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a corpse lying on the ground. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the corpse had already turned into white bones. He actually wasn't petrified. Lin Feng was shocked. He looked at the blood-red robe on the corpse. It was supposed to be a white robe, but it was unknown whose blood it was stained with. White Bones, who was lying on the ground, was draped in a blood-red robe. Could it be that the crimson robe is the reason why he hasn't been petrified? Lin Feng muttered. He quickly rushed over, picked up the blood-red robe, and put it on. A miraculous scene appeared. Lin Feng felt his heavy body gradually recover. It really worked. What's the origin of this blood-red robe? Lin Feng was shocked. Suddenly, a gloomy and cold aura assaulted him. Lin Feng felt his body being imprisoned. He couldn't move at all. A look of horror appeared on his face. What was going on? Was the terrifying existence hidden in the cave about to make a move on him? The aura of death enveloped Lin Feng, making him feel as if his soul was about to shatter. It was truly despairing. There was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the terrifying existence arrived and devoured his life. It's here. Lin Feng's eyes were wide open. He had the feeling that something was touching his body, but he couldn't see anything with his naked eyes. When the invisible thing touched his body, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen ill. His body was about to collapse on the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, the blood-stained robe seemed to have come to life. Runes appeared one after another. Then, the runes emitted a burning sound. Lin Feng felt that the mysterious thing that touched his body seemed to have retracted its hand. Lin Feng also felt his body recover some strength. He leaned against the wall and panted heavily. He didn't dare to hesitate. He took out the sarira and held it in his hand. He stood up and went to the skeleton. However, Lin Feng couldn't find any clues. He didn't know who the skeleton's owner was. After 15 minutes, Lin Feng stood up. He was wearing the blood-red robe and holding the sarira in his hand. He looked around cautiously and cautiously. He continued to walk into the depths of the cave. Finally, Lin Feng entered the belly of a mountain. There, Lin Feng saw a petrified cultivator sitting cross-legged with a black wooden box in his hand. Revered sword tomb? Lin Feng was shocked. He had thought that the revered sword tomb was the immortal treasure that had flown out of immortal Evil Mountain. Now, it seemed that he had guessed wrong. Who is that petrified cultivator? He's dragging the revered sword tomb. Is he an ancestor of the old patriarch? I don't understand. Why did he enter the forbidden land of death? Even if he had no choice but to enter the land of death for some reason, why did he bring a supreme treasure like the revered sword tomb with him? Lin Feng frowned. There were many suspicious points about what had happened in the past. However, after so many years, all the suspicious points had become secrets. It was likely that future generations would never know. Lin Feng carefully walked toward the revered sword tomb. However, he was still attacked. Puff! Lin Feng's chest was pierced by an invisible force. His body was sent flying. Ooh! Lin Feng slammed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. What attacked me? Was it a creature hiding in the dark? Or is there a restriction here that even I can't detect? Lin Feng's face was pale. He struggled to get up. Puff! However, another attack pierced through his body. Lin Feng fell to the ground. He felt his life quickly slipping away. This cave could forcibly rob an injured cultivator of their lifespan. Lin Feng wanted to use his immortal divine body to heal his injuries, but he found that his bloodline had been sealed. This was a very scary thing. It seemed that he could only wait for death here. Puff! 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 His body was pierced again and again. Blood dyed him red. As expected of the forbidden land of death, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The forbidden land of death was said to be able to bury gods. Lin Feng didn't believe it before, but now he did. The forbidden land of death was too strange. His body fell to the ground and twitched violently. His life was slipping away. Blood flowed out. Lin Feng's consciousness was dissipating. Some of the blood stained the stone statue holding the revered sword tomb. The blood was absorbed by the stone statue. Crack, crack. The stone statue began to crack. Chapter 1034. The statue cracked open, revealing a middle-aged cultivator. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Swish. The next moment, he opened his eyes, which flashed with a dazzling light. So many years have passed, and someone actually managed to enter this place. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng was visibly moved. He hadn't expected the middle-aged cultivator to be resurrected. It was as if he had seen the hope of survival. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "I came from the Wu clan's mountain village. I obtained a sheepskin scroll from the old clan leader and entered this place." "I see." The middle-aged man nodded and asked, "Do you have a sword?" "Yes." Lin Feng hurriedly took out the Black Dragon Sword, Spring and Autumn Sword, and Void Death Sword. These were the 3 treasured swords he had obtained. "Hey, you've collected quite a few good swords. It seems like fate really does play a part in all of this." The middle-aged man stood up and pointed at the revered sword mound with his right hand. Crack. The revered sword mound's box automatically opened, revealing a sword slot. Next, the 3 treasured swords buzzed as if they had been summoned by the revered sword mound. They shot up into the sky and flew towards the revered sword mound. "Divine swords, return!" The middle-aged cultivator shouted in a low voice. The 3 swords quickly shrank and flew into the sword groove of the most high sword mound. Then, the middle-aged cultivator waved his right hand in the air. Swish! A dazzling light surged out as the 3 treasured swords flew out and slashed forward. Clang! The 3 treasured swords seemed to collide with something terrifying, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard in the darkness. The 3 treasured swords spun in the air, slashing out sharp attacks as they clashed with the unknown existence again and again. "Senior, what is that?" Lin Feng asked with a serious expression. The middle-aged cultivator also had a serious look on his face. He said, "It's a type of living being that cannot be described." The middle-aged cultivator seemed to be afraid of something and didn't tell Lin Feng what it was. Lin Feng nodded and did not continue to ask. He looked at the 3 swords. Regardless of whether it was the Black Dragon Sword, the Sword of Peace, or the Sword of Spring and Autumn, they were all supreme divine swords. But now, the attack of the 3 divine swords was blocked by the unknown existence. It was hard to imagine how powerful the unknown existence was. Supreme sword control art, sword will like a dragon. The middle-aged cultivator's hands continuously formed hand seals. Suddenly, the 3 treasured swords combined together in the void. The shadow of a giant dragon vaguely appeared. This was the sword intent dragon formed by the combination of the 3 swords. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the power of the 3 swords combined and slashed toward the unknown terrifying existence. Clang! Accompanied by a muffled sound of collision, the terrifying creature seemed to have been pushed back. "Let's go." The middle-aged cultivator grabbed Lin Feng and shot out of the cave. The 2 of them rushed into the passageway, and 3 flying swords quickly flew over. "Grab the sword. The treasured sword will bring you out." The Black Dragon Sword flew out, and Lin Feng grabbed its hilt. Then, the Black Dragon Sword turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot out. Pu. In the next moment, half of the middle-aged cultivator's body was torn apart, but no blood flowed out. The torn half of his body turned into stone. Slash. The middle-aged cultivator shouted and activated the Supreme Sword Control Art, activating the power of the Sword of Spring and Autumn and the Sword of Peace. The 2 treasured swords slashed at the pitch-black void behind them. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of collision, sparks flew everywhere. It was unknown what the 2 treasures had collided with, but such a sound had been produced. The middle-aged cultivator retreated as he fought. He had been heavily injured several times, and his body had been torn apart. Half of his body had turned into stone, and it was extremely tattered. But in the end, he finally rushed out of the cave. The unknown existence that had chased him out of the cave finally retreated. Senior, your body. Seeing the middle-aged cultivator's tattered body, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Don't worry about me. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. The middle-aged cultivator looked gravely at Lin Feng and said, later, no matter what happens, don't look back. Just run as fast as you can. Do you hear me? Hearing the middle-aged cultivator's words, Lin Feng's heart trembled. He had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. I know. Lin Feng bit his lip and nodded solemnly. He was powerless to change anything. The only thing he could do was listen to the middle-aged cultivator. Swoosh. The middle-aged cultivator grabbed Lin Feng and rushed out of the poisonous valley. Black fog curled up around them. The terrifying being that had been guarding outside this entire time was the first to attack Lin Feng and the middle-aged cultivator. Take the revered sword tomb and leave quickly. The middle-aged cultivator sent Lin Feng 1,000 meters away. He charged towards that terrifying creature. Lin Feng held the revered sword tomb in his arms and madly ran outside. The revered sword tomb belongs to the immortal evil mountain. Lowly being, you've already become a slave of the immortal evil mountain. How dare you let someone take away something from the immortal evil mountain? You're doomed to perish forever. In the depths of the immortal evil mountain, 9 streams of black fog surged out. There seemed to be a terrifying existence hidden in each of the black mists. Heavenly mountains and rivers. The middle-aged cultivator roared and pushed back the terrifying being that was fighting with him. He then created a world of mountains and rivers to block the beings that were rushing out of the immortal evil mountain. However, there was still a stream of black fog that broke through the defensive line and chased after Lin Feng. Rumble. The restrictions in the immortal evil mountain were all activated. Thick chains of restrictions rushed towards Lin Feng. Each of them could easily kill an ancient powerhouse. Lin Feng opened his heavenly demon snake eye and at the same time used a secret technique from the heavenly master sect. The two abilities combined to predict and avoid all kinds of restrictions in advance. Again and again, he dodged the attacks of the restriction by a hair's breadth. The terrifying aura behind him made Lin Feng panic. He knew that there must be some terrifying being chasing after him, but Lin Feng didn't dare to look back. Suddenly, a demonic hand came out of the black fog and grabbed at Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that his body couldn't move. Bang! The middle-aged cultivator's body directly exploded, and the terrifying beings that he blocked were sent flying. Then, a ball of origin energy flew out and hit the demonic aura that was chasing after Lin Feng. The being in the demonic aura was also sent flying. Lin Feng regained his ability to move and quickly rushed out of the immortal evil mountain. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the immortal evil mountain. He saw the middle-aged man's body turning into a rain of light and gradually dissipating. Senior. Lin Feng shed tears, his heart was filled with sorrow. Don't be sad. My life has been gone for countless years, and my soul was imprisoned in the immortal evil mountain, enslaved forever. Today, to be able to send the revered sword tomb out of the immortal evil mountain, my body and soul were destroyed, and it was worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged cultivator's body completely disappeared. In the sky, there was a rain of stars. One could faintly hear the sound of crying, as if the trees and flowers in the forest were sad for the middle-aged cultivator's death. Chapter 1035. The Golden Crow Beast Emperor flew above the forest with a few hundred villagers in tow. Finally, they arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. There were only some ordinary beasts within a few hundred miles. There were no ferocious beasts, and no cultivators along the way. It was the most suitable place to live. The old chief chose to set up camp in a valley. Then, everyone worked together to build stone houses. Lin Feng left enough spirit stones for the village and gave the old chief more than a dozen techniques and spells. He hoped that the villagers would be able to increase their cultivation in the future. Maybe they could recreate the glory of their ancestors in the future. Lin Feng also left many precious medicinal ingredients and concocted all sorts of pills. Someday, The village would be able to use those pills. With the green ox and the golden crow beast emperor protecting the village, Lin Feng didn't need to worry. As for the revered sword tomb, Lin Feng didn't give it to the old chief. This was because he needed the revered sword tomb. Moreover, if he gave this treasure to the old chief, he was afraid that it would be a disaster rather than a blessing. Because of the revered sword tomb, the entire village could be destroyed. Lin Feng planned to leave. He wanted to return to the wastelands where he had friends and loved ones. That night, Lin Feng took out the regal sword grave and inspected it with his godly awareness. He carefully inspected the treasure. The ancient sword box was engraved with runes. This treasure had been passed down for many years, and it still had a terrifying power. Lin Feng dripped his blood to refine the revered sword tomb. He felt that he had established a connection with it. A huge amount of information flowed into Lin Feng's mind as he refined the revered sword tomb. This was the cultivation method of the revered sword control art. The revered sword tomb would pass this secret art to its new owner. Lin Feng began to comprehend the revered sword control art. The next day, Lin Feng bid farewell to the villagers. If you're tired outside, come back to the village. This will always be your home. The old chief said. Brother Feng, I'll cultivate well and become someone like you, little Jie said, clenching his fists. Brother Lin, take care. Come back and visit us in the future, Buttface shouted. Little Feng, you have to be careful when you're alone outside. Uncle Dashan reminded him with concern. Lin Feng was touched, but he knew that he had to leave. On this sunny afternoon, Lin Feng waved goodbye to everyone in the village and then flew into the distance. He planned to head to the Tao-seeking sect, which was Li Yuan-er's sect. The Tao-seeking sect had a teleportation formation. Perhaps he could use the teleportation formation of the Tao-seeking sect to reach the ancient city with a space-time wormhole. Then, he could take the space-time wormhole and leave the South Continent. The Tao-seeking sect belonged to the level of an ancient faction. It was not particularly strong, but it was not too weak either. This kind of faction was relatively common in the Heaven Martial continent. When Lin Feng arrived at the foot of the Tao-seeking sect's mountain, he discovered that there were many people coming and going. Countless luxurious carriages under the protection of guards gathered from all directions. These carriages stopped at the foot of the Tao-seeking sect's mountain. From time to time, young men and young women would come out of the carriages. Lin Feng guessed that they must be disciples from aristocratic families who had come to participate in the Tao querying sect's test. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he was blocked by someone. If you're here to participate in the new disciple test, an elder will come tomorrow to make arrangements. The disciple guarding the mountain said. Lin Feng said, I'm here to borrow the Tao-seeking sect's teleportation portal. Go and report this. Lin Feng casually tossed a bag of spirit stones to the disciple in charge. The disciple opened the bag and saw that there were more than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. He immediately smiled. Senior brother, please wait for a moment. I'll go and report this. The disciple in charge quickly left. Not long after, the disciple returned and cupped his fists at Lin Feng. Senior brother, please follow me to the teleportation portal valley. Lin Feng nodded and followed the disciple to the teleportation portal valley. There were dozens of cultivators gathered at the teleportation portal, most likely here to borrow the Tao-seeking sect's teleportation portal. The elder in charge of this place was called Li Yi. He asked, young friend, where do you plan to go? Lin Feng replied, I'll go wherever there's a space-time wormhole. There are a total of 3 cities with space-time wormholes in the South Continent. The first is called Skygate City, which is controlled by the Upper Heaven Gate. The second is called Southern Region City, which is controlled by the Tuoba clan and the Zhongzheng clan. There's also a smaller city called Shangguan City, which is the territory of the Shangguan clan. There's also a space-time wormhole here, but there's a difference between different wormholes. Skygate City and Southern Region City's wormholes can teleport people across 100 prefectures, but the Shangguan clan's wormhole can only teleport people across 40 prefectures. Southern Region City, Lin Feng said. Southern Region City is the furthest city from here. That's why it's a little expensive to teleport there. Li Yi said with a shrewd smile. Lin Feng tossed him a bag of spirit stones and asked, "Are these enough?" Li Yi opened it and found that there were 3,000 best quality spirit stones inside. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He quickly nodded and said with a smile, "That's enough, that's definitely enough." There was no lack of cultivators training in the ancient forest. In order to increase their strength, Li Yuan-er and her 8 fellow disciples had entered the forest to train. Their strength had increased by leaps and bounds, but now, they were in a life-or-death situation. They were being attacked by a group of skeletal lizards. These skeletal lizards lived deep underground, and they were 15 to 20 meters long. They had thick hind legs and large mouths. Their teeth were so sharp that they could easily pierce through treasures. From this, one could see how terrifying these skeletal lizards were. Of course, the most despairing thing about the skeletal lizards was that they were ferocious beasts that lived in packs. More than 100 skeletal lizards had surrounded Li Yuan-er and the others, and they kept charging at them. Crack, crack. One defensive treasure after another was bitten to pieces. Everyone's faces were pale, and their faces were filled with fear. Woo, 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 Li Yuan-er and the other 3 female disciples were sobbing. Facing death, their hearts were filled with fear. The other 5 male disciples were also pale, and their bodies were trembling. Crack. The last defensive treasure was torn apart by the skeletal lizards. "We're done for." Li Yuan-er and the others shouted with trembling voices, their faces ashen. The skeletal lizards pounced on the 9 people. Just as they were about to fall into despair, suddenly, a jade pendant on Li Yuan-er's waist emitted a violent fluctuation. Whoosh! A dazzling light surged out, and with Li Yuan-er as the center, a saber light swept out in all directions. Pu! Pu! The sound of something being torn apart rang out. A thick smell of blood filled the forest. When the light dissipated, Li Yuan-er and the others looked around, dumbfounded. The ground was littered with skeletal lizard corpses. These powerful skeletal lizards didn't even have the strength to resist before they were all killed. Heavens! Heavens! What happened? One of the female disciples muttered in shock. A male disciple pointed at Li Yuan-er's jade pendant and said in a trembling voice, "Junior Sister Li, it's that jade pendant." The attack it released instantly killed over 100 skeletal lizards. Li Yuan-er looked at the jade pendant in a daze. Wasn't this the jade pendant that mysterious guy had tossed to her? At first, Li Yuan-er had thought that it was a token of love that Lin Feng had tossed to her, but after thinking about it carefully, she realized that the 2 of them might never meet again. How could he possibly give her a token of love? After thinking it through, Li Yuan-er believed that the jade pendant might really have been a gift from that guy to thank her for telling him where the teleportation formation was. Thus, Li Yuan-er felt at ease and carried the jade pendant with her. Li Yuan-er had originally thought that it was just an ordinary jade pendant. But now, the jade talisman had actually released such a powerful attack. Li Yuan-er's heart was in turmoil. Who is he? He casually tossed a jade pendant to me, and it's already so terrifying. Li Yuan-er's heart was filled with shock. She couldn't help but suspect Lin Feng's identity. However, when she thought about how she and a genius like Lin Feng were from 2 different worlds, she couldn't help but sigh, feeling inexplicably disappointed. Chapter 1036. Southern Region City was located in the southern part of Nanju. It was an ancient and powerful city that housed the Tuoba family and the Zhongzheng family. These 2 families were 2 of the top forces in the South region. Southern Region City was bustling with noise and excitement. As soon as Lin Yun stepped out of the transmission array, he was greeted by a thunderous roar. People were coming and going in the transmission array. Lin Feng didn't plan on staying in Southern Region City for long. He planned on leaving through the space-time wormhole. He went to ask when the wormhole would open and was told that it would open in 2 days. Space-time wormholes consumed a massive amount of energy, so they usually opened once every 3 days. The purpose of opening them was to gather enough cultivators at once. This way, the Tuoba family and the Zhongzheng family, who controlled the wormhole, would be able to earn more profits. Lin Feng had no choice but to leave the transmission array. He found an inn to stay in and waited for the wormhole to open before leaving. Lin Feng didn't go out. He stayed in his room. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the transmission array once again. However, Lin Feng's expression sank when he arrived. This was because there was a huge mirror floating in the air. The mirror shone on the cultivators entering and leaving the transmission array. The God-transforming mirror. No one can hide from it. The mirror was terrifying. If Lin Feng was shone on by it, he would definitely be exposed. Did the Upper Heaven Gates experts come here? Lin Feng looked from afar. He felt that things were a little troublesome. If he was discovered, the Upper Heaven Gates experts would definitely come to attack him. In the distance, 9 Pegasus horses pulled a bronze carriage over. A thin old man with gloomy eyes stepped out of the carriage. Several elders in the transmission array bowed to the old man. Who is that? Some cultivators were puzzled. Someone who could make the elders of the transmission array come out to greet them must have an extraordinary identity. Upper Heaven Gate's great elder, Yu Wenqing, someone said. It's him. I heard that he's an 8th level life and death powerhouse. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. An existence of this level stood at the peak of the ancient giants. Even the God-transforming mirror has been brought here. Could the Upper Heaven Gate be looking for someone? One of the cultivators asked doubtfully. I heard that the Upper Heaven Gate suffered heavy losses at the immortal Evil Mountain in the land of death. Many experts died at the hands of a young expert. The Upper Heaven Gate was furious and sent out 4 experts to kill that cultivator. A cultivator said. These are the top 4 experts from the Upper Heaven Gate's Law Enforcement Hall. Looks like the Upper Heaven Gate is getting serious. I wonder who they are after. Lin Feng heard a lot of news. He inquired about the identities of the 4 great experts of Clear Sky and White Sunday. These 4 people were Yu Wenqing, Na Lan Tian, Gong Sun Bai, and Dongfang Ri. The strength of these 4 experts could be described with the word good fortune. The weakest among them was Yu Wenqing, the cultivator from the teleportation plaza. She had also reached the 8th layer of life and death realm. Nalang Tian and Gong Sun Bai were at the 9th layer of life and death realm. The most powerful one, Dongfang Ri, had even reached the frightening life and death realm 10th layer. Even 10 Lin Fengs wouldn't be able to defeat such a strong cultivator. The Upper Heaven Gate expert, Yu Wenqing, is guarding this place. It seems like I won't be able to leave. Lin Feng frowned. This was a very tricky situation. Yu Wenqing was at the 8th layer of life and death realm. She wasn't someone Lin Feng could contend against. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Now, he needed to find another way to leave Nanju. He carefully inquired about the powers that were relatively close to Nanju City and had teleportation portals. Lin Feng planned to use a teleportation portal to go to another province. No matter how strong the Upper Heaven Gate was, their sphere of influence was limited to Nanju. If Lin Feng could successfully reach another province, he could use a space-time wormhole to leave, but it would take a while. Lin Feng flew out of Nanju City. However, what Lin Feng didn't expect was that there wasn't just one Upper Heaven Gate expert guarding Nanju City, but 2. Apart from Yu Wenqing, there was also Gong Sun Bai. When Lin Feng flew out of the city, Gong Sun Bai, who was standing on a tower, saw Lin Feng in the crowd. He frowned slightly and took out a portrait of Lin Feng. When Lin Feng had killed the Upper Heaven Gate expert, Zhong Qianmo, many people had seen it. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to draw a portrait of Lin Feng. Swoosh. Gong Sun Bai's body flickered and disappeared. When he was flying out of the city, he suddenly felt a cold and terrifying aura enveloping his body. His expression changed slightly. He turned around and slapped behind him. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng was sent flying a few hundred meters. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently. He felt his blood boil, and he almost coughed up blood. Not bad, little brat. You managed to block my attack. However, you won't be able to escape today. Gong Sun Bai smiled coldly. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Wait, I have something to say. Lin Feng suddenly shouted. Do you have any last wishes before you die? Gong Sun Bai sneered, and could not help but stop. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just turned around and flew away. In an instant, he had left Nanju City. Little brat, how dare you trick me? When he saw Lin Feng running away, Gong Sun Bai realized that he had been tricked. He flew into a rage and chased after Lin Feng. Is that young cultivator the Upper Heaven Gate expert is chasing after? Many people were shocked. Yu Wenqing quickly learned that Lin Feng had appeared, and she quickly chased after him. The strong cultivators of Upper Heaven Gate all moved out to search for Lin Feng. Outside of southern Yu City, there was a vast forest. Lin Feng ran into it. He wanted to get rid of Gong Sun Bai, but Gong Sun Bai was too fast. He was chasing after him. Gong Sun Bai used an ancient forbidden weapon to increase his speed and catch up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng fought fiercely. He had almost been killed by Gong Sun Bai, but in the end, he had escaped with injuries. As expected of a cultivator of the 9th layer of the life and death layer, Lin Feng stopped in a forest to rest. He refined a jade leaf stone to recover his spiritual energy. Little brat, you have nowhere to run. When I catch you, I'll turn you into ashes. Gong Sun Bai flew over from the distance. His face was filled with killing intent. He rushed down, trying to kill Lin Feng. But as soon as he landed in the forest, deployment marks intertwined and trapped Gong Sun Bai. Lin Feng had set up a few simple deployment spells when he was resting. Even though they could trap Gong Sun Bai, they couldn't keep him trapped for too long. After Gong Sun Bai was trapped, Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew away. He had to use a teleportation portal to leave quickly, because Gong Sun Bai was too strong. He couldn't fight against him. Besides, the other 3 strong cultivators had probably heard the news and were rushing over. If the 4 strong cultivators came together, Lin Feng knew that he would die. Chapter 1037. The Crouching Tiger Sect was an ancient power that was attached to the Tuoba family of the southern region city. This power was very powerful and was located in the Crouching Tiger Mountain Range. Outside the Crouching Tiger Mountain Range, there were many mountains. If one looked down from the sky, they could vaguely see that the mountain range was like a ferocious tiger resting on the ground, ready to pounce at any time. Lin Feng had a hard time shaking off Gong Sun Bai, who was chasing after him. He arrived at the Crouching Tiger Sect and wanted to use the sect's teleportation array to leave. Many cultivators came to visit the Crouching Tiger Sect. Some were old friends, some were asking for medicine, and some wanted to join the sect to cultivate. Of course, there was no lack of cultivators like Lin Feng who wanted to use the teleportation array to teleport through the void. Thousands of people gathered in the teleportation valley, waiting for the teleportation array to be activated. Lin Feng was standing at the foot of a tree, calmly waiting. Soon, the elders of the Crouching Tiger Sect who were in charge of the teleportation array arrived. Someone patrolled the cultivators who were taking the teleportation array, and then the elders left. What's going on? Why did they leave? We're wasting time. Hurry up and activate the teleportation array. Many people were unhappy. A deacon said, there's a problem with the core array. The elders have already gone to ask the Grand Elder to repair the array. They will repair it as soon as possible. Many people were complaining, but there was nothing they could do. There was a problem with the array, so they could only wait quietly. Soon, the Grand Elder of the Crouching Tiger Sect, Wang Daoping, arrived. He was a skinny old man who looked to be in his 50s. When he arrived, he cupped his fists and said apologetically, I've made everyone wait. The problem with the teleportation array today is the fault of the Crouching Tiger Sect. We're very sorry for wasting everyone's time, but don't worry, the teleportation array will be repaired soon. Once it's fixed, everyone will only need to pay half the original amount of spirit stones to leave. This is a small gift from the Crouching Tiger Sect. Hearing Wang Daoping's words, the cultivators who had been waiting anxiously looked much better. Wang Daoping led a group of people into the valley to repair the teleportation array. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The teleportation array couldn't be repaired in a short time, and he didn't have much time to waste. Gong Sun Bai would probably come looking for him soon. Lin Feng decided to leave. 10,000 li away from the crouching tiger sect was a group called the Starry Mountain. It was also an ancient influential group. Maybe he could use the teleportation portal there. It wouldn't take him too long. Thinking about that, Lin Feng flew outside. At that moment, Wang Daoping and the 4 elders, who had been in the valley to repair the deployment spell, came out and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and asked indifferently, "What's the meaning of this?" "Young friend, you look familiar to me, so I would like to invite you to my sect for a drink. Will you give me some face?" Wang Daoping said with a smile. Lin Feng said indifferently and prepared to leave. But Wang Daoping sneered and said, "So you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." Wang Daoping's hands formed a series of seals. Buzz, waves of energy swept through the area. Then, lines of runes intertwined in the air. The array sealed the sky and locked down the earth, trapping Lin Feng within. What's going on? Why are Wang Daoping and the others trapping that young cultivator? Many cultivators were confused. They looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura came from afar. Gong Sun Bai walked over. It's Gong Sun Bai, one of the 4 strong cultivators of the Upper Heaven Gates Law Enforcement Hall. Seeing Gong Sun Bai coming from afar, many people exclaimed. Obviously, Gong Sun Bai was very famous in the South Continent. His arrival had caused a certain commotion. "Lord Gong Sun, this brat has been trapped by our array. He's like a turtle in a jar now." Wang Daoping laughed proudly. "Wang Daoping, you've done well. You've done a good job trapping this brat. Once I kill him, I won't mistreat you." Gong Sun Bai smiled. Wang Daoping was overjoyed and quickly said, "It's my honor to be able to work for Lord Gong Sun. The Upper Heaven's Gate is really powerful. Even these ancient powers can be mobilized to find me. But do they really think that a mere array can trap me?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he soared into the sky. "Quick, activate the array to attack this brat. Don't let him escape," Wang Daoping shouted. He and the 4 elders activated the array to attack Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was able to shuttle through the array as he pleased. Finally, he rushed out of the array. Then, he flipped his right hand. Buzz. A huge palm that covered an area of 10 acres condensed in the air. The huge energy palm smashed down towards Wang Daoping. Wang Daoping and the other 4, who were enveloped by the huge energy palm, suddenly felt that their bodies couldn't move at all. Originally, they had sinister smiles on their faces, as if they were determined to capture Lin Feng. But now, everyone's faces were filled with shock and horror. No, seeing the huge energy palm descending from the sky, Wang Daoping and the other 4 let out terrified cries. Bang! However, in the next moment, the palm fell and Wang Daoping and the other 4 were directly smashed into meat paste. Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly flew into the distance. Gong Sun Bai, with a gloomy expression, quickly chased after him. That young cultivator is so powerful. So he's the person the Upper Heaven Gate is looking for. The Upper Heaven Gate sent out so many experts, but they couldn't take down that young cultivator. Wang Daoping actually dared to interfere in this matter. He's really courting death. In the valley, many cultivators who were waiting to be teleported away were discussing. At this time, Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. After flying for 1,000 miles, he still couldn't shake off Gong Sun Bai. Boom! In a mass grave, Lin Feng ran into trouble. A terrifying chi came from the left, and Yu Wenqing walked over. "Boy, your time of death has come." A gloomy voice came from the right, and a middle-aged cultivator walked over. He was one of the 4 great experts, Na Lan Tian. "You're really jumping up and down like a monkey. I actually went to the Upper Heaven Gate to look for you for so long. But today, I finally found you. Everything should be over." In front of him, a pale-faced, scholarly cultivator also walked over. Lin Feng felt that this person was the most dangerous. Lin Feng guessed that he should be Dongfang Ri, the strongest of the 4 great experts, a cultivator of the 10th life and death layer. The 4 great experts surrounded Lin Feng. This was a situation of certain death. Chapter 1038. 4 strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. It was extremely dangerous. Any one of them could kill Lin Feng alone, not to mention 4 strong cultivators at the same time. Lin Feng's expression became serious. The situation was dangerous, and he was thinking of a way to escape. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it wouldn't be easy, but he wasn't someone who gave up easily. Do you have any last words? You can tell us now. Dongfang Ri looked at Lin Feng indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead man. In his opinion, even if Lin Feng grew wings, he wouldn't be able to escape today. You want to keep me here? Let's see if you can. Lin Feng took out the revered sword mound. Even when he fought with Gong Sun Bai, he didn't use the revered sword mound. That was because using the revered sword mound to control 3 swords at once was too taxing on the body. With Lin Feng's current cultivation level, he couldn't hold on for too long. Therefore, he had to choose the right time to use the revered sword mound. And now, facing the siege of 4 powerhouses, it had reached a point where there was no room for delay. Open, Lin Feng pointed at the revered sword mound with his right hand. The treasure immediately flew into the air. With a click, the box opened automatically. The 3 swords turned into 3 beams of light and flew out, floating above Lin Feng. This is the revered sword mound. The 4 masters' eyes widened. The 4 of them were indeed from top forces. They recognized the revered sword mound at first glance. This boy has amazing treasures. If we kill him, we might get benefits beyond our imagination. Yu Wenqing smiled maliciously. Boom. The 4 masters attacked together. In the air, there was a destructive force. Heavenly tribulation light. Domineering fist of heavens and earth. Cloud sea blue waves technique. Heavenly destruction palm. The 4 masters' attacks gathered together and blasted towards Lin Feng. The aura that rippled out could only be described as horrifying. After all, they were too strong. Revered sword control technique, sword will like a dragon. Lin Feng's hands continuously formed hand seals. The 3 swords combined together to form the image of a huge dragon. The sword was like a dragon. The dragon was like a sword. The sword cleaved the world. Dragon roams the universe. The sword will dragon merged with the 3 swords and swept towards the attacks of the 4 powerhouses. Bang! The attacks from both sides collided, causing the void to crack. Waves of destructive power suddenly erupted, and in the end, the attacks of both sides were annihilated. As expected of the Most High Sword Tomb. You're so weak, yet you're using the Most High Sword Tomb and the 3 swords to block our attacks. You're really shocking, but it's useless. We only used 30% of our strength to test the Most High Sword Tomb's power. Now we're done. The Most High Sword Tomb is a treasure worthy of its reputation. It's time for it to change owners. Dongfang Ri's voice was as cold as ice. Boom! As soon as Dongfang Ri finished speaking, the 4 powerhouses started attacking Lin Feng again, just as Dongfang Ri had said before. They had only wanted to test the might of the revered sword tomb with their first attack, so the might of the second attack was far greater than the might of the first attack. The 4 powerhouses attacked again, and Lin Feng continued to use the revered sword control technique, controlling the 3 swords to attack. The 2 sides collided for the second time, but this time, the sword will dragon formed by the 3 swords was directly broken. The tyrannical energy bombarded Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Whoa! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. You can't take it anymore after only using 50% of your strength. How pitifully weak, Yu Wenqing said contemptuously, her face full of disdain. Is it worth showing off to be surrounded by 4 people? In terms of shamelessness, you're really unparalleled. Lin Feng stopped and sneered. Brat, you're about to die and you still dare to mock me. I won't kill you directly, but I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. Yu Wenqing looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Feed you? Lin Feng sneered. You're courting death. Yu Wenqing shouted angrily. Even though she was strong, she was always ruthless and irritable. The other 3 powerhouses were indifferent to Lin Feng's mockery, but Yu Wenqing couldn't stand it. Yu Wenqing, why are you angry with a dying man? Dongfang Ri said. Boom! The 4 powerhouses attacked for the 3rd time, and once again, they attacked Lin Feng with a powerful attack. Lin Feng took out the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect himself, and at the same time, controlled the 3 swords to resist the 4 powerhouses' attacks. However, this time, the 4 powerhouses' attacks were even more powerful than before. In the second attack, the 4 experts used 50% of their strength. This time, they used 70% of their strength. The sword intent formed by the 3 swords was broken in an instant, and then the terrifying destructive power bombarded the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Even though the defense of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was amazing, it couldn't stop the 4 powerhouses' attacks. The defense of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was broken. Lin Feng was blown away, and his face was pale. Boom, the 4 powerhouses attacked again, and they didn't want to give Lin Feng any time to react. Oh no! Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He didn't have time to dodge the attacks of the 4 strong cultivators. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda's defense had been broken and it had automatically returned to his dantian. He wouldn't be able to use it for a few days. The situation was extremely dangerous, and Lin Feng couldn't find a way to deal with the 4 powerhouses. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Don't bully Bibi's big brother. At this critical moment, a rainbow-colored light suddenly rushed out of the beast slave pouch. A chubby little beast the size of a palm rushed out. The little beast's entire body was snow-white and charmingly naive. At this moment, it was shouting angrily. It opened its mouth and swallowed the attacks of the 4 powerhouses in one gulp. How is this possible? The 4 powerhouses looked as if they had seen a ghost. Bibi has hatched. Lin Feng looked at Bibi in shock. He already knew that Bibi was a very powerful creature. Now that it had hatched, it had swallowed the attacks of the 4 powerhouses. This ability was terrifying. However, Bibi was still young. After swallowing the attacks of the 4 powerhouses, its little belly suddenly became round. Kill this brat and capture this heaven-defying little beast. The 4 experts rushed over. Swoosh! Bibi waved its little paw, and a rainbow-colored light surged out, enveloping Lin Feng and the regal sword mound. Then, Bibi carried Lin Feng through the void and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1039. Swish. There was a flash of light in the sky, and Bibi and Lin Feng appeared. Big brother, are you all right? Bibi blinked her big bright eyes and asked in a childish voice. Haha, I'm fine. You finally hatched, but the classic of mountains and seas, a record of divine beasts, doesn't seem to have a divine beast like you. Lin Feng looked at Bibi suspiciously. It had a snow-white body, a pair of big bright eyes, and a charmingly naive appearance. It was really lovable. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a cute and harmless little guy. However, this little guy had an unimaginably terrifying ability. It was enough to move people. However, the little guy's origin was too shocking. Lin Feng had thought that he would be able to find out what kind of race it was after it hatched, but now that it had hatched, he still had no clue. What's the classic of mountains and seas? Bibi asked innocently. It's a book. Lin Feng said. Bibi drooled and asked, can I eat it? She was really a foodie. Lin Feng rubbed Bibi's head and said, books are for reading, not eating. Bibi doesn't like books, but Bibi likes fruits. The little guy waved his claws. In an instant, 2 30,000-year-old serpent spirit fruits were taken out by the little guy. Lin Feng had obtained them when he was training on a foreign planet. Crunch, crunch. Bei began to chew on the food with great relish. Eat slowly, no one is going to steal them from you, said Lin Feng while smiling. He didn't stay for long, he quickly left to find a place to recover. 100 miles away. In a carriage, a 5 or 6-year-old girl was lying in the arms of an old woman. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade. She was very cute. However, her face was extremely pale and her body was trembling. The old woman held the little girl in her arms. Even the old woman's body was constantly freezing. The old woman coughed from time to time. The cold chi invaded her body, causing her to suffer serious injuries. The old woman coughed up blood. The little girl seemed to have been awakened by the old woman's cough. She looked at the old woman's pale face and struggled. It's all Little Moon's fault. If it weren't for Little Moon, Granny wouldn't be coughing. The little girl blamed herself. Although she was young, she was already very sensible. The old woman tightly hugged Little Moon and smiled as she said, "Granny is fine, Little Moon, don't worry about Granny. Grandma's body is cold." "Grandma, quickly put Little Moon down," the little girl said. "Grandma loves to hug Little Moon like this," the old woman said kindly. "But Little Moon doesn't want to see Grandma suffer. Little Moon doesn't want to see Grandma cough. Little Moon is very sad. Little Moon has implicated Grandma." The little girl constantly blamed herself. From time to time, pearl-like tears fell from her big watery eyes. "Silly child, don't blame yourself. When we reach the Heaven Vein Fire Valley, Little Moon will be better." The old woman lovingly stroked the little girl's head. Little Moon also looked expectant. "Little Moon will definitely be better. Little Moon must be filial to Granny in the future. Good child." When the old woman heard Little Moon's considerate words, tears flashed in her old eyes. She hugged Little Moon tightly in her arms. 2 hours later, a voice came from outside. "Granny, we've arrived at the Heaven Vein Fire Valley." The Heaven Vein Fire Valley was a very famous place in the primitive forests of the southern continent. The Heaven Vein Fire Valley was connected to the underground world of fire, so the flames covered the entire valley. The flames here were extremely dangerous. Many of the flames could even melt down weapons. Only a few fearless alchemists would enter the Heaven Vein Fire Valley to find powerful flames to refine. Normally, no one would come to the Heaven Vein Fire Valley. Today, this granny brought Little Moon to the Heaven Vein Fire Valley to suppress Little Moon's Earthian Cold Meridian. The Earthian Cold Meridian was also a kind of constitution. However, this kind of constitution was very strange. The body would be extremely cold. Even the blood would be frozen. It was said that people who had the Earthian Cold Meridian couldn't live past 5 years old. Little Moon had been tortured by the Earthian Cold Meridian since she was young. However, she had always been very optimistic. Perhaps it was because she had experienced too much pain and torture since she was young, so even though she was very young, Little Moon was very sensible. Of course, the Creator created the Earthian Cold Meridian. Naturally, it wasn't to destroy everyone who had the Earthian Cold Meridian. In the long years, there were always a few lucky people who successfully suppressed the cold energy of the Earthian Cold Meridian and gradually mastered it. Although such people were very rare, there were still 4 or 5 people who had the Earthian Cold Meridian who survived in the billions of years since the ancient times. The most powerful of them was a person called the Earthian Holy Emperor. It was said that he relied on the Earthian Cold Meridian and his battle strength was unparalleled. Even the possessors of the top 10 ancient bloodlines didn't want to be enemies with him. It could be seen how terrifying the Earthian Cold Meridian was. However, the survival rate of this kind of constitution was too low. Perhaps it was because of this that the Earthian Cold Meridian couldn't prove its greatness and couldn't leave a glorious chapter in history. Granny held Little Moon's hand and walked towards the Heaven Vein Fire Valley. "Granny, stop here and wait for Little Moon. Little Moon will definitely get better." Little Moon tried to smile. Then she ran towards the Heaven Vein Fire Valley. The old woman shed tears. Little Moon was too sensible, but fate was full of ups and downs. Now, Little Moon was almost 5 years old. If she couldn't solve the problem of the Earthian Cold Meridian, only death would await her. The old woman knew that even the Heaven Vein Fire Valley could only temporarily suppress the Earthian Cold Meridian in Little Moon's body. It couldn't truly solve the crisis Little Moon was facing. Little Moon entered the Fire Valley and her body took the initiative to devour all kinds of flames in the Fire Valley. The power of the Earthian Cold Meridian collided with the flames. Little Moon's body fell to the ground and convulsed violently. She covered her mouth and tried not to make a sound. She was afraid that her granny would be worried and sad if she heard. The two forces clashed again and again, making Little Moon suffer a fate worse than death. Little Moon will definitely be able to persevere. Little Moon will definitely survive. Little Moon's young face was filled with determination that didn't match her age. However, the stubborn look on her face as she endured the pain and didn't allow herself to make a sound was truly heartbreaking. 15 kilometers away, a group of black-robed men looked in the direction of the Heaven Vein Fire Valley. "Is that little girl the descendant of Emperor Taiching of the Yarrow race?" asked a masked cultivator with his hands clasped behind his back. "That's right. She's the only descendant of Emperor Taiching," said a black-robed man. Chapter 1040. In the cave, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He first used his immortal divine body to heal his injuries, then refined a jade leaf stone to recover his magic power. Finally, he took out some jerky and spirit fruits and ate them to recover his strength. Crunch, crunch. Bibi also hugged a spirit fruit and gnawed on it. Its little belly was round. It had eaten 10 precious 30,000-year-old spirit fruits in a short amount of time. Lin Feng didn't feel bad. So what if the spirit fruits were precious? They were meant to be used, and since Bibi liked to eat them, they had a use for them. After Lin Feng recovered, he looked at Bibi, who was rolling on the ground. "Little guy, come here." Lin Feng waved at Bibi. Bibi clumsily got up from the ground and squeaked a few times before jumping into Lin Feng's palm. Because it had just hatched, Bibi's body was still very small. Lin Feng asked, "Little guy, what race are you?" Bibi put on a thoughtful expression. Its big round eyes looked around a few times, then it asked in a childish voice, "What is race? Can it be eaten?" Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy really couldn't stop talking about food. It was practically the reincarnation of a glutton. It was obviously not realistic to want to know Bibi's race from it. At the very least, it was impossible for him to know at this stage. Perhaps as Bibi grew up, the memories of its race would be awakened in its bloodline. At that time, he would be able to know its race. "Big brother, Bibi is sleepy." The little guy lay in Lin Feng's hand and soon fell asleep. Bibi was still a cub, after all. Cubs tended to be more sleepy because they had just been born. In fact, it wasn't just cubs who were sleepy, even human babies were sleepy. They spent most of their time sleeping every day. After Bibi fell asleep, Lin Feng put it back into the beast slave bag. Lin Feng continued to adjust his condition while thinking about how to leave the South Continent. Now that he was wanted by the Heavenly Gate, he probably couldn't use the transportation formations of the various factions. If he wanted to set up a transportation formation himself, he didn't have enough materials. However, if he flew, it would take too much time. Lin Feng felt that it was quite troublesome to leave the South Continent. Many of the raging flames in the Heaven Vein Fire Valley were absorbed by Little Moon's body. Little Moon's originally ice-cold body finally returned to normal. She dragged her tired body out and finally walked out of the Heaven Vein Fire Valley. "Grandma, little you. The old woman ran over and hugged the filthy Little Moon in her arms, tears streaming down her face. You. However, the child did not make a single sound. Enduring such great pain. You little you was too sensible. But why didn't the heavens let such a sensible child live longer? You wanted to curse the heavens. Why didn't good people live long while bad people lived freely? Grandma, don't cry. Little you is fine. Little you won't make you worry anymore." Little you smiled innocently. Her smile was so pure that it made one's heart ache. You was sad because she didn't know how long little you could last. 3 months. 1 month. Or maybe only half a month. Grandma is happy. Good child, we can't stay here for long. Let's go. She held little Yu's hand and boarded the carriage. The carriage quickly left under the escort of more than 50 monstrous cultivators. However, not long after he left, a dense crowd of figures came from afar, surrounding the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. "Who are you?" An elder of the demon race shouted in a deep voice. "Ha, the descendant of the monstrous Taiching Emperor came to the South Continent and left without saying goodbye. Do you think the humans of the South Continent have no one?" said the masked cultivator with a smile. "The humans of the South Continent. Are you from the Upper Heavenly Gate?" The monstrous elder's expression changed. "Upper Heavenly Gate? We never said we were from the Upper Heavenly Gate," replied the masked cultivator indifferently. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out from the left. Another group of experts appeared. Then, another group of experts appeared from the right. Soon, more experts appeared from the rear. Experts appeared from all 4 directions. 1 clan, 3 palaces. The monstrous elder's expression turned grave. The Taiching Emperor's clan has no enmity with your 1 clan, 3 palaces, right? Why are you stopping us? Yu's voice came from the carriage. Those who are not of our clan will be killed, said one of the experts with a cold smile. In the ancient times, the gods fought and the Tianwu continent was affected. Our ancestor, the Taiching Emperor, protected the continent. Our emperor was severely injured in order to protect the continent and died prematurely. Even if you are not grateful for our ancestors' kindness, we will not say anything. But now, you want to kill the only descendant of the Taiching Emperor? Do you have a conscience? Said the old woman angrily. What's the point of bringing up the past now? Besides, who knows if what happened in the ancient times is true? Maybe it's just a story made up by your clan. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Kill these people and capture the descendant of the Taiching Emperor, said the masked cultivator with a cold smile. Kill them. Immediately after that, a sky-shaking battle cry rang out as a dense swarm of experts charged towards the Yarrow clan cultivators. Escort grandmother and the little princess away, shouted one of the monstrous cultivators. Boom. The 2 sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The monstrous cultivators were too few. The 1 clan, 3 palaces had dozens of times more experts than the monstrous cultivators. Pu. Many monstrous cultivators were beheaded or had their bodies torn apart. They died on the spot, their corpses falling to the ground. The old woman rushed out of the carriage with Little Moon in her arms. Under the escort of dozens of experts, she tried to break out of the encirclement. Kill. They chose a direction to break out of the encirclement. A few monstrous cultivators led the way, but there were too many experts from the 1 clan, 3 palaces. Little princess, you have to live. A few of the monstrous cultivators shouted in grief. They rushed forward dauntlessly. Bang! 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 The bodies of the monstrous cultivators exploded. They had chosen to die in the most tragic way possible, creating a gap in the encirclement. Woo-woo! Seeing so many of her loved ones die, Little Moon wept in grief. Go! The old woman rushed out of the encirclement with Little Moon in her arms. However, what made them despair was that in the distant mountains, there were figures flickering. A dense crowd of black-robed cultivators appeared. This place had long been surrounded, and the opening created by the self-detonation of several demon clan elders was only the first opening. It's useless. We've already set up an inescapable net to kill you, said the masked cultivator with a cold smile. Kill them. The deafening battle cries resounded through the clouds. Densely packed experts surrounded and attacked the monster clan cultivators. Pu. Monstrous cultivators were killed one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. Chapter 1041. What powerful undulations. What's going on? Is there a huge battle? Lin Feng, who was meditating in the cave, opened his eyes. He was astonished. He quickly walked out of the cave and arrived outside. Then, he looked into the distance. Although he couldn't see anything, he could sense the powerful undulations in the air. When cultivators fought, the shockwaves could spread hundreds of li away, not to mention that Lin Feng was only 100 li away from where the battle was taking place. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that he could sense the undulations from the battle in the distance. A battle between cultivators? Or between cultivators and fierce beasts in the forest? Lin Feng was puzzled. Such powerful undulations meant that the battle was no small matter. He quickly flew in the direction of the battle to see what was going on. Be careful. Don't kill the descendant of Emperor Taiching, shouted the leader of the 1 school and 3 prefectures when he saw that some experts had almost killed Little Moon. They wanted to refine divine pills. They needed the blood of living people, not the blood of dead people. The difference between the blood of the dead and the blood of the living was too great. Yes, replied the cultivators surrounding the old woman. They held back a lot when they attacked. The Yarrow had very few people to begin with. When they were surrounded by the 1 school and 3 prefectures, many of their experts had been killed by the 4 great powers. Now, there were only about 20 of them left. The 1 school and 3 prefectures still had thousands of people left. They had made ample preparations. The 1 school and 3 prefectures of Nanju had always been suspicious of each other. However, when there was a common interest, the 1 school and 3 prefectures could unite. For example, today, the experts of the 1 school and 3 prefectures had joined forces to kill the Yarrow and capture the descendant of Emperor Taiching. Those who didn't know about their secret struggles would think that the 4 great powers were working together as allies. A dozen cultivators stood on top of a mountain a dozen miles away. They were all looking at the battle. The leader of the group was a young man. The young man was dressed in white. He was tall and slender, and his eyes shone like stars. He was extremely handsome. His body was clearly standing there, but it gave people a fleeting feeling. Gongsun Wushu was the son of Gongsun Xian, the sect master of the Heaven Gate. He was one of the supreme geniuses of the 3,000 continents of the Tianwu continent. His cultivation had reached the transcendent realm. He was definitely an existence that could fight against a cultivator at Huangfu Qingtian's level. Prince, it seems like you don't need to do anything to deal with these beasts. A cultivator cautiously asked. Gongsun Wushu said slowly, this battle won't end so quickly. His deep eyes looked at the great battle in the distance. No one knew what Gongsun Wushu was thinking at the moment. Poof. Pu. More and more Yarrow cultivators were killed. Blood splattered everywhere as their corpses fell to the ground. Soon, there were only a dozen Yarrow cultivators left. It wouldn't be long before these demons were all killed. Grandma, please take the little princess away. She's the only descendant of the great emperor. One after another, the Yarrow cultivators roared and charged forward. They chose to self-detonate and die tragically, blasting open a path of blood through the dense encirclement. After a Yarrow cultivator self-detonated, a second Yarrow cultivator would rush forward and self-detonate as well. This scene was too tragic and stirring. Woo-woo. Little Moon cried bitterly. She saw her family members die so tragically. It was a huge blow to her young heart. The old woman looked sad, but she didn't stop them. She knew that if she wanted to save the little princess, she had to sacrifice herself. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, she wouldn't hesitate. Crazy. These Yarrow cultivators are all crazy, shouted the cultivators of the 1 family and 3 prefectures in horror. They had never seen such crazy people who didn't cherish their lives. Perhaps these people didn't understand what it meant to protect. In this world, there were some things and some people that needed to be protected with one's life. In the eyes of these demon race cultivators, Little Moon was someone who was worth protecting with their lives. Bang bang bang, more than a dozen Yarrow cultivators self-detonated one after another. The old woman carried the little princess and rushed towards the northwest through the gap that a dozen or so demon cultivators had torn open with great difficulty at the cost of their self-detonation. Do it, however, the old woman couldn't leave with the little princess because there was another force. It was the experts by Gongsun Wushu's side. They had been watching the battle and hadn't made a move. Now, it was time for them to make a move. As soon as Gongsun Wushu's voice fell, hundreds of cultivators rushed out and attacked the old woman. The cultivators behind them also caught up. This place could be described as an inescapable net. It was truly despairing. Heavenly law embodiment technique. The old woman shouted, and her body began to grow. Soon, the old woman's body turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. The old woman held Little Moon in her left hand and slapped the cultivators surrounding her with her right hand. Many cultivators were killed by the old woman's slap. The old woman, who had transformed into the heavenly law embodiment technique, had greatly increased her battle strength. She forced a bloody path out of the encirclement. Gongsun Wushu, who was standing on a mountain peak in the distance, had a cold expression on his face. Whoosh! Light flashed in his hand. A war spear appeared. The war spear was pitch black, and it flickered with a cold and bloodthirsty aura. Gongsun Wushu directly threw the war spear. The war spear pierced through the void. Pu. In the next moment, the war spear pierced the old woman's heart. The old woman, who was running wildly, was on the verge of collapse. She lowered her head and looked at the bloody hole in her chest with a sorrowful expression. My death is not regrettable, but what about the little princess? Great Emperor, you protected the Tianwu continent in the past. Now, your descendant is going to be captured by these people to be refined into medicine. Was everything you did in the past worth it? The old woman cried bitterly, and her huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The old woman's magic power dissipated, and her body returned to its original state. Little Moon knelt beside the old woman and cried in pain and despair. Grandma, what's wrong? Don't leave Little Moon behind. Rumble. In the void, a large hand condensed and grabbed Little Moon. This was the energy hand that Gongsun Wushu had condensed. Bang! A figure walked over from afar and shattered the giant hand of energy. The old woman raised her head with difficulty and looked at the young cultivator who had appeared with pleading eyes. I beg you to take her to either Great Rock, King of either Great Peng, King of either Great Kindness. I will repay in the next life. Don't worry, I will protect her. Lin Feng picked up Little Moon and quickly rushed into the distance. Brat, you're courting death. The experts of the One Clan and 3 prefectures roared angrily. The old woman struggled to get up, and her body began to swell. In an instant, it exploded, and destructive energy surged out, swallowing a large part of the forest and many cultivators who had chased after her. Blood rained down. The old woman's blood dyed the ground red. With endless sorrow, the old woman's life passed away. Chapter 1042. Little Moon was tired from crying, and she fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms. She was a descendant of Emperor Taiching, and she had sovereign blood. It was no wonder that the cultivators of the One Sect, 3 prefectures wanted to capture her. Sovereign blood was far more effective than divine essence. Fusing sovereign blood into a pill could raise it to the level of a divine pill. Even though Lin Feng didn't know why the 3 governments wanted to capture Xiao Yu, he could guess what was going on. The methods of the One Sect, 3 prefectures were truly shameless. Emperor Taiching had done the martial heaven continent a great favor in the past. Capturing a 4 or 5-year-old girl to refine her blood into a pill was a violation of humanity. The sacred emperor said, "Man is born good." It was just that with the passage of time, who knew where the conscience of these people from the major factions had long been lost. In their eyes, there was no such thing as good. For the sake of their own benefits, they would do anything. The One Sect, 3 prefectures. I thought that the 3 prefectures were much kinder than the Heavenly Gate, but it seems I was too naive. How could they have any conscience? Their conscience must have been eaten by a dog. Thought Lin Feng angrily, but then he sighed. He had no choice but to sigh. That kind of powerful and influential group was unscrupulous in their actions. Where is the Great Peng King's ancestral land? Lin Feng was a bit worried. The Great Peng King was a peerless genius, and he had survived for 300 years. Lin Feng and the Great Peng King knew each other, and they had once fought over fossils. Later, when they had left, Lin Feng and the Great Peng King's nephew, Jin Xingyuan, had entered the swamp of death together. They had gone through many hardships, and the 2 of them had formed a deep friendship. However, Lin Feng had never been to the southern continent before, so he didn't know where the Great Peng King's ancestral land was. Now he can only take 1 step at a time. At night, Lin Feng found a hidden cave and used a formation to seal the cave. Then he rested inside the cave. Little Moon was curled up in Lin Feng's arms, its little hands tightly clutching onto Lin Feng's clothes. In its sleep, it would occasionally let out frightened sleep talk. No matter how sensible Little Moon was, she was still less than 5 years old. Today, she had seen so many of her clansmen die tragically, and her grandmother had also died tragically in front of her. This was an unimaginable blow to Little Moon's young heart. Big brother, where's Little Moon's grandma? After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng heard a sobbing voice. He opened his eyes and looked at Little Moon who was curled up in his arms. He didn't know when she had woken up. She looked at him pitifully. She went to a place very, very far away. Lin Feng said softly, "Little Moon, will you never see your grandma again?" Tears rolled down Little Moon's cheeks like pearls. Little Moon kept wiping them away, but they couldn't stop flowing. "Grandma is tired. She needs to rest. She needs to sleep for many years," Lin Feng said gently. "Will Little Moon be able to see her again?" Little Moon looked at Lin Feng expectantly. She looked so pitiful that Lin Feng felt his heart break. Who could bear to say such cruel words to such a naive, flawless little girl? "Yes, I believe that Little Moon will be able to see your grandma again," Lin Feng said. "That's great. Little Moon will be able to see your grandma again." Little Moon was very happy. She wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and leaned against Lin Feng's chest. She quickly fell asleep again. At night, several groups of cultivators passed by the mountain where Lin Feng and Little Moon were hiding. However, they couldn't find any traces of Lin Feng. "That boy's identity has been confirmed. He's the boy we were chasing in the Gate of Heaven. He's alone with a burden. He can't have gone far." A few cultivators were talking in low voices. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the cave, happened to hear them. Very quickly, the cultivators left. "I have to catch someone. Only then will I know where the great rocks are." However, these cultivators gather in groups of 3 to 5. Once they appear, Little Moon and I will be exposed. I can't care too much. If I don't know where the great rocks are, when the 3 prefectures send more strong cultivators to search for me and Little Moon, only death will await us. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He knew that he had to take action. Time waited for no one. "Little Moon, hug your big brother's neck and bury your head in my chest. No matter what happens, don't let go and don't raise your head. Do you hear me?" Lin Feng said gently. "I hear you." Little Moon nodded obediently. Lin Feng took out a long robe and tied Little Moon to his body. Little Moon was very obedient. She hugged Lin Feng's neck and buried her head in Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng calmly waited for the cultivators from the 3 prefectures to arrive. Not long after, 5 cultivators flew over. Lin Feng rushed out and used Sky Splitter to attack these cultivators. "Boy, you're courting death." A few cultivators roared and took out magic treasures to attack Lin Feng. "Catcher, catcher." A few magic treasures were destroyed, and one cultivator after another was killed. Only one person was left alive. Lin Feng had intentionally let him live. That cultivator turned around and ran. Lin Feng quickly chased after him and grabbed his head. Soul Search. A powerful spiritual energy entered the cultivator's mind and forcefully searched his soul. "Ah!" The Upper Heaven Gate cultivator let out an incomparably shrill scream. Lin Feng got the answer he wanted. He broke the cultivator's neck and threw his corpse on the ground. Then, Lin Feng carried Little Moon and quickly flew towards the territory of the Great Rocks. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the forest. Although the battle here was short, many people had already sensed it. Many people rushed in the direction of the original battle. "That boy will definitely go to the territory of the Great Rocks and kill him on the way," said the masked cultivator coldly. "Use the Jade Talisman to contact Qing Tian and buy RI to stop that boy," said Gong's son Wushu in a deep voice. "Yes," said a strong cultivator from the Upper Heaven Gate. He immediately took out a Jade Talisman and sent the message. Lin Feng flew for 3 days in the forest. He wanted to find a place to rest. He saw a mountain range in front of him and decided to hide there and rest. Lin Feng flew towards the mountain range. At that moment, the air behind him shook slightly. A skinny cultivator stepped out of the air and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He reacted quickly and turned around to counter the attack with a punch. Bang! The 2 cultivators collided violently. Lin Feng had the impression a godly mountain had crashed into him. He was blown away, and his blood was boiling. He couldn't help but cough up blood. "Little boy, let's see how you're going to escape today." The person who had attacked was one of the 4 strong cultivators, Yu Wenqing. He walked towards Lin Feng coldly. His face was filled with killing intent. Chapter 1043. When he saw Yu Wenqing, Lin Feng's expression became grave. He was a terrifying cultivator who had broken through to the 8th life and death layer. His strength was unfathomable. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Yu Wenqing had already locked onto him. He couldn't avoid this battle. Lin Feng knew that he had to get rid of Yu Wenqing as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the others arrived, he and little Yu Yu would die. Little Yu Yu, hold on to your big brother. Don't be afraid. Lin Feng patted little Yu Yu's back. With big brother here, little Yu Yu is not afraid. Said little Yu Yu seriously. Your big brother won't be able to save you because he can't even protect himself. Said Yu Wenqing with a cold smile. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. In a flash, a tide of energy appeared in the sky. It was called Heaven and Earth Tide Fist. The tide of energy was 10,000 zhong long, and it engulfed the sky. Lin Feng took a step forward and used his Great Death technique. A long river of death condensed in the void and slammed into the energy tide that was about to drown out everything. Lin Feng didn't hold back. He used his most powerful technique to fight against Yu Wenqing. Bang! The river of death directly destroyed the tide of energy. As expected of one of the 3,000 great spells, its power was tyrannical. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation level was much lower than Yu Wenqing's, he still relied on the Great Death technique to break Yu Wenqing's attack. The river of death swept towards Yu Wenqing. A powerful death energy surged out. The death energy started corroding Yu Wenqing's body. So it's the Great Death technique of the 3,000 great spells. You're really surprising me. You surprisingly have such a tyrannical divine ability. But what's the use of it? In front of absolute strength, your divine abilities can't harm me. Then, Yu Wenqing took a step forward and threw 9 punches in a row. Bang! Bang! One punch after another landed on the river of death. The river of death collapsed. Dao Death technique. Dao Destruction technique. Lin Feng rushed over, condensing 2 origin characters. He fused the 2 origin characters together and blasted them toward Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing's expression was indifferent. She used the Heaven Calamity Light to destroy Lin Feng's 2 original Dao characters. 8 Divine Seals. Great Suppression technique. Lin Feng once again activated 2 types of spirit techniques. His methods could be said to be endless. The 8 God-forbidding seals sealed Yu Wenqing's heavenly tribulation light. The Great Suppression technique directly suppressed Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing's expression changed slightly. She quickly retreated and used the Sun-Moon punch again, condensing the Sun and the Moon. The Great Suppression technique collided with the Sun-Moon Divine Fist, blocking the attack of the Sun-Moon Divine Fist. The Dao Annihilation and the Dao Death characters collided with Yu Wenqing's body and sent her flying. Wow! Yu Wenqing spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face became extremely pale. To think that I was actually injured by an ant like you. Then, Yu Wenqing roared in anger. He was a strong cultivator, so he had his dignity. Now, he had been injured by a cultivator whom he had regarded as an ant. He was furious. Besides, Yu Wenqing was one of the 4 strongest cultivators in Blue Sky and White Sunday. Now that Lin Feng had injured her, she was furious. Godly Destruction Fist. Yu Wenqing roared angrily and leaped out. His body emitted a destructive power. The destructive strength revolved around Yu Wenqing's body. In the end, all the destructive strength condensed in her right fist. Yu Wenqing threw a punch at Lin Feng. Regal Sword Grave. Lin Feng could sense how powerful Yu Wenqing's godly destruction fist was, so he didn't want to face it head-on. If he was alone, Lin Feng wouldn't have minded fighting Yu Wenqing. But he still had Little Moon in his arms. If Yu Wenqing got close to Little Moon, he would definitely die if he was hit by Yu Wenqing's attack. Regal Sword Control Technique, / 3 precious swords flew out of the Regal Sword Grave and shot towards Yu Wenqing. Under Lin Feng's control, the 3 swords looked like 3 dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws as they shot towards Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing threw a punch at the 3 swords. Clang, 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 destructive force coiled around Yu Wenqing's hand, and then it collided with the 3 swords. Immediately, The sound of metal colliding rang out. The three flying swords couldn't break through Yu Wenqing's defense. Little boy, my godly destruction fist is a peerless technique derived from the Great Destruction Technique. It can summon the purest destructive strength in the world and destroy everything in its path. Yu Wenqing let out a long howl and threw out another 3 punches. Yu Wenqing's 3 punches collided with the 3 swords. The 3 swords were blown thousands of meters away. It wasn't because Lin Feng's regal sword control technique wasn't strong enough, it was because Yu Wenqing's cultivation level was too high. Yu Wenqing's godly destruction fist was extremely strong. Therefore, even though Lin Feng had tried his best, he was still completely suppressed. After the 3 swords were blown away, Yu Wenqing jumped in the air and appeared in front of Lin Feng. The godly destruction fist swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Yu Wenqing's fists collided. Yu Wenqing's punch was too powerful. It sent Lin Feng flying, and a powerful destructive strength poured into Lin Feng's body. The destructive strength exploded. Bang! Half of Lin Feng's body exploded, and blood splashed everywhere. Woo 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 woo, big brother, are you in pain? Little Moon saw that Lin Feng was covered in blood and started crying. Big brother, I'm fine. Lin Feng took Little Moon in his arms and retreated, but Yu Wenqing had already arrived. She threw another godly destruction fist at Lin Feng. The fist enveloped Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had the feeling that he couldn't dodge. Yu Wenqing was too strong, and Lin Feng wasn't strong enough to fight against her. Lin Feng felt powerless in the face of Yu Wenqing's attack. Little boy, I'll take your life, Yu Wenqing sneered and threw a terrifying punch at Lin Feng's head. If that punch hit Lin Feng, his head would explode. At that time, it would definitely be a situation of death. Bad guy, don't bully Little Moon's big brother. Little Moon stretched out her white hand and slapped Yu Wenqing. Suddenly, a terrifying scene appeared. The air was frozen. It was the strength of the Earthian ice meridians. Little Yu suddenly released the strength of the Earthian ice meridians. The Earthian ice meridians had been suppressed by the celestial meridian's fire valley for a long time, but now it was exploding. Not only did the air freeze, but Lin Feng also started shaking. Ice chi penetrated into Lin Feng's body, and he had the impression he was going to freeze. Yu Wenqing, who had been throwing a punch at Lin Feng, was frozen in midair by the Earthian cold meridian's power. A good opportunity. Lin Feng resisted the cold chi and threw a punch at Yu Wenqing. Slash. His fist directly smashed Yu Wenqing's head into pieces. Yu Wenqing's headless corpse fell into the forest. Little Moon, it's so cold. Is Little Moon going to die? Little Moon couldn't suppress the Earthian cold meridian's power anymore, and her limbs started to freeze. Very quickly, her body was also frozen. Little Moon, I'm so happy to have met Big Brother. Little Moon tried her best to smile. Her slender neck, ears, and face were also frozen. She couldn't suppress the Earthian cold meridian's power anymore, and it was about to take her life. Chapter 1044. What a cold body. What's wrong with little Yu? His body is going to be frozen. Lin Feng looked at little Yu seriously. Little Yu was in a terrible situation, so Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate. He hurriedly released heaven fire to suppress the yin energy in little Yu's body. Ordinary people couldn't withstand heaven fire. Once heaven fire entered their body, they would die, but little Yu's body was too special. His Earthian cold meridians were enough to resist heaven fire. After heaven fire entered little Yu's body, the yin energy in little Yu's body started to disperse. Little Yu's breathing also became more stable. When Lin Feng saw that, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't dare stay, so he quickly flew away. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After Lin Feng left, many silhouettes appeared in the distance. Is that Master Yuan? Some of them were from the Supreme Gate of Heaven, and some were from the 3 governments. When the cultivators from the Supreme Gate of Heaven saw the headless corpse on the ground, they were astonished. Yuan, you died so tragically. Na Lan Tian, Gong Sun Bai, and Dongfang Ri also arrived. When they saw Yu Wenqing's corpse, they all looked gloomy. The power of the Earth Frost Meridian sealed Elder Yuan's body. That's why he was killed by that kid. The descendant of Emperor Taiching isn't even 5 years old yet. He already knows how to use the power of the Earth Frost Meridian. Gong Sun Wushu pulled a long face. Yu Wenqing was a cultivator of the 8th life and death layer, and he had an extraordinary status in the Supreme Gate of Heaven. Now that he had been killed, it was a great loss for the sect. Keep looking. That little boy won't be able to escape, said the masked man in a deep voice. When we catch that little boy, we'll crush his bones and scatter his ashes, shouted Na Lan Tian, Gong Sun Bai, and Dongfang Ri furiously. Swoosh. The 3 cultivators immediately flew off into the distance. The others quickly dispersed and continued looking for Lin Feng. Only Gong Sun Wushu and the masked man were left behind. What do you think of that matter? The masked cultivator looked at Gong Sun Wushu. Gong Sun Wushu's face fell. Give me some more time, and I'll give you an answer. I hope I won't have to wait too long, the masked cultivator said. Gong Sun Wushu and the masked cultivator also left. Gong Sun Wushu, who was standing in the forest in the distance, looked at the departing figure of the masked cultivator. A sinister expression appeared on his face, but that sinister expression was quickly concealed by him. In a cave, Lin Feng continued suppressing the power of the Earthian Frost Meridian in Little Moon's body. Every time it was suppressed, the power of the Earthian Frost Meridian would erupt again. Lin Feng had already suppressed Little Moon 10 times. His expression was rather ugly because Little Moon's situation seemed to be worse than he had imagined. Is this a special kind of constitution? Otherwise, how could it have sealed a strong cultivator like Yu Wenqing? Lin Feng muttered. If Little Moon hadn't frozen Yu Wenqing, he would have already died in her hands. Boom. Suddenly, the power of the Earthian Frost Meridian in Little Moon's body exploded again. Each time it exploded, the power of the explosion was even more terrifying than the previous one. Lin Feng's expression became more and more solemn. After suppressing the power of the Earthian Frost Meridian in Little Moon's body again, Lin Feng took a deep breath and used his heavenly fire to dissolve the Yin Frost Meridian in Little Moon's body. I can't suppress the Yin Frost Meridian in Little Moon's body anymore. This is troublesome. Is she really going to? Lin Feng sighed. He looked at Little Moon, who was frowning in her sleep. He couldn't help but feel sad. She was such a lovely little girl, and now she was going to die. Lin Feng was depressed. The Earthian Frost Meridian is devouring her life force. She won't last more than 10 hours. At that moment, the Demon Lord's voice sounded. In the space of the demonic orb, Yarrow Jun sat on a lone grave with a lonely expression. So, Little Moon is definitely going to die? Asked Lin Feng in a low voice. There are many things that can't be suppressed just by suppressing them. Sometimes, we have to change our methods, said the Demon Lord. Can't be suppressed. So you're trying to guide her? Asked Lin Feng. You're pretty smart. You got it so quickly. You understand, said the Demon Lord indifferently. But how can we guide her? If we don't suppress the Yin Frost Meridian in Little Moon's body, it can instantly devour her weak life force, said Lin Feng. The Earthian Frost Meridian is indeed terrifying. This child alone can't resist it. She needs help from others. I remember that in the ancient times, there was a guy called the Earthian Saint who had the same constitution as this little girl, but he was different from the others. He actually survived. The Demon Lord was lost in his memories. How did he survive? Asked Lin Feng anxiously. It's said that a frost pearl condensed in his body. That frost pearl continuously devoured the Yin Frost Meridian's power. Through the frost pearl, he could control the Yin Frost Meridian's power, said the Demon Lord. How do you condense a frost pearl? Asked Lin Feng. There are more than 10 methods, but most of them have been lost for a long time. The success rate isn't high either. I have a method that requires a cultivator who cultivates the Great Ice technique to help condense a frost pearl in his body, said the Demon Lord. Lin Feng's expression darkened. The Great Ice technique is one of the 3,000 Great Taos, right? Where can I find such a technique? Even if I search the entire universe, I won't be able to find it. What a coincidence. Back then, I killed the evil Ice Serpent King and obtained the cultivation method of the Great Ice technique from it. The Demon Lord smiled. Lin Feng looked delighted. What do I need to get the Great Ice technique from you? Lin Feng understood the Demon Lord's personality. It was impossible to ask him for help. He needed to exchange benefits. Swear on your life. Promise me one thing. No matter what I ask of you in the future, you must do it for me, said the Demon Lord. All right. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't have a choice because Little Moon had less than 10 hours to live. Even though the Demon Lord's request was excessive, Lin Feng had no choice but to agree. Today, I, Lin Feng, swear on my life that I will do one thing for the Demon Lord in the future. No matter what it is, as long as it's from the Demon Lord, I will not refuse. If I violate this oath, I will die a horrible death. After making the oath, Lin Feng sensed a rune appear in his mind. It faintly connected him to the Demon Lord. It was the Oath Rune. If Lin Feng violated the oath in the future, the Oath Rune would destroy him. His soul would be destroyed and he would never be able to live again. Chapter 1045. Circulate in the Heavenly Palace, move to the perineum, pass through the Heavenly Gate, Shaoyang, Taiyang, Shaoyin, Duke, and other 72 acupuncture points, flow into the 100 rivers, flow into the 9 heavenly veins, and then flow into the divine court veins. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the Great Ice Art according to the Demon Lord's teachings. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that it wasn't easy to cultivate the Great Ice Art in a short time. It needed time. However, Lin Feng wanted to familiarize himself with the Great Ice Art and understand how to cultivate it. This way, he could help Little Moon temporarily suppress the power of the Earthian Cold Meridian. After 72 circulations, Lin Feng was finally able to cultivate the Great Ice Art skillfully. He placed his hands on Little Moon's body. When the Great Ice spell was activated, the power of the Earthian Cold Meridian in Little Moon's body continuously poured into Lin Feng's body. Right now, Lin Feng couldn't help Little Moon condense the cold pearl. Therefore, he could only use this method to temporarily help Little Moon suppress the power of the Earthian Cold Meridian. Perhaps this was the best way to go about it. As the power of the Earthian Cold Meridian poured into his body, Lin Feng's body began to freeze. Even his blood was about to be frozen. Fortunately, Lin Feng refined 2 types of heavenly fire. At the moment of danger, Lin Feng's heavenly fire protected his body and counteracted the damage of the Earthian Cold Meridian. When the power of the Earthian Cold Meridian in Little Moon's body was completely absorbed by Lin Feng, Little Moon's painful expression disappeared and her breathing became calm. For a short time, there shouldn't be any big problems with Little Moon. However, at this time, Lin Feng's situation wasn't very good. Although he had the heavenly fire protecting his body was almost frozen by the Earthian Cold Meridian. If it was someone else, after absorbing so much power of the Earthian Cold Meridian, their soul would probably have already died. Therefore, it was really not easy for Lin Feng to survive. If you use the Great Ice spell to absorb the Yin Meridians, you'll be able to master the Great Ice spell quickly. If you cultivate by yourself, you won't be able to master the Great Ice spell without at least a few years. The Demon Lord reminded. Lin Feng nodded and began to circulate the Great Ice spell. As the Great Frozen Art circulated, Lin Feng's terrifying Earth-Cold Meridian energy was continuously absorbed and refined. As for the Great Frozen Art, it began to condense runes of a formation. These were the runes of the Divine Ability Array. Divine Ability Formation. This was the sign of a successful cultivation. Before the formation was formed, the divine ability would automatically condense formation runes. Arrays were formed by the combination of array patterns. When the array pattern reached a certain level, it would condense into a large array. Whoosh! 2 hours later, Lin Feng let out a long breath and opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. After absorbing the Yin Meridian energy, Lin Feng's Great Ice spell had condensed 1,000 runes. When these runes were combined, Lin Feng could be considered to have reached a small success in the Great Ice spell. Of course, if he wanted to reach a large success in the Great Ice spell, he would need more time. As for reaching a large success in the Great Ice spell, he would need to have a strong comprehension ability. Simply absorbing the yin meridian energy would not allow him to reach that level. Big brother, is Little Moon still alive? Little Moon opened her eyes and sat up. She was a bit puzzled. Lin Feng hugged Little Moon and said, "With Big brother here, Little Moon will be fine," said Lin Feng. "That's great. Little Moon is still alive." Little Moon was very excited and kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. Lin Feng took out some food, including spirit fruits, dried meat, and some water. Little Moon was obviously hungry. She ate 2 spirit fruits, a piece of dried meat, and drank some water. After playing for a while, she became sleepy again. She curled up in Lin Feng's arms and quickly fell asleep. Lin Feng also ate some food to recover his strength. The road ahead was going to be even more dangerous. Lin Feng was very clear about that. He looked at Little Moon in his arms and smiled warmly. As long as a person was alive, as long as they had faith, they had nothing to fear. He gently stroked Little Moon's head. Very quickly, Lin Feng also fell asleep. After resting, Lin Feng took Little Moon and continued flying towards the territory of the Great Rocks. No matter how dangerous it was, they had to go to the territory of the Great Rocks. The strong cultivators of the 3 governments were looking for Lin Feng and Little Moon. It was unrealistic to rely on their own strength to leave the South Continent. Only by going to the territory of the Great Rocks would they be safe. That little boy has been found. Lin Feng and Little Moon were found by the strong cultivators of the 3 governments. Dozens of strong cultivators surrounded them from all directions. Then, all kinds of powerful attacks were launched towards Lin Feng and Little Moon. Lin Feng had to protect Little Moon so he couldn't use his full strength. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng killed a group of strong cultivators and quickly left with Little Moon. The closer they got to the territory of the Great Rocks, the more strong cultivators they encountered. Lin Feng was surrounded by a dozen strong cultivators from the 3 governments. He had already killed 400 to 500 strong cultivators from the 3 governments. Lin Feng was also injured again and again. There were many places on his body where his bones were exposed. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the immortal body. He could recover quickly after being injured. He also had the green leaf stone, a treasure that could quickly recover his magic power. Otherwise, under the encirclement of the 3 palaces experts, he would have died many times over. "Big brother, let's take a rest." After a big battle, Lin Feng left with Little Moon in his arms. Little Moon looked at Lin Feng's pale face and felt sorry for him. Lin Feng rubbed Little Moon's head and said, "Big brother, it's all right. We'll reach the territory of the Great Rocks in less than 1,000 miles. We can't stop now." Lin Feng carried Little Moon and flew towards the territory of the Great Rocks in the night. When they were still 300 miles away, they ran into trouble. Thousands of cultivators rushed out of the forest and surrounded Lin Feng and Little Moon. "Little boy, you're like a grasshopper. You've ruined our plan. Even if you die 1,000,000 times, it won't be enough to appease our anger." Gong Sun Bai stepped forward and said coldly. Lin Feng and Gong Sun Bai were old rivals, so he knew how terrifying he was. Now that Gong Sun Bai was there and he had so many strong cultivators with him, Lin Feng knew that things were getting troublesome. If they could break through, there was still a chance. If they couldn't break through, only death would await them. He took a deep breath and silently took out the revered sword tomb. "Kill!" Murderous shouts spread in the air. Cultivators from all directions were rushing towards Lin Feng like a flood. "Revered sword tomb, open!" Lin Feng shouted and the revered sword tomb rose into the sky. Crack! The sword box opened. 3 swords flew out and slashed at the thousands of cultivators who were charging at them. Chapter 1046. Pu. 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 Ripping sounds could be heard as cultivators were killed one by one. However, Lin Feng's body was also covered in wounds, and blood kept flowing out. There were too many opponents. Even though Lin Feng used a defensive treasure like the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect his body, there were still some cultivators who could break through his defense and kill him. Moreover, Lin Feng also had to take care of Little Moon, so the situation was not good. This was a war of attrition, and these people kept exhausting Lin Feng. Lin Feng's battle power was naturally getting weaker and weaker. If he lost too much blood, his physical strength would also be consumed very quickly. A cultivator seized an opportunity and came behind Lin Feng, slapping at Lin Feng. Bang! This powerful attack fiercely hit Lin Feng's back, and directly sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng rolled a few times on the ground. More than 10 cultivators rushed forward, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Great Ice Art. Lin Feng slapped the ground, and with his palm as the center, ice chi spread out in all directions. The dozen-strong cultivators who had rushed towards Lin Feng were instantly frozen. Lin Feng used the sky-splitting slash. Pu. The cultivators' bodies were directly cut in half, and they died on the spot. An attack like the Great Ice Art was naturally powerful, but this kind of attack could not be used casually. This was because the Great Ice Art consumed too much of one's body, and one's magic power could not support this level of magic power repeatedly. Although Lin Feng had a treasure like the Emerald Leaf Stone, which could quickly recover magic power, with so many cultivators surrounding him, these people would not give him the time to refine the Emerald Leaf Stone at all. This was the reason why many ants could kill an elephant. Brat, eat my fist. Seeing that Lin Feng had already killed 100 strong warriors, Gong Sun Bai finally made his move. He roared coldly and rushed over, sweeping a storm god fist at Lin Feng. Around Gong Sun Bai, a strong storm was formed. These storms spun violently, turning into a small tornado that circled around Gong Sun Bai's fist. Lin Feng used the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists to block Gong Sun Bai's storm god fist. As soon as they clashed, the violent power of the storm instantly tore apart Lin Feng's sleeves. Then, a wound appeared on Lin Feng's arm. It was as if he had been cut by a sharp blade. Even his bones were exposed. This storm god's fist was really terrifying. It seemed like it wanted to completely tear Lin Feng's body apart. 8 Divine Seals. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the 8 god-forbidding seals to seal the power of the storm. Shatter rivers and mountains. Gong Sun Bai attacked again. He raised his left hand and slammed it toward Lin Feng. Poof! This hit directly on Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. His left shoulder was pierced, and blood immediately flowed out. His entire shoulder was almost chopped off. Lin Feng was severely injured. He quickly retreated and was about to use his immortal body to heal his injuries. However, the surrounding cultivators had already rushed over. They didn't even give Lin Feng a chance to heal. Clang! Someone wielded a giant axe and smashed the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. This defensive Dao treasure was sent flying, and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's luster dimmed. Although this treasure was powerful, it was only a mid-grade Dao treasure. However, the giant axe in the opponent's hand was a high-grade Dao treasure that could break through the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's defense. The opponent swung the giant axe and slammed it on the 7 treasures glazed pagoda again. The defensive system of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was completely destroyed, and this treasure entered Lin Feng's body. The expert with the giant axe was from the Tuoba family, one of the 3 prefectures. His name was Tuoba Ji, and he was the son of the Tuoba family's great elder. His position in the family was not to be underestimated, so he had a high-grade Dao treasure. This brat's defensive treasure has been destroyed. Let's kill him together, shouted Tuo Bag furiously. He raised his gigantic axe and attacked Lin Feng with the strength of a mountain. The surrounding cultivators also rushed over, and all kinds of treasures attacked Lin Feng. Martial Spirit. Activate. Lin Feng didn't hold back and activated his 5 devouring martial spirits. The 5 devouring martial spirits instantly merged into one, and the power of the confinement magnetic field was pushed to the extreme. With him as the center, a powerful confinement magnetic field formed within 10 meters. Tuoba Ji and more than 20 cultivators from the 1 sect and 3 prefectures were trapped, unable to move. Go to hell! Lin Feng reached out his right hand and grabbed Tuoba Ji's head. Save me! Tuoba Ji shouted in fear. But no one could save him. Lin Feng grabbed Tuoba Ji's head, and with a slight force, he directly plucked Tuoba Ji's head off. Pu. Fresh blood spurted out from his neck, and Tuoba Ji's headless corpse fell to the ground. At the same time, Lin Feng used the regal sword control art to activate the 3 swords. One by one, the trapped cultivators and the experts from the 1 sect and 3 prefectures were killed. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. Boom! In the distance, a terrifying aura spread out. Na Lan Tien flew over. His expression was indifferent. Brat, do you think you can smoothly reach the land of the fiends? How naive. Then, in another direction, a blazing sun appeared. A cultivator stood in the middle of the sun, and it was Dong Fang Ri. Dong Fang Ri said coldly, "Today, I will kill you by 1,000 cuts, then extract your soul and throw it into purgatory so that you will never be reincarnated." Rumble. An ancient bronze carriage came through the sky, and an ancestor of the Tuoba clan arrived. The ancestor stepped out of the carriage and looked at Lin Feng with sinister eyes. "I really didn't expect you to be so young. You have such an enviable age, talent, and cultivation. You're so young, but you killed so many experts from the 1 sect and 3 prefectures. It's unbelievable." An ancient powerhouse of the Zhongzheng clan also walked over. "This brat has many secrets. If we capture him, the value of these secrets is no less than that of the descendants of Emperor Taiqing." An ancient powerhouse of the Shangguan clan also walked over. "When did someone like you appear among the supreme geniuses? It seems like you didn't participate in the last genius battle. Are you the newest one?" The masked cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng. "In recent years, there have been a few supreme geniuses who rose to prominence, but I know all of them. The only one I don't know is a cultivator called Lin Feng." "Are you the Lin Feng who people call the Little Stone Saint?" Gongsun Wushu's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Let's go." When Lin Feng saw so many peerless cultivators arrive, his expression became grave. He didn't dare stay, and he immediately rushed away. "You can't leave. This place has been sealed. Stay here." Gongsun Wushu, the masked cultivator, the 3 ancient powerhouses of the Tuoba clan, the Zhongzheng clan, and the Shangguan clan, as well as Na Lan Tien, Gongsun Bai, and Dong Fang Ri, 8 ancient powerhouses attacked together. The attacks of the 8 strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng was shocked to find that he couldn't move. He sensed a thick death qi enveloping his body. Chapter 1047. Boom. In the distance, a wave of demonic qi swept over. Just as the attacks of the 8 experts were about to land on Lin Feng, the demonic qi surged over and collided with their attacks. The attacks of the 8 powerhouses were broken in an instant. Then, more than a dozen figures descended. There were men and women, old and young, but their strength was unfathomable. They were all led by a woman in snow-white clothes. She looked like a fairy from the 9th heaven, and she was as beautiful as a celestial lotus. Sister Shui Yao. Little Moon's eyes lit up when she saw the woman. She obviously recognized her. "Little Moon, I'm late and scared you. It's all my fault, but from now on, I won't let anyone bully you anymore." The woman called Shui Yarrow by Little Moon spoke softly. She then stretched out her hands and looked at Lin Feng, saying, "Thank you for escorting Little Moon. Now, hand her over to me." This woman was clearly an expert of the devil race, and her status was definitely not simple. Those unfathomably strong devil race elders were all standing behind her respectfully. Little Moon hugged Lin Feng tightly and buried her head in Lin Feng's chest. Shui Yarrow smiled bitterly and said, "All right. I won't hug you. Let this big brother hug you instead." Little Moon raised her head and nodded heavily. "You're the princess of the Phoenix race, Shui Yarrow." The masked man's expression was gloomy. Many people's expressions changed. The Phoenix race was definitely one of the strongest races of the devil race. Since the beginning of time, the Phoenix race had always been the most mysterious race. The divine abilities they possessed were unimaginable. The era before the immemorial era was too long, and there were very few records of that era. After the immemorial era began, the Phoenix race had always been one of the 9 great races of the devil race. The most terrifying ability of the Phoenix race was Phoenix Nirvana. It was said that they were unkillable. Even if they were killed, it would only be a temporary death because they could undergo Nirvana. Once they returned, they would become even stronger. "You're quite observant. Princess Shui Yarrow looked indifferent. So what if you're from the Phoenix race? Do you think we're afraid of you? Dongfang Ri sneered. An expert who had stepped into the 10th layer of life and death realm naturally had nothing to fear. What's more, there were as many experts as there were clouds in a single clan with 3 manners. They did not fear anyone. Gongsun Wushu said, I've long heard that the Phoenix clan's inheritance is peerless and invincible. Today, I'd like to experience it for myself. As he spoke, Gongsun Wushu raised his right hand. Void shattering slash. Crack. The void cracked open as an attack containing the power of destruction was formed. This was an attack condensed from the Void Annihilation Chop. This Void Annihilation Chop had a great origin. It was an offensive technique recorded in the Great Void Technique, one of the 3,000 Great Taos. Oblivion of all worlds. When facing Gongsun Wushu's attack, Princess Shui Yarrow stretched out her slender right hand that was crystalline and translucent like jade. She picked up a flower with her right hand and gently flicked it. An illusory world condensed in the void and swallowed Gongsun Wushu's attack. After that, the void world moved towards Gongsun Wushu to envelop him. As expected of a descendant of the Phoenix clan. You're really powerful. You can actually break through my Void Annihilation Chop. Gongsun Wushu shouted and stepped forward, throwing out 3 punches in succession. Above his fists, a destructive light condensed. After 3 punches, the mysterious world that Princess Shui Yarrow had condensed shattered. You're not bad either. You were able to block my attack. Let's stop here today. Let's go. Princess Shui Yarrow waved her sleeves, and her demonic chi rolled out and enveloped everyone. Then, the demonic chi soared into the sky and escaped into the distance. There were many experts on the side of the 1 family and 3 prefectures. They had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, so how could they let them leave so easily? Stop them. The experts on the side of the 1 family and 3 prefectures attacked one after another. All kinds of powerful attacks were launched towards the demonic chi. If we want to leave, I'm afraid that you won't be able to stop us. Great banishing technique. Princess Shui Yarrow was really powerful. Facing the attacks that covered the sky and the earth, she continuously formed seals with both hands and tore open the void. When the long river of attacks came crashing down, all of them were swallowed up by the void that had split open. Then, the demonic chi wrapped around everyone and quickly left. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. We have so many people, but we let a mere dozen of them escape. If this gets out, we'll become the laughingstock of the world. Gong Sun Bai said gloomily. The experts of the 1 family and 3 prefectures all had unsightly expressions. No wonder that Princess Shui Yarrow was so fearless. She learned the great banishing technique. We were tricked by her. What do you plan to do now? Said the masked cultivator gloomily. How's the great Peng Emperor doing? Do you know? Asked Gong Sun Wushu suddenly. He's been injured for hundreds of years. I heard that he obtained a creation fossil and wants to use the creation fossil's luck to suppress his injuries. Said the leader of the Tuoba family. If the great Peng Emperor recovers, it won't be a good thing for us, said the masked cultivator gloomily. Dongfang Ri frowned and said, it's not that easy to recover from a Dao injury. I've never heard of anyone who was able to survive with a Dao injury. But just in case, we don't mind helping the great Peng Emperor meet his dead ancestors as soon as possible. Since that's what everyone thinks, let's go back and discuss this matter. Since we're going to do it, we have to eliminate the source of the problem. Said the leader of the Zhongzheng family. The rest of the people couldn't help but curl their lips into a cold expression. The great Peng Emperor's territory was located in the deepest part of the celestial demon forest. There were countless ferocious beasts there, so it was one of the most dangerous places in the southern continent. Very few cultivators would come here. Everyone stopped outside a valley in the depths of the celestial demon forest. Rumble. At that moment, there was a huge sound. It was obvious that the great Peng Emperor's territory had been activated. The great Peng Emperor's territory was a huge spatial world. It was connected to the Tianwu continent through some restrictions. It was a paradise for the Yarrow race. Dozens of cultivators flew out under the lead of an old man. What? Only you came back. Where's Grandma Chuyun? Asked the old man in the lead. Princess Shui Yarrow sighed and said, they're all dead. Little Moon was able to escape alive thanks to Lin Gongzi. The old man was an elder of the great Peng Emperor's tribe. His name was Jin Shizhen, and most people called him Elder Jin. When he heard this bad news, tears streamed down his face. I've known Grandma Chuyun for more than 8,000 years. When I received a message from her, I knew that she was going to bring the little princess to the southern continent. I was very happy, but I didn't expect that my old friend would die so tragically. The southern continent's humans have gone too far in bullying the Yarrow race. Chapter 1048. Little Moon curled up in Lin Feng's arms and fell asleep. Under Elder Jin's guidance, Lin Feng was led to a courtyard. The land of the monster race was very large. It was a small world with hundreds of millions of people living there. Little Moon's Earth-Yin cold meridian is temporarily suppressed. I'm currently cultivating the Great Ice technique. Perhaps I can use it to help her condense a cold pearl. That way, she should be fine, said Lin Feng. Everyone was delighted when they heard this. Elder Jin said, thank you, little friend. This child has been tortured by the Earth-Yin cold meridian since she was young. Now that her only relative has died, she's all alone. However, at least she's still alive. She won't let the Tai Ching Emperor's bloodline go extinct. You're welcome. Little Moon is very cute. I also hope to help her, said young Fan. There's a 10,000-meter cold pond in the monster race's small world. Perhaps it can help you cultivate the Great Ice technique. You can rest for a day. Tomorrow, I'll have someone take you to the cold pond, said Elder Jin. Thank you, Elder Jin. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Little Moon was carried away by Princess Shui Yarrow. She was temporarily by Princess Shui Yarrow's side and was taken care of by her. The Phoenix clan and the Tai Ching Empress clan had always been very close, so Lin Feng wasn't worried. When little Peng King Jin Xingyuan heard the news, he quickly rushed over. When he saw Lin Feng, he was extremely excited and gave Lin Feng a bear hug. Brother Feng, I didn't think you'd come to Nanju. When I heard the name Lin Feng, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was just someone with the same name, so I quickly came to see. I didn't think it would really be you, Brother Feng. Jin Xingyuan was very excited. Lin Feng patted Jin Xingyuan's shoulder and said, life is unpredictable. I didn't think I'd come to Nanju either. Also, many things have happened during this time. After a pause, Lin Feng said, let's talk inside. Jin Xingyuan nodded and entered the living room with Lin Feng. The two of them talked about the various things that had happened in the past 2 years, and both of them were quite emotional. How is Senior Great Rock King now? Lin Feng asked. Uncle, you're in the hidden gate of life and death. It's very important to you, Jin Xingyuan said. Lin Feng nodded. The Great Rock King was injured in the first place. His hidden latch of life and death was indeed too important. The slightest carelessness could lead to his death. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to pay a visit to the Great Rock King, but now, he could only give up. Tomorrow, I want to go to the frigid pond. Bring me there, Lin Feng said. Jin Xingyuan nodded. He didn't stay too long with Lin Feng and quickly left. Not long after, Little Moon woke up and cried for Lin Feng. Princess Shui Yarrow could only carry Little Moon to Lin Feng. What's wrong, my Little Moon? Why are you crying? Lin Feng rubbed Little Moon's head lovingly. Little Moon said, Little Moon wants to stay by Big Brother's side. Little Moon doesn't want to leave Big Brother's side. Lin Feng hugged Little Moon and smiled. All right, Big Brother will stay with Little Moon. After playing around for a while, Little Moon grew tired. She ate some food and fell asleep. Because she had been tortured by the Yin Meridian for a long time, Little Moon's body was very weak, so she was very sleepy. She only woke up for a short while. The next day, Lin Feng followed Jin Xingyuan to the frigid pond. The frigid pond was located in the northwest of the small world, deep in an ancient forest. It was about 1 mu in size, and the surrounding 15 kilometers was filled with cold qi. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to the frigid pond. This frigid pond is too cold. Many years ago, a senior explored it and dived 30,000 meters, but he still couldn't reach the bottom. In the end, he came back. But after so many years, nothing strange has happened here. On the contrary, many people who practice ice-type techniques like to come here to cultivate, said the Great Rock King. Little Rock King said. Lin Feng nodded. Along the way, he did see cultivators coming to the area where the frigid pond was. They probably wanted to use the power of the frigid pond to train their techniques. You can go back. I can go in by myself. Lin Feng said. All right, I'll go back first. Jin Shengyuan then left. Lin Feng came to the side of the frigid pond to cultivate. Many demon cultivators pointed at him. This was because very few human cultivators came to the demon race's territory. However, they had vaguely heard that Lin Feng had escorted the descendants of Emperor Taiching to the demon race's territory, so these demon cultivators didn't show any hostility. They all had friendly expressions. Most people didn't enter the frigid pond to cultivate, because the cold qi outside the frigid pond was cold enough to cultivate ordinary ice-type techniques. If one were to enter the cold pond, it would not be easy for one's body to resist the cold energy of the cold pond. In the end, it was very likely that not only would one's cultivation not increase, but one's body would also be injured. Lin Feng entered the frigid pond and dived down. The yin energy above didn't increase his cultivation by much. When he reached 3,000 meters, Lin Feng started channeling the Great Ice Art. The yin energy poured into Lin Feng's body and turned into runes. Lin Feng didn't know how long he had been practicing cultivation, but he was already 60,000 meters below the surface of the lake. If Lin Feng hadn't practiced the Great Ice technique, he wouldn't have been able to go that deep because it was too cold. Even the cultivators of the ancient giants would be frozen to death if they dived to this position. However, the Great Ice Art could disperse the coldness. Thus, the yin energy here couldn't harm Lin Feng. Lin Feng finally reached the grand completion stage of the Great Ice Art. This stage could help Lil Moon condense the frigid pearl. Lin Feng planned to leave, but a weak ripple attracted Lin Feng's attention. What's at the bottom of the frigid pond? Lin Feng frowned. Before, the strong cultivator from the Beast clan had come back after reaching 30,000 meters. Lin Feng had already reached 60,000 meters and he still hadn't reached the bottom. Lin Feng was guessing that there were some secrets hidden at the bottom of the lake. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Feng continued down. What surprised Lin Feng was that after 100,000 meters, he finally reached the bottom of the lake. There were cobblestones everywhere. It was a gigantic area. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black silhouette flashed behind Lin Feng. When Lin Feng turned around, he didn't see anything. Lin Feng frowned. He suppressed the throbbing in his heart and swam deeper. That's... Lin Feng's eyes widened. Chapter 1049. At the bottom of the lake was a 1,000-meter-long skeleton. Its entire body was snow-white and sparkling. Upon closer inspection, the skeleton looked like a crystal. Dragon. It's actually a dragon's skeleton. No wonder Lin Feng was so shocked. He quickly swam over and landed in front of the skeleton, carefully inspecting it. Based on the shape of the skeleton, could it be an ice dragon? No wonder the lake is so cold. It's because of this ice dragon's skeleton. With such a huge body, it must have been a god when it was alive, right? Lin Feng's expression became serious. A god-level ice dragon had actually died here. It was very strange, and Lin Feng was filled with doubts. What had happened? Was this how the ice dragon had died? I wonder when this land of the beasts was built. It seems that even the beasts didn't know that an ice dragon was buried at the bottom of the lake. Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. Right, a precious bone. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Many powerful beasts had precious bones. Precious bones were bones that had been branded with a divine ability. Because of that, they were treated differently and were named treasures. Obviously, a powerful beast like the ice dragon definitely had a precious bone. If one could obtain an ice dragon's precious bone, they would be able to obtain the divine ability recorded on it. Generally, divine abilities that could be branded on precious bones were top-notch divine abilities passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, They were very valuable. Lin Feng searched for a precious bone on the huge skeleton. Found it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A piece of bone was engraved with numerous runes. Those runes emitted shocking fluctuations that made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. The ice dragon was a royal dragon, and the divine abilities it had passed down were at least primordial divine abilities. Lin Feng took the precious bone and put it in his storage ring. He continued walking deeper into the lake. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a cold aura surging towards him. Almost reflexively, he turned around and slammed his palm behind him. A black shadow enveloped him. Then, a huge suction force surged towards him. Lin Feng felt his attack land on a soft body. His attack was completely negated. A moment later, Lin Feng was sucked in by a huge plate, and he couldn't move at all. The terrifying plate wriggled, trying to swallow Lin Feng whole. What kind of monster is this? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. In that moment of life and death crisis, he summoned the regal sword mound, and 3 swords flew out. Slash, slash, slash. The 3 swords pierced the monster's body. Bang! The gigantic monster crashed to the ground. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the monster. When he saw it, his expression changed. It was a gigantic demon leech that was 4 or 5 meters long. Lin Feng had never seen such a huge monster. After the demonic leech was killed, black blood flowed out of its body. The leech itself is a type of medicinal ingredient. Such a huge demonic leech is too valuable. Lin Feng put the demonic leech away. He continued walking deeper into the lake, but he was much more careful this time. Before long, Lin Feng saw a huge abyss. From time to time, shocking waves of energy would surge out. Lin Feng looked into the abyss. He could faintly see a ball of divine light in the abyss. The ball of divine light seemed to contain a supreme treasure. Even though the treasure was dormant, Lin Feng still felt his soul tremble when he sensed its aura. What kind of treasure is that? A divine weapon? Or an imperial weapon? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. The item wrapped in the divine light was definitely extraordinary. He had sensed a similar aura from the imperial weapon, the Sword of Time. Therefore, Lin Feng concluded that the treasure inside the divine light was very likely an imperial weapon. Even if it wasn't an imperial weapon, it was still a top-tier divine weapon that was very close to one. Lin Feng carefully dove deeper into the abyss, but after diving for about 100 meters, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura coming from the bottom of the abyss. Next, countless black leeches swam up. The leeches at the bottom of the abyss were too huge. Even the smallest one was over 10 meters long, like a huge python. Moreover, there were so many of them that it was impossible to tell how many there were. Oh no, I have to leave. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock when he saw the demonic leeches rushing out of the abyss. It had already been extremely difficult for him to kill the 4 to 5 meter long demonic leech, let alone the countless huge ones below. If those demonic leeches caught up to him, he would definitely die. After rushing out of the abyss, he swam upwards. The demonic leeches chased him for a while before returning to the abyss. Are these demonic leeches guarding the mysterious treasure in the abyss? I wonder who left it behind. Could the death of the ice dragon in the abyss have something to do with the demonic leeches? Lin Feng frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. With such a huge group of demonic leeches, there would definitely be a king-level demonic leech. A king-level demonic leech might really be able to kill a god. Lin Feng finally swam upwards. With his current strength, he didn't have the ability to touch the mysterious treasure in the abyss. He would have to wait until he became a god before he could try. Lin Feng returned to his residence. When Little Moon saw Lin Feng, she immediately became happy. She stretched out her little hand and ran towards Lin Feng. "Big brother, where did you go? I thought you didn't want me anymore," Little Moon said pitifully. Lin Feng took Little Moon in his arms and caressed her head. He smiled and said, "How could Big Brother abandon Little Moon?" When Little Moon heard Lin Feng's words, she was extremely happy. Her big, bright eyes narrowed into crescents. "It seems that you've already mastered the great ice art," exclaimed Princess Shui Yarrow. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. I've already mastered the great ice art. It's better to condense the frost pearl for Little Moon as soon as possible. So, we'll start tomorrow. Princess Shui Yarrow nodded. All right, but you have to tell Elder Jin about this. Lin Feng nodded. That night, Elder Jin came to Lin Feng's residence and asked, Young friend, what's the probability of condensing the frost pearl? About 50%. Said Lin Feng. Said Elder Jin sorrowfully. You have to succeed. Sovereign Taiching only has one descendant. If Little Moon dies, Sovereign Taiching's line will be cut off. Back then, Sovereign Taiching died at the peak of the Martial Heaven continent. If his line is cut off, how can we face the late Sovereign Taiching? Don't worry. Nothing will happen to Little Moon. Lin Feng nodded. His words sounded more like he was trying to cheer himself up. Little Moon was such a cute and sensible child. If she really died tragically before she was 5 years old, how painful would that be? The next day, everything was ready. Lin Feng and Little Moon entered the room while Princess Shui Yarrow, Elder Jin, Jin Shengyuan, and the others waited outside anxiously. Chapter 1050. Little Moon was very obedient. She sat in front of Lin Feng and looked at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes. Don't be afraid. If it hurts, just scream. With Big Brother here, Little Moon will be fine, Lin Feng said softly. Little Moon had always been a very strong child. After hearing Lin Feng's words, she said, Little Moon, don't be afraid. With Big Brother here, Little Moon knows that I will definitely get better. Her big watery eyes curved into crescents again. She looked very cute. This was a child that made one's heart ache and pity. She was so young, but she was already so sensible. Lin Feng pinched Little Moon's face lovingly. Then, he took a deep breath and began to circulate the great ice spell. He placed his right hand on Little Moon's back and his left hand on her dantian. When the power of the great ice spell entered Little Moon's body, the power of the Earthian cold meridian in her body instantly exploded. The terrifying power of the Earthian cold meridian began to freeze Little Moon's body. Little Moon was so cold that she shivered. However, she bit her lips and didn't let herself make a sound. Little Moon was too sensible. She was afraid that Lin Feng would be worried, so she forced herself to endure it. Lin Feng hurriedly guided the power of the Earthian cold meridian in Little Moon's body to gather at her dantian. Originally, the power of the Earthian cold meridian was like a flood that couldn't be controlled. But now, the power of the Earthian cold meridian was quickly gathering at Little Moon's dantian under Lin Feng's guidance. The power of the Earthian cold meridian gathered together and turned into the shape of an energy ball. Then, Lin Feng merged the energy produced by the great ice spell into the energy ball. The energy ball was continuously compressed. Gradually, the energy ball was compressed from a gaseous state to a liquid state. And the power of the Earthian cold meridian in its liquid state began to condense. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the Earthian cold meridian in its liquid state began to gradually transform into a crystal clear bead. This bead was the frost bead. Sensing that the frost bead had successfully formed, Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. He carefully probed and discovered that Little Moon's body was still constantly producing the power of the Earthian frost vein. The power of the Earthian frost meridian eventually gathered towards the frost pearl and was absorbed by it. As expected, the frigid pearl can control the yin meridians. Little Yu Yang is fine now. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He was about to withdraw his spiritual force from Little Moon's dantian. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that there was something wrong. In the depths of Little Moon's dantian, there seemed to be an aura so strong that it made his soul tremble. What is hidden in Little Moon's dantian? Lin Feng was puzzled. His spiritual will carefully flew towards the depths of Little Moon's dantian. Little Moon's dantian was too big, like an ocean. His dantian was like a sea. Lin Feng was astonished. Little Moon hadn't started cultivating yet, so his dantian should have been very small. However, Little Moon's dantian was even bigger than his. If his dantian was as big as an ocean, how big would his dantian become in the future? How much magic power would his dantian contain? Just thinking about it made people feel a sense of shock. Finally, Lin Feng's spiritual will reached the depths of Little Moon's dantian. There, Lin Feng saw a shocking scene. A holy fetus was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by holy light. It was pure and holy, and it emitted shocking fluctuations. A holy imperial fetus. The demon lord's voice sounded. It was filled with astonishment. Obviously, the demon lord was astonished when he saw the holy fetus. A holy imperial fetus? What's a holy imperial fetus? Asked Lin Feng. Little Moon hadn't started cultivating, but there was a holy fetus hidden in her dantian. It was too strange. Moreover, this holy fetus seemed to have a great origin. It was very likely not Little Moon's own holy fetus. It was a holy fetus that had been placed in her dantian. Emperor Taiching's holy fetus, said the demon lord in disbelief. Hiss. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. How shocking was the holy fetus of a grand emperor? Logically speaking, the Taiching emperor's sacred fetus should have been destroyed along with his death. But now, his holy fetus had been preserved. It was unknown what method Emperor Taiching had used to preserve his holy fetus and pass it down from generation to generation. This time, it was Little Moon's holy fetus. The holy fetus is dormant because Little Moon hasn't started cultivating. Once she starts cultivating, she'll be able to communicate with the holy fetus and gradually refine its power. Said the demon lord. Refine a grand emperor's holy fetus? If I succeed in refining it, how strong will Little Moon become? Asked Lin Feng. Said the demon lord. A conservative estimate is that she'll have 30% of Emperor Taiching's power at his peak. Lin Feng's expression changed. Emperor Taiching was a peerless great emperor. Even 30% of his combat prowess would be enough to slay an ancient giant god. Of course, if you can break through to the Di-Chi layer and refine great Emperor Taiching's holy embryo, then you'll be unimaginable. Continued the demon lord. Lin Feng nodded. Such a great imperial beast's holy embryo is a treasure trove. It seems that you're interested in the holy fetus. Said the demon lord. If I can refine the holy fetus's blood essence, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Said Lin Feng. That's suicidal. The imperial beast's holy embryo is sleeping, but if you dare take its blood essence, you'll probably wake it up, and your soul will be destroyed in an instant. Said the demon lord. Wealth comes from danger. I'm going to try. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. His divine will instantly flew out and entered the sacred fetus body. It wrapped around a drop of the sacred fetus origin blood and quickly retreated. Success, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. But at this time, the sleeping shifter emperor holy embryo suddenly opened its eyes. Screech. The holy fetus let out a piercing shriek. Wah! Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood. The holy fetus's cold eyes glanced at Lin Feng. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's body began to crumble. It's over. I'm dead. Lin Feng's face paled. It was a moment of life and death. Lin Feng's 5 devouring martial spirits suddenly revolved and merged into one. Then, a blurry silhouette appeared in the black hole. Oh my God, it's him. Just as I guessed, the blood of that heaven-defying race is flowing in his veins. But I didn't expect that there would be a mark of that race in his veins. That's terrifying, said the demon lord when he saw the blurry silhouette in the black hole. He was shaking with fear. Chapter 1051. His silhouette was blurry, making people think that he was an illusion, but at the same time, he was standing in the black hole, looking around. He stepped forward. At that moment, time and space seemed to stop. Bang! Next, the holy embryo's attack disappeared. Holy light rushed out of the holy fetus of the demon emperor, wrapping itself in layers, as if it was guarding against the blurry shadow. The holy embryo was afraid. This was too shocking. The holy embryo was so strong, but it was afraid of a blurry silhouette. Lin Feng's godly awareness wrapped around the imperial beast's holy embryo's blood, and it went back into his body. He finally looked relieved. It had been too dangerous. Who is this? Lin Feng sensed the blurry silhouette. It seemed to be looking at him, but it quickly disappeared. Everything calmed down again, but Lin Feng's heart was pounding. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Demon Lord. I think I can guess his identity. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The Demon Lord said, since you've guessed it, it's fine as long as you know it. This race, what kind of race is it? Their bloodline brand is so strong, Lin Feng asked. Bloodline brands were a kind of inheritance of many powerful races. Sometimes, when the descendants of a race were in danger, there was a small chance that the bloodline brand would be activated and save them. This was what Lin Feng had encountered. The probability of the bloodline brand being activated was usually less than 1%, so it depended on luck. Lin Feng's luck was very good. I can't describe that race. Even though I've met them before, I don't know their origin, so there are many things I can't tell you. Perhaps as your cultivation gradually increases, you'll be able to uncover their secrets. Didn't you say that your mother was suppressed by the 9 heavens god burying coffin in the depths of the starry sky world? Since you saved your mother, perhaps you can learn something about that race from her. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng did not ask any more questions. Perhaps it was just as the Demon Lord had said, and he knew nothing about that race. However, it was also possible that the Demon Lord did not want to tell Lin Feng what he knew. No matter what the reason was, Lin Feng could not get the answer he wanted from the Demon Lord. Since that was the case, he might as well not ask about these things. Little Moon fell asleep, and Lin Feng covered her with the blanket. Then he walked out of the room. How is Little Moon? Princess Shui Yarrow, Elder Jin, and the others asked anxiously. I've already condensed the frost pearl. I'm fine now, Lin Feng said. That's great. Even if we die in the future, we'll be able to face Great Emperor Tai Ching. Elder Jin sighed. Perhaps he thought of Granny Chu Yun, who had died tragically, and his expression was very sad. Lin Feng said, there's something else that I need to talk to you about alone. Many people stayed outside. Lin Feng, Princess Shui Yarrow, Elder Jin, and Jin Shengyuan went to a guest room. Is Little Moon's body not in a good condition? Jin Shengyuan asked worriedly. He liked Little Moon very much, and their race had a very close relationship with Great Emperor Tai Ching. She's doing very well, but Great Emperor Tai Ching's saint fetus is sealed in the depths of Little Moon's dantian. Lin Feng said. Apart from Jin Shengyuan, Princess Shui Yarrow and Elder Jin looked very calm. Lin Feng smiled wryly. It seems that the two of you already know. Princess Shui Yarrow said, we do know about this. Great Emperor Tai Ching's saint fetus is passed down from generation to generation. It can only be fused into the dantian of his descendants. Once his descendants die out, the saint fetus will also die. Lin Feng nodded. After chatting with them for a while, he left and returned to his room. He set up a restriction to protect his room and then went into seclusion. That was because he had obtained a drop of origin blood. This drop of origin blood was too precious, and Lin Feng wanted to quickly refine it to increase his cultivation. Little Moon is fine. Grandma Chu Yun and the others can rest in peace. Jin Shengyuan sighed with a lonely expression. When Jin Shengyuan was young, he had lived with Grandma Chu Yun for a period of time. Her death had made him very sad. My devil race has to take revenge for Grandma Chu Yun. Elder Jin clenched his teeth. Princess Shui Yarrow said, the southern continent's humans have gone too far this time. If my devil race continues to tolerate them, there will be no place for my devil race in the Tianwu continent in the future. Lin Feng didn't know about Princess Shui Yarrow and Elder Jin's plan. The southern continent's 1 sect and 3 palaces had indeed gone too far. The 1 sect and 3 palaces were now at odds with Lin Feng. These 4 forces were unscrupulous and heartless for the sake of benefits. Lin Feng didn't have the slightest good impression of them. Of course, Lin Feng's energy was currently focused on refining the origin blood of the Demon Emperor's sacred embryo. He began to refine the drop of origin blood. Lin Feng was too powerful, so it was very difficult for him to break through. However, Lin Feng felt that this drop of origin blood might be able to help him break through. Under the refinement of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, the origin blood gradually turned into pure energy that fused into Lin Feng's body and was gradually devoured by Lin Feng. Waves of energy that were as vast as the sea of smoke flowed through his limbs and bones. In the end, all the energy turned into the purest form of magic power. The magic power was like a sea. When it circulated, it produced a rumbling sound. It was as if the sea was surging into the sky, shaking all directions. After circulating 36 cycles in his body, all the magic power gathered together. Lin Feng began to break through to the fifth layer of the creation realm. The long river of magic power surged in Lin Feng's meridians. Again and again, it attacked Lin Feng's realm barrier. Lin Feng was only at the fourth layer of the creation realm, but he could already defeat experts at the third or fourth layer of the life and death realm. It could be seen how terrifying his accumulation was. Every time he broke through, Lin Feng's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. However, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor's sacred embryo's origin blood was powerful enough this time. Lin Feng refined a portion of the divine origin, a portion of the primordial demon liquid, and a portion of the galaxy divine liquid. They increased his undying bloodline, magic power, and soul respectively. Lin Feng's undying bloodline purity had reached 22%. This made Lin Feng very happy. Although the undying bloodline's improvement was very slow, it was still improving. As for Lin Feng's soul power, it had reached the second layer of the life and death realm. Lin Feng's own magic power was becoming purer and purer. Although Lin Feng was only at the fourth heavenly layer of the fortune realm, he felt that the purity of his magic power was even purer than that of cultivators at the fourth or fifth heavenly layer of the life and death realm. Boom. Finally, the long river of magic power in Lin Feng's body seemed to have broken through the barrier. The torrential river swept through heaven and earth, and an even more majestic magic power surged out. I've finally broken through to the fifth layer of the creation realm. Lin Feng circulated his magic power, and all the magic power gathered in his dantian. In his dantian, golden light soared into the sky and gathered into a vast ocean. This was a sea of magic power, and one couldn't see the end of it. Chapter 1052. The sun was shining brightly. Lin Feng was lying on a grassy plain. Not far away, Little Moon was chasing after Bibi and Little White as they ran happily. "Little Bunny, don't run. Bibi, don't run," Little Moon shouted as it chased after them, its voice full of innocence. When they were finally tired from running, Bibi and Little White returned to Lin Feng's side. Little Moon also lay in Lin Feng's arms to rest. Bibi waved its little paw, and a spirit fruit appeared in its hand. It grabbed the spirit fruit and began to chew on it. She stared at the Little Moon with her big black eyes. A dragon rabbit and an unknown little beast. Princess Shui Yarrow was shocked. Dragon rabbits were very rare, and this was her first time seeing one. As for Bibi's race, she didn't know. Princess Shui Yarrow looked at Elder Jin and asked, "Elder, do you know the origin of that little beast? I've never heard of such a race. However, the world is so big, so nobody knows how many races there are," Elder Jin said. Princess Shui Yarrow nodded. But her beautiful eyes continued to stare at Bei Bei, revealing a thoughtful expression. At night, Lin Feng was comprehending the contents of the ice dragon bone. He imprinted all the runes on it and deciphered the information contained within. Lin Feng obtained a divine ability called Icebound Worlds. This was one of the strongest divine abilities of the ice dragon race. The inheritance of the dragon race is naturally no small matter. This Icebound Worlds is probably even more powerful than many primordial divine abilities. Lin Feng smiled. Every primordial divine ability, one of the 3,000 great Daos, or emperor techniques could greatly increase one's cultivation. A divine ability of this level was enough to establish an ancient sect. Lin Feng basically didn't want to cultivate divine abilities below the primordial divine ability level. If he wanted to cultivate, he would cultivate the strongest divine abilities. Because Lin Feng cultivated the Great Ice Technique, he had a deeper understanding of the Tao of Ice. Thus, it was much easier for him to cultivate the Icebound Worlds. This was the 3,000 Great Daos. Each of the 3,000 Great Daos was the ultimate evolution of a certain Tao. As long as he successfully cultivated the 3,000 Great Daos. In that case, he would soon be able to grasp the subtleties of the various divine abilities contained in this great Tao. For example, Lin Feng had already mastered the Great Death technique. Then, if Lin Feng also obtained Death Qi, such as the Death Fist, the Death Battle Song, and so on, he would be able to master them quickly. The Tao of Frost was the same. The Ice Seal All Worlds was a Tao of Frost. Lin Feng, who had mastered the Great Ice Art, was naturally able to cultivate it with twice the result with half the effort. In just 3 days, Lin Feng had already cultivated the Ice Seal All Worlds, a great divine ability of the Dragon Clan, to the realm of great success. Brother Feng, it would be a pity if you didn't go to the Sacred Ancestors' Enlightenment Ground. I already told Elder Jin about it, and he agreed to open the Sacred Ancestors' Enlightenment Ground for you to cultivate, said Lin Feng. Jin Shengyuan came to Lin Feng and said, "The Sacred Ancestors' Place of Enlightenment? What kind of place is that?" Lin Feng was puzzled. However, based on the name, it should be an extraordinary place. Jin Shengyuan smiled and said, "Brother Feng, do you know the origins of our clan? I'd like to hear the details." Lin Feng asked. Jin Shengyuan said, "Brother Feng, you must have heard of the story of the peacock swallowing the Buddha Lord. Afterward, the Buddha Lord broke free from the body of the peacock and gave the peacock the title of Mahamayuri Bodhisattva, right?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, I've heard of it. The peacock had a younger brother who was called the Golden-Winged Great Rock King. The Golden-Winged Great Rock King was the ancestor of our clan," Jin Shengyuan said. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Jin Shengyuan's clan had a great origin. The Great Rock clan naturally had many branches, but the most respected was Jin Shengyuan's clan. Their ancestor was too powerful. The Golden-Winged Great Rock King was one of the strongest great emperors of the Yarrow clan. Lin Feng's heart shook. "I've heard that the Great Rock King and the Great Rock King were known as the two peerless geniuses of the Yarrow clan. Could the Great Rock King be the descendant of the Mahamayuri Bodhisattva?" "Yes." Jin Shengyuan nodded. Lin Feng said, "I never thought that so many myths and legends would be true." Jin Shengyuan said, "Many myths and legends aren't groundless. They have a basis. Of course, there are also many myths and legends that have been fabricated by others. It's hard to tell which is true and which is false." "That's true. Because there are so many fake stories, a lot of real things are treated as stories," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng sighed. The next day, Lin Feng followed Jin Shengyuan to the Sacred Ancestors' Enlightenment Ground. The Sacred Ancestors' Enlightenment Ground was the holy land of the Great Rocks. It wasn't located in the Yarrow clan's territory. Instead, it was connected to the Sacred Ancestors' Enlightenment Ground through a space-time teleportation array. They entered the teleportation array and were transported to the Sacred Ancestors' Enlightenment Ground. Lin Feng followed Jin Shengyuan to a valley. There was a small teleportation array there. It was the teleportation array to the Sacred Ancestors' Enlightenment Ground. Many bestial beasts have arrived, and some of their elders have come as well. Maybe some people will go to the Holy Ancestors' Enlightenment Land, but Brother Feng, don't pay attention to them, just focus on your own cultivation." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng nodded. He had vaguely heard that Princess Shui Yarrow and Elder Jin wanted to avenge Grandmother Chu Yun and the others. It seemed that many Yarrow clan members would respond. Jin Shengyuan's expression darkened. "Some people have come with ulterior motives. They're extremely hateful. However, due to the relationship between the various Yarrow clans, it's inconvenient to say anything." "What ulterior motives?" Lin Feng asked. "The Yarrow clan's holy embryo in the little princess's body. Some people are eyeing the holy embryo's origin blood." Jin Shengyuan smiled icily. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that many beasts who had come to the territory of the Great Rock King clan had ulterior motives. Naturally, some people really wanted to avenge Grandmother Chu Yun and the others, but most of them, as Jin Shengyuan had said, wanted the original blood of the imperial beast holy embryo. After Jin Shengyuan left, Lin Feng entered a teleportation portal. Lights flashed and a moment later, he appeared in a gigantic cave. This cave was very large, about 100 acres in size. On the rock walls, there were many murals. These murals were very complete. There were murals of the demon race's cultivation, but there were more murals of Buddhism. Could it be that the great golden-winged rock king created those murals? I've heard that he spent a lot of time in the Buddhist world. It seems that he has a deep understanding of Buddhism. Lin Feng scratched his chin thoughtfully. He found a place to practice cultivation and took out a 9-colored stone. Holding the 9-colored stone, Lin Feng quickly entered a meditative state. 3 days later, more than 10 Yarrow clan members entered the Holy Ancestors' enlightenment ground. When they saw Lin Feng sitting cross-legged and practicing cultivation, they didn't pay attention to him. As they were about to leave, one of the Yarrow clan's young geniuses pointed at the 9-colored stone in Lin Feng's hand. He was astonished. That little boy is holding a 9-colored stone. Oh my God, such a treasure really exists. Many young geniuses of the Beast clan looked at the golden stone in Lin Feng's hand and looked at it greedily. Chapter 1053. Brat, wake up. A supreme talent stepped out and bellowed in a deep voice. Lin Feng, who had been cultivating, was startled awake. When he saw these people, his face sank. You disturbed my cultivation? Kneel on the ground and apologize. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was a strong person to begin with. Moreover, his strength had already surpassed many ancient giants. A mere junior from the demon race dared to disturb his cultivation? If it weren't for the fact that he had to give the great Peng King some face, this person would have died long ago. The young genius from the demon race thought that he had misheard. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and said coldly, "Brat, do you know what you're saying?" Said Lin Feng. "You're acting recklessly. Do you want to show off your status in front of me? Unfortunately, you're showing off to the wrong person. I won't fall for it." Lin Feng took a step forward and arrived in front of the young genius in an instant, slapping him with his palm. "You're courting death," shouted the young genius furiously. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided, and the young genius felt as if he had been struck by lightning. With a crack, his arm broke. His legs went soft, and he fell to his knees. "Ah! My arm! How dare you break my arm? How dare you make me kneel on the ground? Do you know who I am?" The young demon race prodigy roared furiously. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he kicked the young genius dozens of meters away. Pu. In midair, the young genius spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. "You're finally a little more awake," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Brat, aren't you a little too ruthless?" Another genius from the demon race said gloomily. "You disturbed my cultivation, and you dare say that I'm ruthless? Who do you think you are? How dare you spout nonsense here?" Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and looked at the other party with an indifferent expression. "I am the young master of the Southern Sea's Blood Eagle Island, Liu Chang. How dare you treat me so rudely? Have you thought of the consequences?" Blood Eagle Island? What kind of power was this? He had never heard of it before. It should be an unranked force, right? You have the nerve to bring out a mediocre faction. How shameless. Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Feng curled his lips and said with disdain. "Brat, you dare to humiliate me like this? Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Liu Chang's face darkened. Demonic chi surged, and he was about to attack. "Brother Liu, wait." Suddenly, a young cultivator in blue clothes said in a deep voice. This person clearly had some prestige, so when he spoke, the cultivator called Liu Chang stopped. "Brother Xie, why are you stopping me?" Liu Chang asked. The cultivator had a slender figure and was very handsome, but his long and narrow eyes made him look gloomy. He was called Xie Wuyu, and his race was not simple. He was a 3-headed cobra. Cobras were the most poisonous snake race. They hid in the dark and attacked their enemies with fatal attacks. The 3-headed cobras were the royal cobra race, and they had long since become part of the devil race. Naturally, this race had the characteristics of a cobra. They were tolerant, bloodthirsty, cold, and merciless. Among the devil race, the 3-headed cobra race could be said to be one of the top devil races. Even the human race would not easily offend this terrifying race. Xie Wuyu was from the 3-headed cobra race, so he had some prestige among the younger generation. "Since you're a guest of the great Peng King clan, you should restrain yourself." Liu Chang frowned slightly, but he did not refute. Xie Wu Yu looked at Lin Feng, bowed hand over fist and said, "My friend didn't understand anything and disturbed your cultivation. I apologize on his behalf," said Xie Wu Yu, bowing hand over fist. Lin Feng said indifferently, "There's no need to apologize. That guy has already received his due punishment." Xie Wu Yu asked with a fake smile, "Brother, is that a 9-colored illusory stone in your hand?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. It is indeed a 9-colored illusory stone. I plan to use a treasure to exchange for it. What do you think?" Xie Wu Yu said with a smile. "We'll have to see what kind of treasure you can take out." Lin Feng said indifferently. He still had 31 9-colored illusory stones, so he did not mind taking out a few to trade. "Brother, I'll naturally be satisfied with what I can take out." As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Wu Yu's hand flashed, and he took out a purple crystal. Purple cloud crystal. It can be used to forge high-grade Dao treasures. "I'll trade it for your 9-colored illusory stone," Xie Wu Yu said. "It's just a purple cloud crystal. It's worth at most 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. If I auction this 9-colored illusory stone, it can be sold for at least 50 million top-grade spirit stones. Do you think it's possible to trade something worth 50 million top-grade spirit stones for something worth 50 million top-grade spirit stones?" Lin Feng looked indifferent. When he saw what Xie Wu Yu had taken out, he knew that Xie Wu Yu was not being sincere. "The thing is not important. Give me the 9-colored illusory stone and I'll remember you. Consider it a friendship," Xie Wu Yu said with an arrogant expression. It was as if the fact that Lin Feng could make Xie Wu Yu remember him was because Lin Feng had cultivated in his previous life. Lin Feng was speechless at Xie Wu Yu's arrogance. He had seen too many people like that. They thought that they were from a good family and did everything as if it was only natural. They looked down on others. Lin Feng was disgusted by Xie Wu Yu. He said indifferently, "If you don't have anything of value, let's end the deal here." When Xie Wu Yu heard Lin Feng, his face darkened. He said, "You don't want to be friends with me? Put away that arrogant face of yours. Who do you think you are? You want to use the excuse of being friends to steal my 9-colored illusory stone? Do you think I'm a fool? You think too highly of yourself. I guess your status in the 3-headed Cobra clan isn't very high, right? You're acting all high and mighty outside. What a joke." Lin Feng pursed his lips. "Boy, do you know that you've just infuriated me? Do you know the price of infuriating me?" Xie Wu Yu squinted his eyes, which were filled with coldness. "There's no lack of self-righteous people in this world." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Teach this reckless guy a lesson." Xie Wu Yu's face darkened. He didn't hide his viciousness anymore. "Yes." 2 bestial cultivators jumped out and threw punches at Lin Feng, one on his left and one on his right. Those people were looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. In their opinion, Lin Feng had dared offend Xie Wu Yu, so he definitely wouldn't have a happy ending. Chapter 1054. The 2 geniuses weren't weak. They were at the 6th sky of the yin-yang layer, but they couldn't compare to Lin Feng. Facing their attacks, Lin Feng looked indifferent and exhaled. His breath was like a sword. Swoosh swoosh. 2 rays of sword chi flew out. Slash, slash. In an instant, the 2 geniuses' bodies were pierced through. They flew backwards and fell to the ground, screaming in agony. "If we were outside, you'd be dead already. Today, I'm sparing your worthless lives because of King Zhongpeng." Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back. He looked indifferent. "Brother Xie, he's too cruel." The other young geniuses of the Beast clan were astonished. Lin Feng had attacked twice, and he had easily injured them. He had proved how strong he was. The demon race geniuses' expressions turned serious. Not all of them followed Xie Wu Yu's lead. Immediately, 6 or 7 demon race geniuses stepped back to show their attitude. They didn't want to get involved in this battle. Maybe they were greedy for Lin Feng's 9-colored illusory stone, but they knew their limits. They knew when to advance and when to retreat. Xie Wu Yu looked gloomy as he said, "Little boy, I underestimated you. Today, I'll personally capture you and avenge my injured brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Wuyu leaped out. 1,000 poisonous hands. Xie Wuyu stretched out his hands and clenched his fingers together. He looked like a cobra with its forked tongue ready to strike. Countless hands appeared in the air. Those hands turned into poisonous snakes and spat out poisonous fog. Then, they turned back into hands and attacked Lin Feng. That kind of magical ability was extremely strange. The three-headed cobra's attacks are poisonous. That 1,000 poisonous hands is obviously poisonous as well. Once the poison invades your body, your spiritual energy will disperse. A demon prodigy who had retreated from the battle said solemnly. The other demon prodigies who had retreated with him nodded in agreement. That little brat won't be able to block Brother Xie's 1,000 poisonous hands. Wait until Brother Xie defeats that little brat. Let's see how we'll deal with him. Dealing with him is secondary. The most important thing is to get his treasures, said Liu Chang and the others in an evil way. Their goal was clear, they wanted to steal Lin Feng's treasures. That kind of thing was very common in the world of cultivators. Strength was everything. When people saw treasures, they would try to steal them without any scruples. That kind of thing happened all the time. Little brat, it's time, said Xie Wuyu smiling coldly. He was extremely confident in his 1,000 poisonous hands. His 1,000 poisonous hands was about to reach Lin Feng. Swoosh. Suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Xie Wuyu's face. To the. Liu Chang and the others exclaimed. Xie Wuyu was shocked and turned his head to look. Lin Feng raised his right foot and threw a kick at him. Bang! The kick landed on Xie Wuyu's buttocks. Xie Wuyu felt as if his buttocks had been split open. He fell to the ground and his forehead hit the ground. Blood flowed out of his forehead. This is called buttocks falling down wild goose style, said Lin Feng. I'm going to kill you. Xie Wuyu had never been humiliated like that before. He looked like he was going insane. He stood up and threw himself at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng had already arrived beside Xie Wuyu. He raised his right foot and kicked Xie Wuyu hard. Xie Wuyu didn't even have the chance to fight back. Lin Feng's kick landed heavily on Xie Wuyu's body. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Xie Wuyu didn't know how many bones had been broken by Lin Feng's kick. Wah! Xie Wuyu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He fell to the ground and howled in pain. Lin Feng stepped on Xie Wuyu's face and said disdainfully, "A piece of trash like you dares to cause trouble for me. I really don't know who gave you the guts. Isn't he a little too strong?" The geniuses who had retreated swallowed their saliva. They were glad that they had made the right decision. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so strong. In this world where the strong were respected, Xie Wuyu had dared to provoke Lin Feng. Even if he was killed, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Liu Chang and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. Liu Chang slapped his own face and looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. "I didn't recognize Mount Tai just now. I'm sorry for offending you. Brother, please be magnanimous and forgive me." The others also slapped their own faces and begged Lin Feng to let them go. Now that they knew that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with, how could they still dare to fight with Lin Feng? Apologizing like this was embarrassing, but it was better than being beaten half to death, right? Some of the geniuses don't fear death to protect others. They're even willing to sacrifice their own lives. But there are also shameless people like you. Take this guy and get lost. Don't let me see you again. Lin Feng kicked Xie Wuyu dozens of meters away. Let's go now. Liu Chang and the others quickly left with Xie Wuyu and the other injured geniuses. We won't disturb this brother's cultivation any longer. The other demon race prodigies didn't know Lin Feng's temperament and didn't know if they would upset Lin Feng by staying here to cultivate. They cupped their fists and chose to leave as well. Soon, Lin Feng was the only one left in the sacred ancestors' Tao enlightenment ground. It seems that the devil race is the same as the human race. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. The demons he had met in the past were all unyielding and would rather die than submit. This gave Lin Feng the illusion that the Yarrow clan were all like this. It was only now that he realized how wrong his previous understanding of the situation was. Lin Feng didn't care about Xie Wuyu and the others. They were just a bunch of small fries. He continued sitting cross-legged, holding the 9-colored stone. The 9-colored godly light enveloped Lin Feng. Under the influence of the 9-colored godly light, Lin Feng quickly entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. Suddenly, Lin Feng had an epiphany. He had the feeling that he had arrived in a mysterious world. In that world, there was a great rock. The great rock flapped its wings and flew up into the sky. It could travel freely through space. Lin Feng also flapped his golden wings and followed the great rock. He didn't know how long they flew, but Lin Feng felt like he had become a great rock. He could travel freely through space. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He stood up and took a step forwards. Surprisingly, he disappeared. A moment later, Lin Feng appeared a few dozen meters away in the air.